Why are so many Americans angry about Maduro's capture if so many Venezuelans are celebrating it? Well, have you noticed that a lot of the celebrations you're seeing are actually from Venezuelans outside of Venezuela? This is in Buenos Aires, Argentina. This is in Chile. This is in Spain, Madrid. And the reason for that is kind of dark because since 2014, which is roughly when Maduro came into power, Venezuela has experienced one of the largest migration exoduses in recent history. Just imagine losing over 20% of your entire population. Since 2014, nearly 8 million people have left, making it one of the largest displacement crises in the world. And there is a fair reason why. Post 2014, the country's inflation spiked over 1.3 million%. And this was before the US sanctions hit. And it got much worse in the decade that followed. Their GDP shrank by about 75%, which is one of the largest contractions ever for a non-war country. They saw widespread poverty, malnutrition, severe shortages of food, medicine, and essential services, political repression. I mean, the list goes on. Venezuela is not poor today because it lacks resources, people, or skills. It's poor because its institutions collapsed. But here's the distinction. The vast majority of 2025 polls show that Venezuelans outside of the country support military intervention, while those still living there don't. Then again, Venezuela did recently pass a law declaring anyone who expresses support for US military action a traitor. So that could have skewed the results slightly. But it's not just their location that split opinion. When pollers across Latin America were split into their political ideology, 79% on the right said that US military action was the best way to topple the Maduro regime, while less than 4% on the left said the same. The left said that diplomatic negotiations or social protests were the way to go. And that's where America comes in, because the biggest divide there is politics. While the first polls following Maduro's capture suggest that 41% oppose and 34% support, when you switch to the voters' politics, you'll see something very similar to those in Latin America. I mean, there's even protests breaking out in cities like New York with signs reading "No blood for oil." So why are Americans angry? Well, to put it bluntly, their country doesn't have the best track record for regime changes. And many Americans today still live with the memories of the devastating consequences those have caused in places like Cuba, Libya, and Iraq. They say that this is blatant imperialism, that this is a violation of international law, that Trump doesn't have the right to unilaterally say that their country is now running another sovereign country. But those who support this, including many Venezuelans, say Maduro was a murderous dictator that was ruining the lives of millions. And many are thanking Trump, saying that for the first time in decades, Venezuela is free and maybe finally they can return home. Because remember, it wasn't that long ago when Venezuela was one of the richest countries in Latin America. It had a higher GDP per capita than Spain, Portugal, Greece, and South Korea. But the question is, what do you think? Is this the beginning of Venezuela's return to its former glory? Or is it a dangerous precedent and the start of something much worse?
All right, and that's where we're at with that, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is S.E.T with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we're about to go ahead and get into a recap of Trump's gaggle on Air Force One. We're going to get into Tim Walz ending his bid for re-election, most likely because of the fraud. And then we're going to get into, well, Maduro pleads not guilty. And, well, of course. And then, of course, we got to break down, well, how the world works, because apparently people don't understand that there are, well, 3 types of countries: your first tier, second tier, and third tier. And we're going to have to break that down today, sadly. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, and let's get right into it.
We have some good people. We have Senator Lindsey Graham.
Hello, everybody.
We have Howard Lutnick, Commerce. We have Steve Miller. We have a lot of people. We have Aaron. We have a lot of people. Go ahead.
Oh, hi, Mr. President. Have you spoken with any of the U.S. service members who were injured during that operation in Venezuela?
Yes, we have calls into them. I want to speak. They're all in good shape.
Can you detail what watching that was like when all of this played out in Venezuela and what Maduro was doing that moment?
Well, I knew the possible danger. I mean, it was a very dangerous operation. It was amazing that we had a few injured, but all are in good shape right now. But I knew there was great danger. You got off a helicopter. The helicopters were being shot at. They got on the ground. They were amazing talent and tremendous patriotism, bravery. The bravery was incredible. Lindsay, they got off the helicopter and the bullets were flying all over the place. As you know, one of the helicopters got hit pretty badly, but that we got everything back. And Nobody killed.
The next question is, who's in charge of Venezuela right now? Have you spoken to the newly sworn in president there, Rodriguez? And what are
Yeah, Delcy Rodriguez is now the new interim president of Venezuela. She's already saying that they want Maduro back, they want Maduro freed, and Maduro's the one only true president. Now, this is the interim president of Venezuela, and we're not sure how long she's going to last because remember, Trump said, look, you'll be in power as long as you get down and lay down. Now, it doesn't sound like she's doing that. She's already saying that, this takeover has a Zionist tinge to it. So we'll see where this goes.
your thoughts on the entire situation when you said the U.S. would run Venezuela?
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And don't ask me who's in charge because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
That means we're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
We're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
No, I haven't, but other people
Do you want to?
Yeah, at the right time, I will.
Did the U.S. give Delcy Rodriguez any guarantees in exchange for cooperating
No,
with your
no,
administration?
but she's cooperating.
Are you going to demand free and fair elections in the short term in Venezuela?
Well, it depends, what you're talking. We have to do one thing in Venezuela, bring it back. It's a dead country right now. It's a country that, frankly, we would have been, if I had lost the election, we would have been a dead country. We would have been Venezuela on steroids. Venezuela right now is a dead country. We have to bring it back. And we're going to have big investments by the oil companies to bring back the infrastructure. And the oil companies are ready to go. They're going to go in. They're going to rebuild the infrastructure. We built it to start off with many years ago. They took it away. You can't do that. And you can't do that with me. They did it with other presidents.
How soon do you think an election will take place in Venezuela? How soon can an election take place?
Well, I think we're looking more at getting it fixed, getting it ready first, because it's a mess. The country is a mess. It's been horribly run. The oil is just flowing at a very low level, much lower than even if it was.
Yeah, but here's the problem with that. As time progresses, we're starting to see the reality on the ground of Venezuela. And the reality on the ground is that, well, the Venezuelans don't like this too much at all. And the only Venezuelans that are celebrating this are the ones in America and not the ones in Venezuela. Actually, they're pretty teed off about this. Now, yes, of course, some of them wanted Maduro gone. And right now, anybody who wanted Maduro gone is now seen as a traitor. So they're a little bit hushed up right now. This is one of the reasons why we're not bringing that Maria girl back that we shipped all the way off to Oslo, Norway. Why we're not bringing Maria Corina something. But it was she's the Nobel Peace Prize winner that pretty much won it for standing up against the Maduro regime. But the reason we're not bringing her back is because she don't have enough support in Venezuela to be the leader of Venezuela. And most likely, if they did a vote, she would probably lose.
Badly run. It should have more income, more oil than what they're doing. So we're going to have the big oil companies go in, and they're going to fix the infrastructure, and they're going to invest money. We're not going to invest anything. We're going to just take care of the country. We're going to cherish the country. We're going to take care, more importantly, of the people, including Venezuelans that are living in our country that were forced to leave their country. And they're going to be taken very good care of. Yes, ma'am. Yes, I have.
Which ones? Have you received any commitments?
All of them, basically.
Any commitments from the oil companies?
They want to go in so badly.
Did you speak with them before the operation took place?
Yes.
Did you maybe tick them off about what
Before and after. And they want to go in.
Hey, and shout out to my man Jordan for starting us off. Appreciate the support, my brother. He ain't had too much to say. Just want to show some support. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, guys.
And they're going to do a great job for the people of Venezuela. And they're going to represent us well. But the infrastructure is rusty, rotten, most of it unusable. It's old, it's broken. You see pipes laying all over the.
Oh, guys, and trust me, I'm getting mixed signals too. I'm seeing all types of things all over, from like Latin media to Western media to global media. And sadly, it's only in America where our media is framing this as, oh, everybody's happy in Venezuela and they're all cheering. As Latin America says they're upset, global media says they're upset. So, like I said, we'll see how this plays out. But let's be real though. Maduro was not the best thing for these people. I'm not sure what delusion they were living in, but yeah, the reason why they were living so badly was Maduro. And it seemed like the Maduro regime had a beautiful spin to why they were doing so bad. What I was hearing is that the Maduro regime often blamed the United States for the reason that their people suffering instead of their socialist policies.
Ground hasn't been, nothing's been addressed in for years.
So I'm sorry, but so if you think about it like that, it makes sense why a lot of people in Venezuela wouldn't want America's interference.
Chevron's in, as you know, they've done a good job, but even they haven't been in a position to invest money because they're at a month-to-month basis.
What happens to this?
They're only there because I wanted them to be there.
Yeah, 30 contingencies in case the military in Venezuela is unhappy with the U.S. and the way it's running Venezuela. Do you guys have plans for that?
So Venezuela thus far has been very nice, but it helps to have a force like we have. We were ready for a second wave. We were all set to go, but we don't think we're going to need it.
There's about 17 billion worth of oil reserves in Venezuela.
More.
Is that going to be?
You mean trillion?
And is that going to be
Did you
something?
say billion or trillion?
I said billion.
You said 17 billion? It's much more than that.
Okay,
Trillion
so
barrels
what's
of
going to
oil.
happen to those reserves?
Well, we're going to run everything. We're going to run it, fix it. We'll have elections at the right time. The main thing you have to fix, it's a broken country. There's no money. There's inflation. Like we would have had, if I didn't win this election, we would have been Venezuela on steroids. Lindsay would know that. You might say something on that because we were talking before. We would have had a doubling up of very bad things that cost us a lot of money, like welfare, frankly. We wouldn't have had jobs. And instead of having $18 trillion in, we would have had at least $5 to $10 trillion leaving the country. So our costs would have gone up, and all of the money that's, we're setting a record, and it's long broken. And that's it. That's after 10 months. We haven't included the 11th month yet. So we think we're going to hit over $20 trillion. The all-time record is 3 by another country known as China. About 10 years ago, they did 3. We're going to do close to 20 trillion. By the way, there has never been anything like this ever before. And it's all because of tariffs and the election, but it's because of tariffs.
There was a time.
Without tariffs, we wouldn't have 10 cents being invested.
There was a time back in 2016, I remember your RNC speech, and you were saying that regime.
And, if you're wondering what Trump is doing with the oil, well, this clip pretty much explains it.
I stole that shit. Stole that shit. That's what I'm doing, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit.
Yeah, pretty much Trump went full gangster on Venezuela, took their president, took their oil, and then pretty much saying, oh, yeah, and guess who's going to be running you? Us. So, like I said, we'll see how this plays out.
Change and nation building.
Where?
When you were speaking at the RNC back in 2016,
Go ahead,
you were criticizing regime change and nation building, the U.S. being involved in that. It seems obviously that your stance has changed on that. What led to that? The end of the U.S. nation building now is that.
This isn't a country that's on the other side of the world. This isn't a country like we have to travel 24 hours in an airplane. This is Venezuela. It's in our area, the Don Road Doctrine.
So is that what you would say, that we're in the business of nation building now?
We're in the business of having countries around us that are viable and successful, and where the oil is allowed to freely come out because that's good. It gets the prices down. That's good for our country. Now we have a very sick neighbor. It's not a neighbor, but it's close to a neighbor, and that's Venezuela. It's very sick. Colombia is very sick too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States. And he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long.
I mean, AKA, well, Colombia effed around and found out. It seems like Cuba is about to F around and found out. And then our people over there in Colombia are about to find out. So, guys, it's about to be a pretty interesting 4 years because it seemed like Trump is, like I said, going for a hemispherical dominance. And it's looking like he got a hit list. Venezuela was on top of it. Well, I'm be honest with you, because of also not only the oil and the resources, but who Venezuela was influenced by and who had heavy influence in Venezuela, which was, well, China at the top, then Russia, and then Iran. I mean, basically all the people or all the nations that are adversarial to the United States. Now, Cuba, well, we're mainly saying Cuba and Colombia, we're mainly saying is because they work with the cartel heavily. So we'll see where that goes. But it's looking like we might get them up out of there too.
Not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very
So there will
long.
be an operation by the U.S. and
It sounds good to me.
Secretary Rubio mentioned.
You know why?
Cuba
Because they
yesterday.
kill a lot of people. Yeah.
Secretary Rubio mentioned Cuba yesterday in his remarks. Does the U.S. have a plan to do something?
Well, Cuba always survived because of Venezuela. Now they won't have that money coming in. They won't have the income coming in. You know, a lot of Cubans were killed yesterday. You know that. A lot of Cubans were killed.
Do you know how many?
The bodyguards. No, they're looking, but there was a lot of death on the other side. No death on our side, but there was a lot of death on the other side, unfortunately. But a lot of Cubans were killed yesterday, trying to protect him.
There's been protesters killed in Iran. You said we were locked and loaded, ready to go. What is the line there for when the U.S. is going to get involved in those protests?
We'll take a look. We're watching it very closely. If they start killing people like they have in the past, I think they're going to get hit very hard by that.
I'm gonna be real with you. That is absolutely ridiculous that Trump even has that plan. Like, I honestly disagree. Like, what, we're really about to bomb Iran or get involved with Iran over a protest? So, are you serious? That is not a good reason to go in there and bomb Iran. Like, people were pulling back when we were going in there for the uranium or, you know, for the nuclear facilities, and people weren't even okay with that. So to go in there over a protest, I mean, can't you just let them overthrow the Ayatollah on their own? Like, word on the global streets is that the Ayatollah is preparing to leave. So let them cook, man. Let them cook. We don't need to get involved with that.
Can I just add something? So when he first got elected in January, we met, you know, biggest comeback ever. We talked about
so really? I didn't feel it was a comeback, actually.
So
Because the first one was...
the bottom line is we talked about a drug caliphate in our backyard. You know, we had Venezuela, we have Cuba, we have Colombia in our backyard. And these three countries have been condemned ever since I've been in politics. Joe Biden put a $25 billion bounty on Maduro's head. Chris Smith, the day he got inaugurated, said, I hope Trump will hold Maduro's feet to the fire. You did. So what has he done? He's going to clear our backyard of a drug caliphate, countries run by narco-terrorist dictators who murder, rape, send drugs into our country to kill thousands of our citizens. To my Democratic friends, you should be celebrating this. When bin Laden went down...
I mean, they should, but now they're asking to free a dictator, which is hilarious, by the way. It's absolutely hilarious how they call Trump this evil dictator. Now they're outside asking for a dictator to be freed. So it's actually pretty funny. Now, the history is talking about what Maduro is. Well, we worked out a deal with Maduro. We say we was going to give back one of his friends and a family member who were caught transporting drug smuggling. And we said, all right, bro, we'll give you these guys back, but you got to hold a fair election. He told us, yes, senor, I will hold his fair election. And guess what he did? He stole the effing election and then try to play with us. And he did this under Biden. This was all under Biden. Guess what Biden did? Nothing. He said, oh, well, it is what it is. Now Trump comes in, and let's be honest, the way he did Biden, Trump don't trust him. He's like, we already worked out, did with you in the past, and you kind of played the Biden administration on it. So Trump has no trust. The Trump administration has no trust with Maduro, and it kind of shows because they captured him to run Venezuela. And even if they were to work with the U.S., they're still going to play behind our back and work with Iran, Russia, and China.
I was the first to applaud President Obama. This was one of the most sophisticated military operations in the history of the country. What they were able to do was amazing. They knew we were coming. We had a good part of the Navy, and they were able to capture this man alive. No military in the world could have done it. And as to this commander-in-chief, he did something people talked about doing. You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns. They've preyed on their own people. Their days are numbered. We're going to wake up one day, I hope in 26, in our backyard, we're going to have allies in these countries doing business with America, not narco-terrorist dictators killing Americans. This is a big frigging day. And everybody in the world is thinking differently than they were just a few days ago because of what you did.
Do you think there's a
By the way, you mentioned something that's interesting. Lindsay mentioned Bin Laden. I wrote about Bin Laden 1 year before the attack on the World Trade Center.
And the Cubans aren't really too, well, actually, they're pretty upset with us because it was about, I think it was 30 Cubans or something like that. I'm gonna go ahead and double check that, but there were Cubans who were killed in the raid to get Maduro.
And I said, you got to go after Bin Laden. It was in my book, and very few people want to say that, but it was in my book. You know that you've actually talked about it, but. If they would have listened to me, they would have taken out Bin Laden, and you wouldn't have had the World Trade Center tragedy.
Yeah, this is certainly going
Did you know that? I predicted Bin Laden.
I learned something every day.
No, but did you hear that?
Okay, yeah, it was 32 Cubans killed during the U.S. attack on Venezuela. So yes, there were 32 Cuban. Well, now the administration says they were the security guard of Maduro, and I mean, like, really? Doesn't that kind of prove that, you guys are kind of working with the cartel since you pretty much got Cubans working as Maduro security? And like pretty much the 32 people that were killed, now they're trying to say that these guys are citizens, but the United States are saying, well, these were bodyguards for Maduro, so fair game.
Well, I did now. I just turned it right now.
I wrote a book. It was 1 year before the attack that the book came out, and it talked about, there's a whole page, a whole section dedicated to a guy named Bin Laden, who's a bad guy who you have to take out.
So I'll get the book. But right after the election, he told me, I'm going to clean up our backyard.
And shout out to my man Jet. He says Maduro asked for it. Be rude for Trump, not to oblige. I mean, hey, he did. He said, "Come and get me." He said, "I dare you," and that's exactly what he did. Like a thief in the night, came through and just like
stole that shit. Stole that shit. That's what I'm doing, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit.
We out here stealing oil and world leaders. It's crazy out here.
Now, this was before he took office. This is one of the president's priorities, is to make sure that people in our backyard, narco-terrorist states, will not continue to kill Americans without the number of people that will be alive today because Venezuela will be in different hands is going to be tens of thousands. This is something to be celebrated, whether you like him or not.
Not just Venezuela. It's what's coming out of Venezuela in the form of ocean-going and Gulf-going and sea-going boats. Every time we knock out a boat, and we've done a lot of them, we did 3 over the last few days. They're very rare now. You don't see too many of them.
Hard to recruit.
But drugs by sea are down 97%. Think of that. And now we're going to stop them by land too. The land is easy. We had to do the sea before we did the land because it just works out.
Yeah, you were just talking about the land, but it sounded like.
And by the way, you have to do something with Mexico. Mexico has to get their act together because they're pouring through Mexico, and we're going to have to do something. We'd love Mexico to do it. They're capable of doing it, but unfortunately, the cartels are very strong in Mexico.
I remember one time you actually speaking.
And this is what's going to be crazy, right? So Trump is, I mean, this is going to be a bit extreme, and you can disagree because I somewhat disagree myself, but it seems like Trump is going to use drugs to go after each and every one of these guys and their relation with the cartel. Like Mexico, obviously ran by the cartel. Cuba and Colombia, yeah, same ordeal. So all he got to do is pretty much say, yeah, your president, your leader is working with the cartel, and yeah, we can just snatch that guy up whenever we please. Like a thief into the night, and well, I guess we'll be running your country from there on out and pretty much taking your resources because we're going for hemispherical power. Like I said, you can disagree or you can agree with it, you can love it or hate it, but this is the plan.
In Mexico, I asked you about Claudia Sheinbaum, and you told me at one point you had offered to send U.S. troops into Mexico to combat drug trafficking there. Is that something you
Well, I like Claudia. I think she's a terrific person. I would say every single time I talk to her, I offered to send troops.
And she's just not willing?
She's concerned. She's a little afraid. The cartels are running Mexico. Whether you like it or not, it's not nice to say, but the cartels are running Mexico.
And speaking of those U.S. troops, I mean, one thing that Americans and a lot of people are wondering
I mean, yeah, the only reason why that Claudia girl in Mexico isn't dead is because she's working with the cartel. And now, well, it's been revealed. I mean, let's just be real. If you just look up all the politicians that get killed, they're all the ones that say they're going to go after the cartel. Those are the guys that get killed. The ones who don't say anything, who works with the cartels, are the ones who make it. So what does that tell you about our girl Claudia? All right, then. I thought so. Like, obviously, she's working with the cartel. Shout out to my man Jet. He says, I do, however, don't like Graham cheesing this much. I don't like it either. Like, trust me, like this bastard here, always salivating, always watering at the mouth over the slightest smell of blood, over the slightest hint of war. If he, bro, the man is just like, ooh, can we bomb Iran next, Trump? Like, bro, chill. Like, there is something wrong with this man, Lindsey Graham. Like, he just, I don't know. He's like, he just wakes up and wish for death for some reason in another country.
It just sounded like you weighed out another strike, another land strike, at least in Venezuela. You sound like you weighed that out. But
well, we didn't need it. We were prepared to do a second strike if we needed it. We're totally prepared.
But that's off
we're
the
still
table.
prepared.
That's off the table now.
No, it's not. If they don't behave, we will do a second strike.
Well, your demand.
The question is that the American troops, are they going to be on the ground? They're doing any kind of peacekeeping. I think Americans are very...
It depends on what happens. It depends a little bit on the new administration, if you want to call it.
So if you see that pushback from Rodriguez and ultimately...
Well, I don't think there was pushback. I think that...
She
frankly,
called it...
you know, you hear a different person than I hear.
Really? So you have spoken with them?
We talked to them, yeah.
Oh, you did speak.
They've been very good.
So yes, it does seem like Delcy Rodriguez might be a bit two-faced. And right now, this used to be the vice president of Venezuela. Now she's the interim president of Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez. Now, the funny thing is that it seems like, you know, she's playing tough in front of the opposition or tough in front of the people, going like, oh, we want Maduro back. We want to separate imperialism. Meanwhile, Trump hears her, but he ain't paying her no mind because obviously she must be on the phone with Trump going like, oh, no, don't worry. We'll give you the same deal that Maria gave you. Leave me in power, Trump. I got you. Let me just go talk my people up with a speech of resistance. And, you know, I'll secretly work with you on the side. This is why Trump isn't really worried. And then also, if she does, you know, try to go to Maduro's ways, then, well, she'll be taken out herself.
Because she called it kidnapping of Maduro.
It's all right. It's not a bad term. Go ahead.
Now, are you going to demand that Delcy Rodriguez let opposition figures return or free any political prisoners?
Oh, God, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys.
We haven't gotten to that yet. Right now, what we want to do is fix up the oil, fix up the country, bring the country back, and then have elections. Is it fair? We better bring the country back. Otherwise, you're gonna have a mess that's so bad. It was really bad. It's gonna get a lot worse unless we go in and fix it.
Is the U.S. going to reopen its embassy in Caracas or get the DEA?
We're thinking about it. We've been asked to do it.
We've
actually been asked to do it.
Do you think you and Putin and on the phone, of course, and then Zelensky at Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah.
You told me that
numerous times.
You told me that your New Year's resolution was peace on earth. Do you think that 2026, if you could set a deadline of when the Russia-Ukraine
I don't do deadlines, but I would say that, you know, like as an example, Thailand and Cambodia.
Well,
I was very proud of that. Wait a minute. And they started up again and they got it solved.
Where does it
I give myself 1/4 of a point for that. So now I'm 8 1/4 points because they started up Thailand and Cambodia, and now it's okay.
So where does it actually stand?
This is true.
Russia
I think we'll have a
Ukraine
deal
right
at some point. Hopefully,
Yeah, Thailand and Cambodia pretty much have reestablished fighting while displacing, well, hundreds of thousands of their own people. Well, we'll see how that progresses.
So I don't know if you saw the numbers just came out. 30,000 soldiers were killed this current month.
There was that intelligence.
30,000. 27,000 the month before.
You and Senator Graham discussed additional Russia sanctions.
We discuss it all the time. There's nothing else I talk to him. I don't consider him very exciting to talk to, except when we're talking about legislation. And we talk about legislation all the time. You think that's an exciting relationship? It's not.
Yeah.
But we
talk
a lot about legislation, and we have great legislation coming. You want to tell?
So the tariff bill. So here's what I believe. I don't think we could have secured the border without the threat of tariffs. I don't think we'd have a European trade deal without the threat of tariffs. So if you want to end this conflict, then put pressure on Putin's customers. He sanctioned the two largest oil companies in Russia, which is the biggest pressure anybody's put on Putin since the war started. But we have 85 co-sponsors to give this president.
It's hurting Russia very bad, the sanctions.
Oh, yeah. So this bill would allow.
And India also is full.
Yes, sir. So he put a 25% tariff on India for buying Russian oil. I was at the Indian ambassador's house about a month ago, and all he wanted to talk about is how they're buying less Russian oil. Would you tell the president to relieve the tariff? This stuff works. So I'm hoping we'll bring the bill up, and it's from 0 to 500. He picks the number. Nobody else does. But if you're buying cheap Russian oil, keeping Putin's war machine going, we're trying to give the president the ability to make that a hard choice by tariffs. I really do believe that what he did with India is the chief reason India is now buying substantially less Russian oil. So I hope we pass this bill soon. And after this,
they wanted to make me happy, basically.
Yeah.
He wanted to. Modi's a very good man.
Yes.
He's a good guy. He knew I was.
Yeah, but Modi always goes within the self-interest of India. So they were kind of resisting the whole, oh, yeah, but like you want us to stop buying Russian oil, but everybody else is like, well, hold on. What you mean? Why we got to do it? Well, because India, you're one of their biggest buyers. Basically, you're one of the main like financiers of this war going on or of their war machine. So, yes, when Trump threatened these guys with a 25% tariff, they pretty much almost stopped, nearly stop purchasing oil from Russia. Or yes, they didn't stop completely, but they dramatically lessened what they were buying because their excuse is that, like a lot of our infrastructure is powered by Russian oil. So we kind of got to wane ourselves off them. And that's what they're working on doing as long as Russia and Zelensky are continuing this war.
Happy. And it was important to make me happy. They do trade. And we can raise tariffs on them very quickly. And it would be
people are afraid of that.
All of that to say, you told me you weren't very thrilled.
And I'll tell you something, the Russian economy is lousy. But what's really lousy is the Venezuelan economy. The Venezuelan economy is, I think, the worst economy I've ever seen. If you look at inflation, things are doubling every day.
Stolen blood.
It's a disaster. We got to fix the country fast.
President Trump, are there going to be any more? You said the oil companies are going to go in there. Are there any other companies that you've talked to about dealing with Venezuela? Maybe Mr. Lundin could talk about that. Are there any other corporations, entities outside?
Outside of the oil business.
Like who?
Well, the oil business, yes, but outside, yes. Howard, you want to
They have steel, you have minerals, right? All the critical minerals. They have a great mining history that's gone rusty. So steel, aluminum, minerals, I mean, it's it was once upon a time one of the great economies and cultures of the world, and it was destroyed, and now President Trump is going to fix it and bring it back for the Venezuela.
But it's not easy. It's really gone bad. But it's got potential. What?
Maybe any rare earth minerals?
They have rare earth, but everybody has rare earth. Rare earth is not rare. What's rare is the processing.
We got
We're
almost
doing processing plants.
That's right.
And I always say the processing of rare earth is it hurts the environment. It's very straining on the environment. And we got a lot of tree huggers here in America that I somewhat appreciate. But yeah, if we were to just do rare earth refinery like China does, we'd be destroying our environment in a way.
There's no such thing as rare earth. The rare earth is everywhere. What isn't everywhere is the processing of rare earth, and we have a lot of places going up right now.
One thing we haven't heard you specifically react to is the Minnesota fraud.
Yeah, we are increasing our rare earth refinery, but the problem is like, can we find a way to do it cleaner than China? Because if not, then it's going to be hard to keep the production up like China does. Because remember, China don't give a damn about their environment. They don't give a damn about their people. So they'll keep it going at the detriment of their own people. They don't care.
Well, it just doesn't get worse. I've reacted. It's almost not even believable. This very stupid, low IQ governor. He's a very stupid man because, I had a campaign against him with JD. And he's a stupid man. And he's a corrupt politician. And the Somalians are ripping off our country to the tune of, looks like $19 billion, but that's only what they can find. So usually when you're looking at 19, that would mean it could be 50. But
so apparently the fraud went up to 9 billion. I guess they found an extra 10 billion to come up to 19 billion. Tim Walz actually ended his bid for re-election. So yes, Tim Walz will not be running for re-election of governor of Minnesota. So we're going to see how that works out, because there's just too much heat on him. And I believe there's a lot of people asking him to step down and resign. And then there's people trying to bring his main people around him in for an oversight hearing on, what the hell is going on with all this fraud.
The numbers are astronomical. Think of it. They have a dead country. They don't have government. They don't have anything. They don't have a military. All they do is run around shooting people and trying to capture ships. We don't let them take ships anymore. You know why? We use the same exact missile on them that we use on the drug carriers. And it's very effective.
So
you notice there's nobody capturing ships anymore? Because as they head out to go capture the ship, and the ship doesn't want to fire back because it's very flammable stuff in many cases. And the insurance companies don't want, because they build $1 billion ship, and they don't want anybody firing rockets into the ship. But we're hitting them so hard, and it's very similar. Same missile system. It's called deadly accurate. And do you notice that ships aren't being taken anymore? The pirates are.
That's right. I thought about
the pirates aren't. Well,
no Somali pirates.
It's actually very easy. They head out. We say, guess what? There's pirates. That's the end of the pirates. The shipping business is coming back, because see, these are little things that we're doing, and I'm doing it not just for American ships. I'm doing it worldwide, because we don't want ships taken by Somalia pirates. But what they are doing is they're stealing money from the American taxpayer. And every one of them should be forced to leave this country.
No, well, I mean, okay, not everyone that's committing fraud should be forced to leave this country for sure. I believe in that. But not all Somalians, though. There's some people who are of the mindset, oh, we should get rid of all of them. It doesn't matter. All 80,000 to 100,000 of them. Is like, bro, chill, okay? A lot of these guys actually are naturalized, and they're born here. Some of them are born here. So we can't get rid of them all. And let's not demonize an entire community for what a few are doing. So, I mean, yeah, it does seem to be a lot of Somali daycares out there that, don't have the number of kids on their attendance. They don't want to open the door to you, and they also don't want to let you enroll your kid for some reason. I mean, it's pretty strange, but they're getting money from the government, though.
Including Ilhan
want more money.
Who's a total crook. And she's one of the leaders of it. Not the only, because she's not that smart. But think of it. $19 billion at least they've stolen from Minnesota and from the United States. It's actually more from the United States, because Minnesota puts in, and we're not going to pay it anymore. We're going to have Walz go pay. We're not going to pay them, and we're not going to pay California, and we're not going to pay Illinois with that big slob of a governor that they have that doesn't want. We brought down crime by 25%. He didn't do anything. He's not doing anything. But they want us to leave. He had a day where they had 17 murders, not too long ago. 17 murders and 77 people shot, but 17 died. And then he talks about, we can handle it. He can't handle it. But we pull back, and we'll go in at the appropriate time. But we're the ones that brought the crime down. We brought it down 20%. They didn't bring it down. Pritzker didn't bring it down. Same thing with Gavin Newsom. If we didn't go in to Los Angeles 7 months ago when they had the riots, even the police commission, the head of police, said if we didn't have the federal government go in, we would have lost total control of the city of Los Angeles, and they would have had to cancel the Olympics. Think of that.
Speaking of Los Angeles, the National Guard, you pulled out the National Guard out of Portland.
We did.
In Los Angeles.
And you know what? You know that Portland, we got it down to almost no crime. You know that? But we pulled it out. We had a Supreme Court decision. We can go back. We're allowed to go back in. But we'll go back in when the crime starts. Look, the crime will soon start, because they now know that we're out. And at the appropriate time, we'll go back in, and we may.
Yeah, long as these long as these governors and mayors don't allow ICE to be attacked and all that, to allow their investigations to be impeded on, then everything's all good. And, the National Guard don't have to be brought in to uphold federal law. Then, it's all good. And then, of course, if Brandon Johnson was serious about that ICE-free zone, then Trump can invoke the Insurrection Act, and you'll have the National Guard in Chicago. So, the Democrats are treading lightly.
We're allowed to. The most powerful thing we haven't used the Insurrection Act.
You're considering using the Insurrection
I've always considered it, but we haven't needed it anywhere. 48% of the presidents of this country have used it.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen, guys. We've got a lot to get into tonight.
Bush used it, I think, 22 times or something. You know that, right? Bush the elder.
Now, what are your short-term next 2 weeks? What do you need from Delcy Rodriguez? You've threatened
total access. We need total access. We need access to the oil and to other things in their country that allow us to rebuild their country.
Yeah, we need access to their oil, their gold, that's silver, because the silver is going to be one of the most important things. And and other resources as well. But those are like the top three, man. We gonna need that oil, your gold, and your silver. We need it all, man. And look, man, we got data centers to run, okay? Okay.
A lot of things. Roads that aren't built, bridges that are falling down. Yeah, bridges that are falling down, nobody can go anywhere.
Joking.
And on Greenland,
What, Greenland now?
Yeah, on Greenland.
How did we come up to Greenland?
So, do you expect to take an action against Greenland?
Well, I don't want to talk about Greenland.
Hey, and shout out Seth. How you doing, sis? Said Democrats/libs just proving our point once again. Yeah, the hypocrisy is crazy. Like Trump's a dictator, not are outside cheering, free Maduro the dictator. Well, really, free Maduro the socialist because we love him because he's a socialist. It's like, we'll see. We'll see what happens there.
Let's talk about Venezuela, Russia, Ukraine. We'll worry about Greenland in about 2 months. Let's talk about Greenland in 20 days.
On Venezuela, we talked so much about energy.
By the way, I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland.
Yeah, we're trying to establish like Arctic power in the Arctic region of the world. Yeah, because pretty much Russia, they have main access. Like they're like right there to the Arctic. So they have main access to the Arctic, then China. And we're kind of left out a little bit on that. And it's very vital that we have some type of stance or some type of military stance in the Arctic. And Greenland would help us. So much. It would just help us so much. And Iceland would too. And I'm be honest with you, it's going to be a wild year because people are predicting that Trump is just going to pretty much take damn near all of Latin America, move on to Greenland and Iceland. And then, of course, he might just finish off all of South America. And this will be called hemispherical dominance. Of course, us non-interventionists will somewhat lose our mind. But, hey, this might turn out to be a good thing in the end, if it doesn't lead to the deaths of hundreds of thousands of soldiers and trillions of dollars. If not, we're good. If so, then man, Trump will be marked as one of the worst presidents in history. So we'll see how this goes.
From the standpoint of national security, and Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you. You know what Denmark did recently to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more dog sled. It's true. They thought that was a great move.
What would the justification be for a claim to Greenland?
I don't want to talk about Greenland now. I just say this. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And the European Union needs us to have it. And they know that.
I think there's some confusion about operation in Venezuela will affect your relationship with Xi Jinping in China.
No, I don't think so. I have a very good relationship. We have the power of tariffs, and he has other powers on us.
Are you still planning to?
Well, actually, we kind of took away one of China's main cars. China gets a lot of oil from Venezuela. So the fact that we literally cut China off from one of its main oil suppliers is kind of effed up. It's like we kind of cut them off at the knees a little bit. So China and Russia both expressed their disappointment in America. And China is calling it, we're breaking international law. And I mean, like, dog, you break international trade laws all the time. So please spare me the criticism.
Travel to see him in April?
Yeah, I'll be going in April.
I think there's some confusion from Americans and maybe the community in the world when it comes to what you said about Rodriguez earlier today in a phone interview. You said that she would face the same fate, if not worse, than Maduro. But it sounds like you're talking to her on the phone and wanting to work with her.
My people are just the same.
Are considering her in power. Can you just clarify where you stand on Delcy Rodriguez right now being in power?
I don't have to tell you. I just say that she will face a situation probably worse than Maduro, because Maduro gave up immediately.
So she could also.
He raised his hand. He gave up.
Oh wow!
And he did the right thing, but he gave up.
Basically, he's saying, "Look, man, we capture Maduro, we'll unalive you." That's what Trump is pretty much saying. He's like, "Yeah, if we come for you, sweetheart, it's not going to be to capture you and take you to jail. It's probably going to be to unalive you." Well, that's a gruesome way of putting it, but hey, he's being honest.
So we were so effective, and it was so fast and violent. It was very violent, but we were so effective. He raised his hands. He gave up.
What was the most violent moment?
I don't want to tell you. There are some bad moments, but there were some very violent moments. I don't want to tell you.
Did you get a briefing at all on Maduro's first night in U.S.
Yes.
What can you tell us?
I have a total briefing on every aspect of it, but I don't think it's appropriate to talk to the press about it. You'll find out.
When it comes to him in court tomorrow, I mean, what's the end game here with Maduro?
There is no end game. We're just going to go through a slog of a trial. The judge is very respected, Judge Hellerstein. He's a highly respected judge. We'll see how we do. The case is infallible. People are so happy with what we've done. You go down to Miami, you go down to a lot of places.
Yeah, the Venezuelans in America are celebrating all across America. But like I said, as I've been looking through global news and Latin American news, it seems like the people of Venezuela don't like what we did whatsoever. And it seems like these guys are taking to the streets protesting, asking for the return of Maduro. So, yeah, it seems like we're framing it as if all the people of Venezuela are happy. There's no objections to this when there are obvious objections. And we really don't know how big the group of objectors are, but there are people in Venezuela who hate what we done. I mean, even though, we did liberate them from a socialist dictator, sure, we did, but some of them actually like their socialist dictator. And one of the reasons why, because they blamed their hard times on America and sanctions and all that good stuff. I mean, it's really easy to point fingers and play the blame game.
All dancing in the streets of this country. Now, he was a rough man, killed millions of people. He killed millions and millions of people.
After he stands
Can I just say something? We got that. This is a good thing, not a bad thing. President Biden put a $25 million bounty on the guy's head. Why? Because he was a horrible criminal, murderer, poisoning our people. Every administration has been saying he's a threat to our country. He's a bad guy. This is the first guy that's actually done something about it. Here's the story for me. He could be in Turkey today, but he's in New York. So if you tell people in Cuba, you need to stop being a communist dictatorship threatening America, you should go somewhere else. You better take the offer. Maduro has nobody to blame but himself. He gave him a way out. He chose to defy Trump and the U.S. military, and his ass is in jail where he deserves to be. And every president has said the same thing, but he did it.
One of the things that is happening, and I think you see it all the time, Howard, you've seen it, that Cuba is ready to fall.
Yes.
Cuba looks like it's ready to fall. I don't know if they're going to hold out. But Cuba now has no income. They got all of their income from Venezuela, from the Venezuelan oil. They're not getting any of it. And Cuba literally is ready to fall. And you have a lot of great Cuban Americans that are going to be very happy about this.
Yeah, that's why Cuba was allegedly running protection for Maduro. And those 32 Cubans that were killed were, protecting Maduro.
Marco Rubio has really had your ear, it seems, throughout this entire process.
Allegedly.
I know that Vice President Vance was just down the street when this whole operation was playing out, but would you say that Marco Rubio has your ear more than the Vice President right now?
No, they both do. No,
Walz?
And JD is very smart, doing a great job, and so is Barr. No, both.
It sounds like
I would say equal.
The go-to, and you were just talking about Cuba and what could come next there. Are you considering U.S. action in Cuba?
We're not. I think it's just going to fall. I don't think we need any action. It looks like it's going down. It's going down for the count. You ever watch a fight?
I have.
They go down for the count. And Cuba looks like it's going down. What do you think, Howard?
It's going down. They've lived off of Venezuela, right? The economics were all Venezuelan, right? That's why you said the protective force of Maduro was Cuban, right? They were Cuban guards. So they were just paying Cuba when that money stopped.
Don't hire them in the future.
Yeah, they weren't very good.
People from our country who were forced to come over, they really didn't want, they were from Cuba. People from different countries like to stay in those countries, whatever, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And people want to go back to Cuba.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get to 100 likes by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. All right, let's keep going.
And they want to work in Cuba, but Cuba's going down for the count. Thank you very much, everybody.
Mr. President, is Elon Musk back in the fold? You had dinner with him last night at Mar-a-Lago.
Elon's great. I say about Elon, he's 80% super genius and 20% he makes mistakes. But he's a good guy. He's a well-meaning person.
Can I ask you about one more thing that I've been wanting to ask you the last couple of days? You said that you were very
He's got a lot of questions.
I do have a lot of questions.
Tell him who you were. Go ahead.
I'm with News Nation. My name's Libby D. So you said that you were really very angry with the Ukrainian President Zelensky if he was the one who conducted that strike on Putin's residence.
I don't believe that strike happened.
Right. So Putin had said in that phone call to you that strike happened. You came out and said that, and you believed Putin. There was some criticism.
There is something that happened fairly nearby, but had nothing to do with this.
Why did you believe Putin in that moment and then go say that about Ukraine?
Because nobody knew at that moment. I mean, that was the first I heard about it.
So why not?
He said that his house was attacked. We don't believe that happened, now that we've been able to check.
Yeah.
But that was the first we ever heard about it. We just hope that Russia and Ukraine get it settled.
Amen.
It's costing us nothing. In fact, we make money because unlike Biden gave $350 billion, gave it away. Now, I got a lot of it back because we did a rare earth deal going into rare earth. And we're going to get a lot of the money back, maybe all of the money, maybe more than all of the money. But we get paid now whenever we send anything, they pay. So this isn't an economic thing for us. This is a soul. This is a situation where on average 25,000 souls.
I mean, let's be honest. We want to stop the killing, of course, stop the war, so we can actually utilize our rare earth mineral deal that we have with Ukraine that actually passed through their parliament. So they're all ready to go when it comes to this rare earth mineral deal. But they can't do that while Russia is constantly bombing them. So yeah, we got to get that solved first.
25,000 soldiers mostly, and some people from Kiev and different cities, but a very small number by comparison. But 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers are being killed every single month. And they're not from America. They're from Russia and they're from Ukraine. And if I can get it stopped, I'd like to get it stopped. And I think we will. Thank you very much, everybody.
You've talked about returning some control to American companies. Did that play at all into your decision to capture Maduro?
No. What really played is the fact that he sent millions of people into our country from prisons and from mental institutions and drug dealers and every drug addict in that country, in his country, was sent into our country. Think of that. Every single drug addict from Maduro's country, which isn't really his country and it's certainly not his country anymore. Every drug addict and every drug dealer has been sent into our country. Now we're getting them back, but it's a very laborious job to get them back. Very hard job. And of course, we're not getting a lot of good backup from certain judges, from certain radical left. But we're doing well on appeals because the people doing the appeals, seems that the judges are much more sane. What these super radical left judges are doing to our country, it's incredible. But if you take a look, Maduro sent hundreds of thousands and even millions of people from jails, from prisons, from mental institutions, drug dealers, drug addicts, everybody. He sent anybody with a problem to it. It can never be forgiven. And other countries have done the same, but nothing like Maduro's done.
During your campaign, you talked about ending American foreign intervention. What changed your mind with Venezuela? What kind of grew your interest there?
The fact that he sent drugs into our country, we're stopping it rapidly with what we're doing with the sea, because they come in, a lot of it comes in by sea, but it's not coming. The drugs coming in, as I said before, by sea are down 97%. You should be saying, thank you very much, President Trump. Great job. Now they can't get anybody to pilot those boats. You know, it's 97%. I'm trying to figure out who are the other 3%.
Would you say that Operation Resolve?
What's your response to supporters who voted for you, who may be glad and relieved to see Maduro in custody?
The voters that voted for me, yeah. Let me just tell you, the voters that voted for me are thrilled. They said, this is what we've...
Now, we weren't too thrilled about the strikes, but I mean, we're happy that everything went well and no U.S. lives were lost. So, yeah, I really wasn't too thrilled about the strikes, but hey, I'm thrilled now. Like I said, everything worked out so far. So you can't really be mad at the results right now. So as time progresses and the third day of us capturing Maduro, let's see what happens. Because it seems like things are only intensifying in Venezuela, because as of about 2 hours ago, there's been reported shootings near the presidential buildings.
So let's just think about it. What is the right response when a country sends in tens of thousands of people to overwhelm your system? When a country is a narco-terrorist state that floods your country with cocaine, that's aligned with Hezbollah, what's the right response? You blow up the boat before they get here. You take down the source of the problem. President Trump didn't wake up one day and say, hey, let's take Venezuela. He did what other people talked about, but didn't have the balls or the guts to do it. This is a good thing. This is not interventionism. This is making America safer. We're going to be more prosperous because of the business deals. There are going to be Americans alive today because he shut down a narco-terrorist state called Venezuela. This is a good thing, not a bad thing.
And the oil companies are going to go in and rebuild their system. They're going to spend billions of dollars, and they're going to take the oil out of the ground, and we're taking back what they stole. Remember, they stole our property. It was the greatest theft in the history of America. Nobody has ever stolen our property like they have. They took our oil away from us. They took the infrastructure away. And all that infrastructure is rotted and decayed. And the oil companies are going to go in and rebuild it. We're not going to spend...
we're hoping that, was it Tulsi, the IC Rodriguez, actually could do something, different for her people. But that doesn't seem like the thing, because, first three people Delcy Rodriguez greeted after being sworn in as interim president were the ambassador of China, Russia, and Iran. I mean, yeah, here she is right here doing it. I mean, crazy. So, yeah, it's not looking too good out there in Venezuela. Looking like we might actually have to get her. Look, I don't really agree with this, but to be honest with you, if we want American dominance in that area, we might have to get her up out of here, because she's pretty much just going to all Maduro's, old allies, that's the one main reason we took Maduro out, because he was influenced by China, Russia, and Iran. One of the main reasons. So for her to do the same thing, what you think is going to happen to her? And she's playing fearlessly, doing this in America's face. So I'll give her that. She has what you call cojones.
Dana, let me know.
All right, no, let's get over to the right side of media with Fox News, and let's see what they're saying.
This straight. The left is defending a dictator who stole an election.
But only now, because during Trump's first term, they went after him for not removing Maduro.
Right.
Okay, and they're on video saying all of this, so
Right.
it's not. it's not hard to go back and look all of those things up. Yesterday, the House Democrats had an emergency meeting to talk about their messaging because they're a hot mess. They are twisted all in knots about what are they going to say. And they think that their base wants them to say, like if President Trump said, we're going to cure cancer, they would say, leave cancer alone. Like, but if you just take a step back, it's no wonder that Democrats are in swing states or in tough districts. They realize that the initial gut reaction to go against anything is going to make their lives harder in trying to win back 2026. But there was an alternative. For example, let's say you're really worried about Venezuelan migrants that have come to America, and you're upset that President Trump has removed that temporary protective status, right? And you say, okay, well, what is something that we could do where we could get something from Trump that we want? Well, you wanted Maduro gone before. I guess they're deciding if they still want him gone. They also think, well, it shouldn't be about oil, but they were the ones complaining when the oil was taken from the American companies or the rights were taken from the American companies years ago. But why can't they ever just say, you know what we should do? Let's go to the president tomorrow and ask him if he's willing for anybody that's from Venezuela that doesn't have pending criminal charges against them or some sort of sexual charge against them or like some sort of conviction, could they stay while this gets worked out? Like, try to go to him and get something for your support for something that you wanted under Trump and Biden, his only term and Trump's first term. That doesn't make sense.
Do you know, Greg, what the Democrat policy is on Venezuela?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
They don't see a dictator. They see a father.
Ooh.
A father with a son and 3 stepsons. And once again, Trump, the authoritarian, has split a family up. And you know what? Oh, you can mock me or you can laugh at me. I don't care. But what I see there is nothing short of a tragedy, especially around the holidays to split them up like that. You know, I love that the Dems were so upset that Trump sent Maryland dad to Central America and demanded him back for due process. Now they're mad that we bring this guy here from Venezuela for due process. Shouldn't they be happy? We could say, but we're just doing due process, you know?
I mean, you know what? Honestly, I wonder if the Dems would have felt the same way about Bukele. Like, we was to bring Bukele in for, I don't know, what was going on in C-COP. We said that was inhumane, right? And we brought him in for, I guess, crimes against humanity. I wonder what they would say then. I don't know. It seems like they're kind of picking and choosing because Trump took this guy out. You guys are upset. But here's the thing. I mean, we're upset because we're afraid of this becoming a catastrophe because every time we try to do regime change, it don't work out for us. That's what we're upset about. Some of the liberals are literally upset because Trump did it. And they probably don't even know anything about this guy, Maduro. All he knows that Trump went into a sovereign land, took their leader, and just transported him here to face charges. That's all they really know. And they believe that everything Trump do is evil, so they're not really even going to look into it that deep.
You got to ask, you know, when you look, if you're a young, like, leftist, you got to, like, think for yourself and go, why are all these protests interchangeable? Why are the protesters interchangeable? Why do the signs all look alike and readily available? And I get it, you know, you're the opposition. Democrats are the opposition, but it's kind of funny when you start opposing yourself. The Dems will now defend anyone, including if it means contradicting their own beliefs from a few years ago. Chris Murphy was at Bozo, right? He was like screaming to get Maduro out, and now he's like, oh, this is terrible. He said that the fact that Maduro was still in Venezuela was proof that Trump loves dictators. And now he's like going, how dare you do this? So you got to, like, I don't know. Also, and I'll shut up because I don't know if I'm making any sense. I'm just basically winging it. You got to love a party that violates federal law with sanctuary cities and then imploring their own law enforcement to defy or hinder.
Oh, shout out to my man Hellbat. Hey, member for 4 months. I appreciate the support, my brother. He said, made it. What's up? Hey, it's all good, my brother. It's all good.
Eyes, then telling you that you're violating the law. That is like Ilhan Omar accusing you of incest.
Bro.
Is that's been proven, right? I mean, no,
No.
it says the marrying.
No, I don't know what.
Allegedly. Bro, you better say allegedly, bro, because I'm be real with you, that has not been proven. I know everybody want to sit there and say Ilhan Omar married her brother, but no, she did not marry her brother, guys. Actually, the guy that she married that you're claiming to be her brother came from the UK. Ilhan Omar came here in the 90s when we was actually getting involved in Somalia, by the way. America was getting involved in Somalia under Bill Clinton in the 90s. All right, now you get that. This is one of the reasons why Ilhan Omar is here, through our intervention, which we're afraid might actually happen again. We get another Ilhan Omar, but this time from Venezuela. Do you want a Venezuelan Ilhan Omar? Well, actually, now that I think about it, that might not be too bad. I'm be real with you. I'm be real with you. But that's pretty much it there. The main thing about Ilhan Omar that's funny is that she's on her third husband, and she cheated on her second one for the third one, while also helping the third one kick back campaign finances through his, consulting company. Her campaign money got kicked back to her third husband consulting company while she was married to her second husband, and also cheating on that man. So 3 husbands, cheated on the second one. I'm gonna be real with you. That's more of a spicier and true story than her messing with her brother, or, have you guys say married her brother.
You're talking about. I'm just saying how ridiculous it is that anybody would accuse you of it. I just chose Ilhan Omar.
I got it. Out of the blue.
Yeah.
It seems like they wanted Trump in prison, but they want Maduro free. Is that the Democrat strategy?
Right. If any law is meant to be broken, if it in any way has to do with President Trump, here, however, what's more simple than a criminal indictment that, by the way, the original one issued under Biden's watch, and then hauling that person to court?
No, that marriage license that was released, now you're switching it, because you first said it was her first husband. Y'all found out he's from the UK. Now you're saying it's her second husband. And guess what? Her second husband, not either. You can actually track back his records to separate parents as well. Well, hold on, bro. And somebody said they released the marriage license. Bro, so you tell me if I post you and your wife's marriage license, that I can say that's your sister? Like, they post the marriage license set. That doesn't mean anything. That just proves that she was married to the guy. That's why I was embarrassed when the White House released that bullshit. I was like, bro, this proves nothing. Why don't you release, I don't know, a DNA test proving that they're related as well, instead of just providing a marriage license proving that she was married to this man? Crazy.
Some reason this absolutely implodes because
it
all occurred under President Trump's watch. The thing that I'm most surprised by in that montage was Stregonona there, the one who was like in her 90s, who doesn't remember, who questions the authority by which we are arresting Maduro, when she's the one that should remember. I'm now used to, unfortunately, all of these Democrat politicians and all of these sophomores that are protesting outside, forgetting everything about history. But I would think someone of her age would remember exactly what happened, for example, with Noriega, and maybe back to the 1800s case I mentioned earlier, because maybe she's that old. But the whole point is that, again, to go back to that criminal jurisdiction, even if a defendant never set foot here, even if everything illegal happened off this shore, it is well settled, even if, per the Noriega comment, even if the capture violated international law and we improperly and unlawfully permeated that airspace and the sovereign land, even if the invasion itself was unlawful, which, by the way, all of those things are not here, even so, nothing strips the court of the jurisdiction over this criminal case. So people like Kamala, look, I know Kamala didn't pass the bar in the first time. I know she has an issue with knowing the law. So maybe I'm here to remind her that, yes, he squarely belongs in that court. And the court specifically talked about, even if this is someone who was abducted, and here she's the one that says, correct, he is a dictator. Correct, he is not an actual sovereign president or state. So leader of a state. So she should know more than anyone that this was the most lawful thing about it. And unlike Noriega, this was safer. We didn't even need to use Metallica, right? So everyone here, it just goes to show that they have to say something. They have to have that clickbait. They can't simply say, thank you, President Trump, for hauling in the dictator that deserves to be in the defendant chair, that deserves to answer for millions of people whose lives have been ruined and hundreds of thousands of people who have died under his impervious watch. But unfortunately, they just want that dopamine hit. They want the followers rather than constituents to applaud them.
Congress has every right to expect to be made aware of a military attack on land. and they should have the right to be consulted. We have a history in recent years where at least the Gang of Eight, the heads of the Intelligence Committee and the leaders in both the House and the Senate, there's a trust that the president, regardless of any party. I don't know about the young lady, the woman you were talking about, what may have motivated her to say what she said. But this is why I think it's incumbent upon the president to come before the country. I think the country wants to understand, which I think we all.
Here's the thing, though. War with Venezuela wasn't on Trump's mind. That's what a lot of Dems got to get through their head, and I don't think they understand that. The objective wasn't to get into a fight with Venezuela. The objective was to capture Maduro and charge him on drug costs. And then while doing that, hopefully we can get a leader who's going to give us everything we want out of Venezuela. And if they don't, then it does sound like Trump said, we will go ahead and cause another regime change until we get what we want. So that's the reality of it. It's not really a war with Venezuela until they are saying, all right, cool. Well, until they actually can drag us into one. I mean, and it doesn't seem like they can. When we swooped through and hit all their military targets, that was literally their chance to strike back at us, and they weren't able to do so. So, and Trump is saying he's willing to go back there again and do the same thing. So let's be honest here. No war was declared on Venezuela. This was just pretty much an extraction. U.S. strike with an extraction involved. Then, yes, you can also call it an invasion as well.
Understand, we got a narco terrorist.
That is fair.
And we've arrested him. And that was the right thing to do. I think the confusion comes as people are trying to digest. What does this mean for military action in Venezuela? Should we expect another? The president, I think, flippantly and in his own way said that the vice president, who is now the president, she should expect worse if she does not follow what we're saying. I think the confusion for a lot of people, Emily, and those around the table, is when President Trump in the press conference at Mar-a-Lago, which I watched very closely and watched Secretary Rubio very closely, when he was asked what's going to happen in Venezuela now, and he said, we're going to run the country. I think that's what really provoked and catalyzed a lot of this reaction. I think the Democrats were reacting the way some are. You're right, Jesse and Dana, there's an inconsistency in what, and Greg, you pointed out something that Senator Murphy said.
But all right, though. Now, as we go into the next video, I do want to go ahead and play this clip real quick. Shout out to Steph. She just sent this in. Go ahead and play it real quick. Wait, actually, speaking of the devil, shout out Steph. Appreciate you, sis. She says, gosh darn it, Set, please play the video in Discord. And I got you, sis. I got you. Don't worry. All right. Check this out, guys.
Maduro, who I've met, is a dictator, plain and simple. The Venezuelan people need our support to recover their democracy and rebuild their country.
I'm angry on behalf of Americans, on behalf of Congress. And
look at everybody erupting and singing and.
I mean, come on now. We didn't even enslave them yet. Hopefully not. I mean, come on now. We didn't even take over their oil and their resources yet. I mean, y'all not even an enslaved colony yet, okay, guys? And here's the problem about Venezuela, and this is the sad reality of the world. Apparently, Venezuela, well, we thought it was a second-tier country that can pretty much choose the superpowers they work with. Because, you know, the first-tier countries are the three superpowers, which is the United States, Russia, and China. The second-tier countries are the countries that are able to choose, you know, which devil they want to work with, the U.S., Russia, or China. And then the third world countries, the third-tier countries, are the ones that the first-tier countries decide who they mess with. You know, like most African countries, and now recognize it. Well, and now Venezuela, because Venezuela can't even choose who they want to work with, what superpower they want to work with. We chose for them. That lets you know something.
There is so much emotion in this.
Trump said the United States will be running Venezuela.
I'm here at El Arepaso in Doral, the heart of Venezuela in Miami, and we are looking at all of the reactions to the capture of Venezuelan dictator Maduro.
It's very, very exciting. It's incredible. We want to say thank you, Trump. Thank you.
I'm really happy right now because my country is free. This emotion behind me is really indescribable. The Bible right now llega a todo el mundo la vibra que se siente aquí. Venezuela libre.
Well, like I said, man, looks happy to me. And bro, there's just so many videos out there of Venezuelans wanting Maduro back, Venezuelans cheering that he's gone. So, like I said, it's one letting y'all know there's two groups out there. There's two of them. And don't let the media trick you and think that there's only just one group out there that just everybody in Venezuela is happy about this. No, they're not. I mean, look at their vice president. Think about it like this. If there were nobody in Venezuela who missed Maduro or who wasn't in support of the Maduro regime, then why is the vice president still there? Why did the Supreme Court of Venezuela pretty much install her in there, knowing damn well she's basically a Maduro part 2? I mean, why? If there wasn't people there weren't people in Venezuela who still support Maduro. Like, you kind of see where I'm getting at here. Obviously, there's still support for Maduro in Venezuela. Obviously, there's people who still support Maduro in high numbers. If even the Supreme Court is installing, well, a Maduro part 2, which is D.I.C. Rodriguez. Shout out to that young lady. I mean, good luck. Don't get your head taken off out here. But all right, now let's go ahead and get back to our guys over here at Fox News. Let's see what they're saying. Let's see here.
Okay, I want to bring in Paul Morrow now, attorney, retired NYPD inspector, and Fox News contributor, live outside the Manhattan federal courtroom now. So talk to us about what was going on inside, because you had that look, and particularly this paragraph, when they were discussing when to set up motion schedules and all of that. And as we were just talking about how complicated this case is going to be, was there any reaction from Maduro?
Not really. You know, everybody's in federal court. Everybody's observing the sort of ceremonial atmosphere of it, including Maduro. That said, I would characterize him as quietly, maybe solemnly defiant. At one point, he made a statement about the fact that he is not only innocent, but still the president of his country. The takeaway, I think, in a larger sense, is that everybody, that is, he and his wife, plead not guilty to all counts. But as you say, his attorney, a man named Pollock, did at one point stand up, and when they were talking about scheduling motion practice, did say we expect a voluminous and complicated process here. And so at least until March 17th, Maduro waives his right to speedy trial, meaning essentially the clock stops, and they're all going to be setting up and working out a schedule to start exchanging what is apparently a lot of stuff.
Could you see them both, he and his wife? I mean, did they look, in your estimation, and you know, things are being described to us, and we're trying to convey that to the audience. Maduro stood up at the end, shuffled papers, and then took them with him, so he won the battle of whether or not he could keep his notes. And he has on tan trousers, orange sneakers. She was described
changed outfit
with
like
kind
3
of a
times.
weak, thin voice, somebody smaller, that sort of thing, and now says she was injured in what she calls the abduction.
Should be all right.
Yeah, so the camera, the way it was focused, and from my purview, was on the two defendants and their counsel, as well as the prosecutor's table. The judge was not visible, nor was the gallery. In a general sense, the judge came across as forceful. It was interesting. He made a statement at the outset that struck me as a little unusual. You got the sense he was speaking to the world at large and not just Nicolas Maduro and his wife. He said something like, I am here to make sure that this is a fair and just proceeding. It sounded to me like he was making a sort of large statement about the quality of jurisprudence in his courtroom for public consumption. And I took that to mean outside of America as well. And then, of course, when he started to go into the reading of the charges, you had the translation issue. And
all right now, but, well, Maduro pleads not guilty. Maduro, I am innocent. I am not guilty. I am a decent man. All right, then. I mean, according to Maduro, he's a decent man. I mean, innocent to proven guilty. Am I right? Of course I am. So, innocent to proven guilty, guys. We'll wait. But in the words of Uncle Ruckus,
Guilty. That nigga is guilty.
So, but we'll see, though. Like I said, guilty until proven innocent until proven guilty. Innocent until proven guilty. Sorry. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and hear our guy Todd Blanche, a legal explanation for Maduro's arrest. So let's see what he got to say. Oh, this guy, Bill Barr.
Now, tonight, there's growing debate over whether the president's actions in Venezuela were in fact legal, and did they violate the UN Charter?
Oh, shoot. And shout out to my man, Maine. He says, take a glimpse of Morgan Freeman's post on X. I got you.
Joining us tonight to discuss it all is U.S. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Mr. Blanche, thanks so much for joining our broadcast tonight. I know you're incredibly busy. I do want to start, though, with the UN Charter, which the U.S. has signed, saying it won't attack a sovereign nation. Did this arrest violate that charter?
Hi, how are you? No, absolutely, positively not. And any real debate around that should have been settled by what's been discussed since what happened on Friday night and Saturday morning. The United States has an absolute legal right to go and arrest people charged with horrible crimes, including narco-terrorism, which is what these two individuals are charged with. And so this was not an invasion of a country. This was not us going in and doing something that violates any international law. It was us going and securing the arrest of two individuals wanted for very, very serious crimes in the United States.
But as you know, there are a lot of questions about the legality of all this. And Maduro himself in court said he was kidnapped. What was the Office of Legal Counsel's role in all of this? Did they have a role? Did they offer a new opinion ahead of this operation?
The Department of Justice, the Department of War.
Oh, yeah. I went ahead and found that tweet. Well, pretty much, I guess Morgan Freeman was caught with egg on his face. I mean, hey, so, people change their opinions. What was it? August 1st, 2024, the world cannot stand by and let Maduro steal the election in Venezuela. And then not one day ago, if you want Trump removed from power immediately for abducting Maduro and his wife while they slept without congressional approval, I'm like, heart, if you want, I'm like, come on now. Like, bro. That's what I'm saying. They did just kind of switch up on us. They definitely switched up. It's like, I thought y'all hated Maduro. Now y'all want the man to be freed. Now it's shame on us. Now that, Trump did what you were pretty much asking Biden to do. Like, why the switch up?
The Department of State, the White House, we of course did everything within the law. There's no doubt. The fact that the defendant today suggested he was kidnapped, he was handcuffed and taken into U.S. custody to face charges in a U.S. courtroom like thousands of defendants are across this country every year. And so, yes, of course, we operated within the law. We don't do things that are outside the bounds of the law. And any question to the contrary, especially now that we've seen the indictment unsealed, we've seen what happened since Saturday. He's now appeared in federal court along with his wife, and they have counsel. They will get their day in court. But no, there's no violation of law. What we did was not only right and not only legal, but it's what the American people expect us to do when we file charges against individuals like him.
Was the Office of Legal Counsel consulted on this? Did they weigh in? Did they sign off on this?
We don't, the Office of Legal Counsel consults the Department of Justice, the Department of War on all kinds of issues. I'm not going to get into any discussions in particular that we had with OLC on this particular mission, but suffice to say, there is no doubt that what we did was legal. And there's no doubt in my mind, and there shouldn't be any doubt in any Americans' minds that what we did was legal.
Let's talk about the details of this case. The indictment reads sort of like a movie, if all that evidence is true. In your opinion, after seeing sort of the indictment, working on this case, what is the key piece of evidence? Even if the judge upholds this, how are you going to tie Maduro to all of this?
Well, when you say even if the judge upholds this, he's been indicted by a grand jury in New York for the second time. I mean, to be clear, what this 2025 indictment showed is that the conspiracy that was alleged up through 2020 when he was indicted the first time just didn't stop. He continued, as alleged, the work that he was doing.
Yeah, under the Biden administration, he was pretty much deemed a narco trafficker, or pretty much a trafficker, narco terrorist, working with the cartel, helping to transport drugs, and working with those type of people. So he's been known to do this for a while now, for a long time, since 2020.
Helping to orchestrate a major international infrastructure that brought tons and tons of cocaine to the United States. And he continued doing that, as alleged in the indictment, up until 2025. And so this is, like I said, he'll get his day in court with a jury of his peers in New York. And as alleged, like you said, it does read a little bit like a movie. This was an infrastructure and a very organized group of individuals from all over the world, different different gangs and different terrorist organizations that work together to bring drugs into this country. And that's what I expect the evidence in trial will show.
But if you could share with our viewers, what is the strongest piece of evidence? I mean, do you have cooperating witnesses that are going to walk a jury through exactly how Nicolas Maduro, who was the leader of Venezuela, was tied to this drug smuggling?
Yeah.
Well, so I'm not going to talk about the types of evidence that we have beyond what's in the indictment, but I think one thing should be obvious to folks watching tonight, which is that the original indictment, there's already been several individuals who have pled guilty to the charges alleged in that indictment. There's no doubt that the Venezuelan government has been part of a massive effort to bring cocaine in the United States for a very, very long time. And so, yes, we'll prove this case like we prove every case in federal court. I expect there'll be witnesses. I expect there'll be cooperating witnesses. There'll be documentary evidence. And at the end of the day, as alleged, we will prove beyond a reasonable doubt what's charged in the indictment, those 4 counts, not only against Mr. Maduro, but against his wife as well.
I want to walk you through some of the allegations and our viewers as well. Here's one section of the indictment. By in or about 2020, the State Department estimated that between 200 and 250 tons of cocaine were trafficked through Venezuela annually. The maritime shipments were shipped north from Venezuela's coastline using go-fast vessels, fishing boats.
Yeah, because let's be real. When it comes to fentanyl, not a lot of it goes through cocaine. I mean, not cocaine. Not a lot of fentanyl goes through Venezuela, but a whole lot of cocaine goes through Venezuela. And of course, like I said, heroin as well. And then, of course, the human trafficking and smuggling they do as well through Venezuela. So let's not pretend that, the cartel or that Venezuela has no value to the cartel. Like, let's not sit there and play dumb. Like, we know what it is, right? Of course we do.
And container ships. I know this is not a court of law, but I am curious. How do you go from there directly to the head of state of Venezuela?
Look, I mean, that's a good question. You do it with evidence. You do it with the testimony of witnesses, and you do it with individuals who participated or who knew about what was going on. I mean, this isn't the first drug case that the Southern District of New York has brought. I mean, they do this all the time. And any time that you're going after literally like the architects of a major criminal organization like this, obviously you're going to rely on individuals who knew what was going on and knew what the other participants were doing. And I expect that's what the Southern District of New York will do here. It's worth reminding everybody, this again is just
guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get us to 100 likes by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's go ahead and get back into it.
Continuation of the charges filed against Mr. Maduro in 2020. So it just all what we're doing here is we're showing up the evidence. There's some more cooperating witnesses that are described in the superseding indictment, and we're showing that conspiracy that lasted for a very, very long time didn't stop in 2020 when the first indictment was filed. That continued all the way up until 2025.
I'm going to ask you about one more section because this is sort of stunning if this is true. Between approximately 2006 and 2008, while acting as Venezuela's Minister of Foreign Affairs, Maduro sold Venezuelan diplomatic passports to individuals that Maduro knew were drug traffickers in order to assist traffickers seeking to move drug proceeds from Mexico to Venezuela under diplomatic cover. Now here, Mr. Deputy Attorney General, you have a direct link where you're accusing Maduro of essentially making fake passports and giving them to drug dealers. How do you prove that?
Again, look, and it's not that's not me saying that. That's an indictment that's brought by a grand jury sitting in the Southern District of New York. And the way you prove that is exactly as you can imagine. I expect there will be testimony from witnesses who either participated in that event or were aware of those passports and of that conduct being conducted. That's what I expect the grand jury had to hear about when they were considering whether to vote on that indictment. And that's exactly what a jury will hear about if there's a trial in this case. You are right. This does read a little bit like a movie, and the idea that this conduct was able to happen for so long. It shows why we've had such a.
I'm weak. He said it reads like a movie. AKA, man, you could have took this and made like a Grammy Award, Oscar award-winning movie out of that entire affidavit, out of the entire charges that were put up against Maduro. He said it reads like a movie. Basically, almost you can make a Netflix series out of it. I mean, F it. Why not? I did it with Pablo Escobar. I mean, you damn near made like 4 spinoffs. But all right, guys, let's get into White House official. U.S. in charge of Venezuela becomes, whoops, here it is. Becomes military stationed outside the country. So let's hear it. Well, let's listen to Sid's favorite Republican, Stephen Miller.
Briefed on the Venezuela. So a source briefed on the Venezuelan operation told me that a handful of American troops sustained bullet and shrapnel wounds, but none are life-threatening. Can you share with us how serious any injuries to American service members might be, and also any information you can tell us about any Venezuelan civilian casualties?
Yes. Well, let me take the second part first, which is that the overwhelming share of casualties and fatalities that were inflicted were against the Cuban guard that had exerted control over the people of Venezuela. So what many don't realize is that for years, Maduro stayed in power through an illicit deal with Cuban communists to provide his security because he didn't trust his own people to keep him safe. That is how much he was hated inside of Venezuela. So what our special forces encountered when they did that daring midnight assault into Caracas were armed Cuban guards, and they sustained massive numbers of casualties. I can't give you an exact number. The numbers that you've seen in terms of the Cuban guards publicly reported are probably lower than the actual number that were killed. To your first question, no, none of the, at least as I've been briefed, none of the injuries are life-threatening. Everybody is stable. And it just underscores the remarkable skill, precision, courage, and capability of our special forces. And I wanted to set the table one more time for your audience. I'm sure you've talked about it at length already, but the United States of America launched an assault force into Venezuelan territory, which has sophisticated air defense systems, which has sophisticated surveillance systems, which has weaponry that they've received that can take out planes and helicopters from our foreign adversaries they've been stockpiling for years in anticipation of the possibility of such an action. Maduro was staying in a military fortress. In other words, since the United States had started amassing this armada under President Trump's leadership and direction, he'd increasingly narrowed the scope of his own movement. He was sleeping in a fortress. And so we flew into Caracas. These special forces engage in direct gunfire with elite Cuban guards, and every single kill was an enemy kill.
So there were no civilian casualties?
Well, I didn't see any reports of any civilian casualties. But my point is that in this raging gunfire battle that took place, the point that I'm making to you is no Americans were killed. Because of the planning, skill, and preparation, the enemy sustained massive losses. Not one of our assets was lost, not one of our people was lost.
So let's talk about what next. Delcy Rodriguez was formally sworn as Venezuela's acting president this afternoon. She was the vice president. She described the U.S. intervention as, quote, without a doubt, Zionist in character, unquote.
And the had a Zionist tinge to it. And the reason why she said it has a Zionist tinge because Maduro, he's pro-Palestine. He doesn't recognize Israel as a state, and he sees them as a genocidal. And yeah, he calls what's happening in Gaza a genocide, which I actually agree with him on that one. So I mean, weird, but yeah. So it's kind of one of the main reasons why they oppose America's tyranny, or America tyranny. That's what they're calling it, America's tyranny. And we call it America, I guess, throwing our weight around. But yeah, one of the main reasons that, well, the people of Venezuela, the government of Venezuela don't like us is our allegiance to Israel. And they believe we're just a Zionist-ran nation, which they kind of got a point. But that's still not going to stop us from getting our way in Venezuela. But she does have a point by saying that, this regime change has a Zionist tinge to it because, Maduro was pro-Palestine. He didn't recognize Israel as a state, and he was saying what was happening in Gaza was a genocide. Well, yeah, that gets you back. Oh, yeah, and then there was another reason, too. He was also trying to buy, oil in Chinese yuan. He was about to start switching over to buying oil in Chinese yuan, and we just couldn't have that. Couldn't have that whatsoever.
Acting President Rodriguez, someone that the U.S. can work with?
So the acting president put out a statement. I want to say, Jake, it was last night, pledging cooperation with the United States, pledging full and complete cooperation.
But they also just passed a law saying that if you supported the operation again, outlawing individuals or threatening with.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like, bro, Fox News, I'm gonna be real with you guys. Fox News is telling us a completely different story than what everybody else is saying. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's like, it's only Fox News promoting that, oh, everybody in the streets is celebrating, everything is all good. Oh, thank God. But one, the people, Maduro's team is still in power. They just outlawed the support of the U.S. and any type of anti-Maduro support, and they're asking for Maduro back. What does that tell you? Like, well, I know a lot of you are saying, well, it tells us that we need to actually go in there and take care of that Dulce or DIC Rodriguez lady. And I mean, yeah, you could think that way as well. But then it also says that, maybe the next time we go in there might be a little bit more of a fight. So we'll see what happens.
Criminal penalties, individuals, if they supported the operation against Maduro. I think they did that today.
Well, the good news there, Jake, is that nobody inside of Venezuela supported the operation, so it's a law without meaning or effect. Look, Jake, there's going to be some posturing that occurs when a nation has been so thoroughly defeated in this way. The United States of America, think about this, Jake. The United States of America has encircled this nation for months. One of the largest naval armadas in history has been stationed off its coast.
Yeah.
Fighter jets have been encircling the island. We've been engaging in kinetic lethal strikes against Maduro's drug boats and trained Arauca gang members leaving the island.
Yeah.
We have launched a complete oil embargo of the ghost fleet, the dark ships.
We've
and
been
now
covering
on
all
top
of it.
of that,
Yeah.
and now on top of all of that, right? Maduro is sitting in a jail cell in New York, as is his wife. So of course there's going to be, this is very important though, of course there's going to be some posturing.
Okay.
Without giving anything away, I want to be very clear. Very clear. The government has sent messages. This is such an important point, Jake. To the Secretary of State, to our senior U.S. government official negotiators. They have sent message after message making clear that they will meet the terms, demands, conditions, and requirements of the United States.
Okay.
And I want to be very clear about that.
So the question about who is now running Venezuela is one that even members of Congress who are big Trump supporters.
Honestly, this is where even I got to call into question it. It's like, all right, so we took out Maduro, and this DIC Rodriguez lady, which was the VP of Venezuela, is now running things. And she's basically, like I said, a Maduro part 2. Like all the same policies with socialism and all that good stuff. She's demanding that we bring Maduro back. So we took out Maduro, but his people are still in charge. Now, she could be, like Trump said, Trump's not worried. The way Trump is acting, it sounds like she's kind of playing both sides. Like she's saying one thing to her people, and then she's saying one thing behind closed doors to Trump. So we'll see if that's true and how that progresses. Because as of now, it seems like the Maduro regime is cracking down on anybody who's speaking up about it. I told you about 2 to 3 hours ago, there are shootings going around the presidential area, or I'm sorry, but the presidential building in Venezuela. So things are pretty hot. Things are pretty hot in Venezuela right now. We're, like I said, as the day progresses, we find out more and more.
Say they're not quite sure about. Senate Majority Leader John Thune told CNN's Manaraju that he doesn't know what President Trump meant by his assertion that the U.S. is running Venezuela, and he said he needs more information. Can you tell us what the president means when he says, is acting President Delcy Rodriguez in charge? Is she running Venezuela or not?
Well, what the president said is true. The United States of America is running Venezuela. By definition, that's true. Jake, we live in a we live in a world in which you can talk all you want about international niceties and everything else. But we live in a world, in the real world, Jake, that is governed by strength, that is governed by force, that is governed by power. These are the iron laws of the world that
But are you
existed
saying
since
that
the beginning of time.
But in terms
The
of
United
day-to-day
States-
operations,
So, AKA, might makes right. I mean, it's so many words. That's pretty much what he's hitting us with. He's like, look, bro, I'm just going to keep it real with you. And like I was saying, too, Like, bro, the way the world works, there is first world order law. I would say, well, let's see this: first tier, second tier, and third tier countries. 3 groups of countries. And like I said, the first tier are the superpowers, with the United States, China, and Russia. The second tier are the countries who can choose what superpower they work with. The third tier are the countries who don't get no say in who they work with, don't even get a say in how they use their resources or how their economies ran or who's their effing leader. Those are your third world. Those are your third tier countries, like, well, most African countries.
In Venezuela.
And well, now that we see Venezuela,
that is acting President Rodriguez, right? It's not some sort of
No,
American
what I'm
emissary.
No, what I'm saying is, we'll keep going here, Jake. So I want to say what I'm saying, and you'll follow up. But what I'm saying is just one level above that, which is
hilarious. Shout out to my man Hellbat. He said, best part is all the right people condemned the Maduro arrest, such as Hamas and Putin, and they can't get their oil now. Fuck them. I mean, yeah, of course, Iran's upset, Russia's upset, China's going like, hey, you're breaking international law, because we just cut off a decent part of their oil supply and a really good supply of cheap oil. So, of course, they're going to be mad. They're going to be throwing a little temper tantrum. And when we go meet with China for negotiations, we're like, yeah, you know how you use Venezuela? Yeah, that's ours now. We're going to be looking at them like, yeah, that autumn oil barrels.
I stole that shit. Stole that shit. That's what I'm doing, nigga. But, nigga, I stole that shit.
And that's exactly how Trump is going to walk in talking to Xi.
By definition, we are in charge because we have the United States military stationed outside the country. We set the terms and conditions. We have a complete embargo on all of their oil and their ability to do commerce. So for them to do commerce, they need our permission. For them to be able to run an economy, they need our permission. So the United States is in charge. The United States is running the country during this transition period.
If that's true,
obviously that doesn't mean that President Trump is setting the bus fare schedule inside the country.
So
doesn't mean that President Trump is assigning the K-12 curriculum in the country.
The indictment that the president and the military were acting on from 2020 was of 6 people. 2 of them were seized on Saturday by our special operators. There are 4 other individuals indicted who remain in Venezuela. Is the U.S. demanding that they be turned over? That one of them is Maduro's son. One of them is a former government official. One is a current government official. And one of them is the head of Tren de Aragua, as I'm sure you know. Are they going to be turned over if President Trump is, in fact, running Venezuela in the way you described?
Well, I don't want to, obviously, what we have to balance here, Jake, which I think you more than most understand. We have to balance between, of course, what I can say to you publicly versus very close hold conversations that might be happening privately. And I know you understand and respect that. But I'll answer the question in this way. There might be individuals who are fugitives from American justice that could become part of a future conversation. But it's also true that for government leaders inside of Venezuela, as the president has said, right, we want an interim government that will respect the interests of the people of Venezuela, that wants a good, peaceful, secure future for Venezuela. So I would just say it this way. For those who may be indicted, the best choice they can possibly make is to be part of a constructive decision-making process for the future of Venezuela.
Basically, lose your socialist ways, do what we say, and, well, you'll be alive to see the next day. It's basically what we're telling the current administration in Venezuela. But let's see if they take that threat seriously, or will they drag us into, well, a conflict or a war. So let's see how this goes, guys. But all right, now, shout out my man City actually sent this in. Apparently Megyn Kelly has something to say.
When I was at Fox News, which was a long time, 14 years, I would have known exactly what to do in the wake of Trump's attack in Venezuela, his retrieval, shall we say, to put it in mild terms, of Nicolas Maduro. I would have known that I was supposed to cheerlead it. And I turned on Fox News yesterday, and I'm sorry, but it was like watching Russian propaganda. There was nothing skeptical. It was all rah, cheerleading. Yes, let's go. When I was at Fox News, which was...
Yeah, that's true. Like I said, it was literally no type of speculation. Nobody said, well, what if... None of that. It was just nothing but cheerleading, and to the point where even I was like, Like, all right, guys, like, trust me, I want to believe that this is going to be a happily ever after, but that'd be pretty naive to sit there and think that after the history we got with this. Like, and then let's not just sit here and try to call us the Panikins because we're over here bringing up the history of regime change. For some reason, they hate when we do that. But all right, though. All right. And now, I mean, not just me, myself, and other guys in MAGA, but when the Dems do it as well, and they have every right to do so. But hey, it is what it is. Now let's get over to our girl, Marjorie Taylor Greene, who is now stepping down from Congress, but she has a farewell message, a parting message to Republicans.
You voted for this president 3 times. Is this what you voted for?
Not only did I vote for the president 3 times, I was one of the few Republicans that stood by him early on when the rest of the Republicans turned their back on him. I also campaigned all over the country for him and attended many of those rallies where the campaign promises were no more foreign wars.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys. Let's get those likes up.
More regime change and putting the American people first. Caitlin, those are the things that I believe on and have stood on in principle, not only in principle, but by actions as well. I never voted to fund Ukraine. I never voted to fund any of the foreign wars. And I worked hard to get rid of foreign aid and funding foreign governments and foreign people. That's what I believe in. However, it is concerning to see what's happening and the direction that the Trump administration is moving in. We can say, thankfully, that Maduro has been arrested. We can say we're happy for the Venezuelan people, but we can also look to all the regime changes before in Iraq and Libya and Syria. And we said the same things for the people of those countries. But then we watch those countries fall into turmoil and civil war, and we watch the rise of ISIS and terrorism, and we watch U.S. troops remain in those countries for a very long time, and many flag-draped coffins come home. And that's what many Americans don't want to see happen. And tonight it is disturbing to see the latest news coming out.
And the worst part about it is, like I said, let's say we go into Venezuela and they take a couple American lives. The worst part about that is that I don't believe that, well, these guys in the Fox and in my own party are going to accept that as this is what we were talking about. This is what we didn't want. No, they're going to use those deaths to rally into a war with not Vietnam, but Venezuela. I mean, I'm just calling it out before if it happens, trust me, if any life is lost, we will use those lives, not as a reminder to not getting to war, but as a reason to get into war.
Venezuela, where there is chaos and possibly some sort of civil war or sort of chaos and disruption happening. And we care about people, but we care about our country too, Caitlin. And to me, America first is what matters most, and the American people matter most. And I believe the focus should be strong domestic policy to help Americans afford life, afford health care, health insurance, be able to buy a home, an affordable home, and live the American dream. And so I unapologetically support America first. And as an American, it's okay to disagree with the president that I helped get elected, and it's okay to disagree with other Americans. But what's not okay is for our government to put their full focus on foreign countries.
Do you think that Marco Rubio, Stephen Miller, Pete Hegseth,
Agreed.
and J.D. Vance should be running Venezuela, as the president puts it?
I would like.
I mean, it's actually kind of funny. It's like Trump is probably going to be your first two-nation president. He's the president of the United States and the president of Venezuela at the same damn time. So, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm going to stop saying that because I know I'm going to offend a lot of people saying that.
Like to see our elected president and vice president and his administration running America. I think that's most important for the American people and our interest. And we have real problems here at home. We're nearly $40 trillion in debt. They've done a great job stabilizing inflation that was record high under the Biden administration. They've done a wonderful job securing the border, and I love seeing the crime statistics go down. But I would like to see a continued focus on domestic policy that helps the American people. That's the country that they are supposed to be running, and I hope the United States of America is the.
And shout out to my man Maine. Appreciate the support, my brother. He says Trump 2028 MAGA. Hey, I appreciate the support, Maine. And like I said, hey, look, I'm MAGA, but like I'm not trying to get into any foreign wars. Like I said, the only reason I'm not too upset at Trump for striking Venezuela and capturing Maduro is because it went off without a cinch, and we didn't end up getting dragged into a war or a conflict or losing American lives just to get one guy. I mean, man, imagine if that was what we were dealing with. But we're not, so we don't really gotta think about it like that. But let's not pretend like it can't happen if we try to go in there for the IC Rodriguez.
Country they stay focused on running.
The White House is arguing they can do both, basically, that they can deal with what's happening in Venezuela and also address those other campaign promises. Do you see it that way if there's not really a clear plan that's been laid out, at least so far, for what happens next in Venezuela?
Again, from an America First standpoint, Caitlin, Venezuela belongs to the Venezuelan people, and they should elect their own government leaders. We have elected our government leaders, the Trump administration, and we've elected them to run America, not to be globalist, not to run other countries.
I mean, hold on now. That's not what a globalist is, sweetheart. A globalist is those people who don't believe in borders and who's huge fans of globalization and high immigration. That's not a globalist. Just because you want, I mean, that's more of an imperialist stance.
Not to pursue regime change and foreign wars. We very much need our government and our government leaders to focus on the American people and the issues that we care about on Main Street, USA.
It sounds like you think the president is breaking a campaign promise.
I know the campaign promises that I made, Caitlin, and that's America First. And I've stuck with those. I've said no more foreign wars, no regime change. That's why I always voted against it and never voted to fund any of the foreign wars. That's why I'm able to say I don't think this is a good thing. Of course, we want the people of Venezuela to have freedoms, and we want them to have a good, stable government. And of course, Maduro is a bad guy, and administrations in the past, the Biden administration before that, all were putting out bounties on his head. Of course, I can say killing Americans with illegal drugs is bad, and I'm fully against it. And that's why I impeached Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas. Those were my articles of impeachment that passed the House. So I can have all of those views and at the same time say I very much want our American president and his administration to focus on America first.
You have been very...
Now, believe it or not, this could be spun into America first. I mean, we need oil. We need natural resources. We want to start rare earth refinery, but we don't want to do it and hurt our land. So how can we get this off without doing all the above without all the negative? And of course, that would be, hey, yo, let's go ahead and do rare earth refinery in Venezuela and not hurt our land. Let's go ahead and pick up more oil in Venezuela and not ruin our land again. And let's just go ahead and, I mean, be quite honest, you take all the gold and silver because, hey, man, we need it for the tech. Okay, guys, we need it for the tech, and Elon needed for his nice little Teslas. All right. So yeah, this could be America first, but in the worst way. Well, for Venezuela, by the way. And shout out to my man Hellbat. He says, "Who is ready for a no tax on overtime, baby?" I mean, hey, man, shout out to tax season.
Outspoken as a member of Congress. As of tomorrow morning, you're no longer going to be a member of Congress. How do you plan to hold a role if you're no longer in that position of power? You know, what do you think that looks like for you going forward?
Well, thankfully, I get to be an American citizen, just like I was before I became a member of Congress. Before I became a member of Congress in January of 2021, I had never held any political position. I was just a business owner, raised 3 kids, and enjoyed American life. And thankfully, that's something that I'll be able to enjoy once again. And being an American is such a privilege. We have such great freedoms and rights, and I'll use my voice to always defend those. But I've thankfully held the job title representative, Caitlin, and I think the job title speaks everything for the job. And so it's my hopes that whoever's the next representative for the great 14th district of Georgia will take that job title seriously, because I think that's something that's lost in Washington, D.C. Everyone goes to Washington and they get lost in all the special causes and the lobbyists in the hallways and the foreign interest and the committees, and they lose sight of the people back at home. And I never lost sight of the people back at home. They always were number one to me, and I really enjoyed going home as much as possible. So Caitlin, I'm very thankful that I get to spend more time with my family and friends and hold the very proud title of U.S. citizen.
Well, two of the biggest things you've spoken about as in your last few weeks and months as a representative was Jeffrey Epstein and how the Justice Department has handled that, and also healthcare. We heard from your colleague AOC, who was saying she believed the Venezuela move is about oil.
I'm real with you. NTG was killing me is that she's trying to ride out of here on this little superwoman wave, on this morality wave. But I mean, sis, if it mean that much for you, why are you stop fighting? Why stop the fight? I thought these Epstein victims actually meant that much. I thought American First meant that much. Because you're not getting your way, and of course the Republican Party, and definitely not with the president, you're just gonna give up. Like, well, damn, I guess you was never a fighter in the first place. And that's just my opinion, of course, but that's just how I'm seeing it.
Regime change said, quote, they need a trial now to pretend that it isn't, especially to distract from Epstein plus skyrocketing healthcare cost. Is that something that you agree with?
I wouldn't say that it's meant to be a distraction. I think those are all separate issues. So no, I don't necessarily agree with what she said. I signed my name on the discharge petition to release the Epstein files because I fully stand with women who were raped as teenagers.
I mean, you ain't standing with them no more, man. You going back to your $1 million construction company, and that's it. I mean, you're kind of giving up on the fight to go back to a life of leisure. It's kind of hard to respect, and be quite honest with you.
And releasing those files was a campaign promise. That was something that MAGA voted for, and the American people across political spectrums believe in and overwhelmingly demanded. So I'll never apologize for that, even though the president called me a traitor for standing with those victims.
That's not actually true. The president called you a traitor because you went against his immigration policy. You went against the tariff policy, all on CNN. You didn't go to no right-leaning media because you knew you were going to get pushback and you wanted to talk unopposed. That's why he called you a traitor. It's not because of the Epstein files. It's because you went all over left-wing media bashing him while playing two-faced and saying, well, I support the president. I support the president, but... and then saying everything unopposed on CNN and MSNBC, and you're expecting him to respect that? Like, I'm be real with you, I can't even respect that. And I mean, if you actually, let's be real, you should have came to at least Trump, or at least go to the Fox News where he watches the most, instead of them having them find out on social media about, oh, I'm getting his shit talked on CNN by my best, or one of my best supporters, so-called. I'm just saying there could have been a better way she could have got her message across to the right wing and Trump, instead of going on all the adversarial news stations and then thinking that's not going to make her look funny.
I think that healthcare is a separate issue, and it's extremely important. The Democrats created Obamacare and they passed the ACA tax credits. I didn't vote for those, and that has driven the cost of healthcare and health insurance to be unaffordable for many Americans. And it is a serious issue, and that's why I have pushed hard on my own party and the Speaker of the House, because Republicans have never presented an alternative plan, even though Mike Johnson said over and over again that he would have one on day one. And I think that's a complete failure to.
Wow. I mean, so you don't even know about the 2019 Republican health plan? And that's the problem. I mean, she spends so much time complaining, she don't even know what's really going on in front of her. And I mean, let's be real. Yes, the Republicans have a health plan. They made it in 2019, had all the flaws of Obamacare and what they would do to fix it and everything. You can read it and tell us if you disagree or not. But it's dishonest when you want to sit there and say that the Republicans have no plan, especially when Mike Johnson got it posted all over his website. And you can literally look this up. So it is misinformation, or it is dishonest when people say, oh, the Republicans have no health plan. No, they actually do. Problem is, nobody ever want to actually go look at it.
the American people.
And she knows that the Republicans have a health plan. She knows this. It's just after Republicans.
It's a serious issue, and Republicans can't dismiss it. But another serious issue is regime change and foreign wars. And I really hope to see the American people push back and say, let's focus on the United States of America, Mr. President, because that's what the American people deserve.
On the Jeffrey Epstein release, we still haven't seen the administration fully comply with the law that Congress passed to release all of those files. They say they're still going through millions of them, that it could take.
Look, and that's fine. You could call the plan a crap plan if you want to. That's just your opinion. But you can't say they didn't have a plan, even if you disagree with the plan. If you hate the plan, it's still a plan, regardless of your disagreement or your hatred for that plan. So it doesn't change the fact that they had a health plan, even if you don't think the health plan will work. It's still a plan. And of course, the DOJ is still working on releasing the Epstein files, even though they're redacting pages with no good reason that you would think she'd stay around to fight for if she really cared about the victims. I mean, shoot, personally, me, I wouldn't have given up until I at least got all the Epstein files out, fought hard to make sure that they actually get unredacted. Shit, they would have to primary me. I don't know. This is why I can't respect it. They'd have to primary my ass to get me up out of there. She just left willingly.
Maybe until the end of January. It's not really clear. Do you trust that they will ultimately release everything they are legally required to put out there?
At this point, Caitlin, after serving under the Biden administration and now under Republican Trump administration, many things in Washington stay the same, no matter who is in charge. And I think that's something that most Americans have come to realize. So I won't trust anything happens until I actually see it happen with my own eyes. But I certainly hope for the women that were victimized by Jeffrey Epstein and other rich, powerful elite men. I hope for them that the files do get released, and they are the ones that will know when it happens.
Do you have a parting message for your fellow lawmakers here in Washington, namely Republicans, your party?
My parting message for everyone is that we really need to join together and put America first. I'm one that has been vocal about being very tired of the toxic nature of politics because the division is causing us more problems. It isn't fixing any of our problems. So what I would say is I would encourage all lawmakers to look within themselves, examine their job title, which is representative, and work together to do good for the American people, because it's the American people that elects them. It's the American people that pay taxes, that pay for our government, and it's the American people that they swear an oath to serve. And so that would be my parting message for lawmakers.
Yeah, I know. And I like how she said that. Please remind them that they're supposed to be serving the American people and not a foreign country or their favorite lobby, aka whatever company they want to align with, or whatever industry they want to align with. But all right, man, let's go over to 7 minutes of unaccountability with Tim Walz. Walz quit Minnesota governor race, but he blames Trump. I mean, of course. I mean, that's all he's good at doing is blaming Trump.
Well, good morning, everyone, and Happy New Year. Like many Minnesotans, I have to tell you, I was glad to turn the page on 2025. It was an extraordinarily difficult year for our state.
Yeah, I know. You took an L.
And it ended on a particularly sour note. For the last
I know you got caught for letting a whole bunch of fraud go down, well, basically in your capital. So, yeah, it was terrible, bro. It was pretty terrible.
Several years, an organized group of criminals have sought to take advantage of this state's generosity. And even as we make progress in the fight against the fraudsters, we now see an organized group of political actors seeking to take advantage of a crisis. I don't want to mince words here. Donald Trump and his allies in Washington and in St. Paul and online want to make our state a colder, meaner place. They want to poison our people against each other by attacking our neighbors. And ultimately, they want to take away.
Hold on now. I mean, like, bro, we're not attacking everybody in Minnesota. We're just attacking the Somalians in Minneapolis that seem to be caught up in this Somali fraud ring. Yeah, the Somali fraud ring, that's particularly involves healthcare and daycares. Well, healthcare businesses and daycares. So I'm sorry, but don't get mad at us for calling out the ethnicity of the people who's committing this crime. Get mad at yourself for allowing them to do this crime and allowing them to be targeted like this. It's more your fault than us for. It's more your fault for letting them doing it than us for calling it out. I mean, I would hope they'd understand that.
Much of what makes Minnesota
Get mad at
the
us.
best place
We
in the
just
country
saying
to
what
raise
it-
a
we just
family.
calling it how we see
They've
it.
already begun trying to withhold funds that were meant to help families afford childcare, and they have no intention of stopping there. Make no mistake, we should be concerned about fraud in our state government. We cannot effectively deliver programs and services if we can't earn the public's trust. That's why over the past few years, we've made systemic changes in the way we do business. We've gone to the legislature time and time again to get more tools to combat fraud. We fired people who weren't doing their jobs. We've seen people go to jail for stealing from our state. We've cut off whole streams of funding in partnership with the federal government.
No, actually, no. It was actually the government. What was it? It was a Jim O'Neill guy who was deputy secretary at Health and Human Services. Yeah, shout out to Jim O'Neill. He's the one that shut it down. And then you guys sat there and complained about it, talking about how we're leaving kids without daycare, without any type of childcare. So yeah, it wasn't you. It was actually Jim O'Neill who took it upon himself to shut down honestly, the money that was going to these daycares and healthcare services.
Where we saw widespread criminal activity. We've put new locks on the doors of our remaining programs, and we've hired a new head of program integrity to make sure that those locks can't be broken. All across this state, Minnesotans are hard at work on this problem. Advocates, administrators, investigators are on the front lines defending the integrity of our state's programs, and I want to give a very heartfelt thank you to all of them. There is more to do. A single taxpayer dollar wasted on fraud should be intolerable. And while there's a role to play for everyone, from the legislature to prosecutors to insurance companies to local and county government, the buck does stop with me. My administration has been taking fast, decisive action to solve this crisis. We'll win the fight against the fraudsters.
Fast, decisive action, but it got like a 10-year history. Okay, Walz. Okay, fast, decisive action, but it's been going on for about a decade now. I mean, that's real fast. 10 years later is, hey, bro, that's the fastest sweep up to the problem I've ever seen, I guess. Hey, according to Walz, figuring out that, fraud's been going on 10 years later is pretty much fast on the problem. I mean, okay.
But the political gamesmanship we're seeing from Republicans is only making that fight harder.
Bruh.
We've got Republicans here in the state legislature playing hide and seek with potential whistleblowers. We've got conspiracy theorist right-wing YouTubers breaking into our daycares, demanding access to our children.
Whoa, breaking in? Breaking in. So you're bro, come on now, dog. I know you guys say, oh, well, you can't let them in if there's kids there. Yeah, you can. You could sit there and ask for information at a daycare while children are there. They usually lock off the play area for the children in their reception area. So yeah, you're allowed to go into a daycare and ask for information on how to enroll your kid in said daycare. And all daycares should be able to do that for you, to provide you a brochure and rates on which you can get your kid in there. For some reason, Nick Shirley couldn't get that. And I mean, let's be real. Even if it's a YouTuber, I'm be real with you, just to make your business look good and look legit, you would think that they would hand them a business card or some type of brochure so they can be like, look, I know you're investigating it, but I just want to let you know that, we're on the up and up. Not you guys sitting here defending, the fact that they're trying to hide the fraud. And let's be real, even if they are a legit company and they just didn't want to give them that information, they got to understand that they made themselves look bad by not being able to provide a brochure for him to look over to see how he'd get his kid in there, even if he had no interest in bringing his kid in. Even if he had no interest. So I'm sorry, but the excuse of, oh, well, there's kids in there and daycares can't let them in. Yes, the F they can actually. Actually, most daycares all daycares who are legit will let you into the reception area to get some information. I mean, we can at least agree on that.
We've got the President of the United States demonizing our Somali neighbors and wrongfully confiscating funds.
I mean, let's be real, guys. I mean, it's either, bro, best case scenario, discrimination, because for some reason, if you ain't Somalian, they won't give you no information on how to get into those daycares or how to, or get rates into enrollment into those daycares. So it's either discrimination, and you're only allowed to be Somalian and go in there, or it's fraud, or worst case scenario, since there's missing children on their attendance roster, which they're getting money for. I mean, hey, the worst case scenario, child trafficking. So which one is it? Because I'm sorry, but most likely it is fraud. But hey, since we don't know and y'all trying to hide, well, now we're able to assume
that Minnesotans rely on. It's disgusting and it's dangerous. Republicans are playing politics with the future of this state. It's shameful. And I've said it before, and I will continue to say it. We welcome ideas from anyone in any party, from any walk of life, who wants to help us continue to stay ahead of these criminals.
How about that?
And we welcome the involvement of the federal government.
What about Melissa Horton, who was actually trying to vote against all this fraudulent money going out, and somehow she ended up, unalived? Yes, Melissa Horton, the lady that had the weird guy with the mask pull up with the mask, and I mean, and what was that? I think he killed her and her husband, I believe. You guys can correct me that or not, but if you understand what happened though before that, Melissa Horton voted on a bill where she got shunned by her own party to the point where she was on camera. She was basically in tears, looking like she was in fear for her life over the fact that, look, we were trying to take out those revisions that were obviously fraudulent. And then later she gets unalived. Now, I'm not trying to say that Tim Walz had anything to do with it, but I'm just saying it's a bit suspicious. That's all.
I am grateful to the career professionals at the U.S. Attorney's Office.
Oh, and shout out to my man, Adam Rogers. Hey, how's it been, my man? It's one of my favorite Canadians. He says, what I miss, I have a super mega ultra number one super legendary Leering Center in Canada. I have a super mega ultra number one super legendary Leering Center in Canada. Hey, yo, shout out to the Leering Centers across the world, man.
And the FBI, who have been helping us fight this fight for years. But I cannot abide the actions of the political leadership in Washington. These opportunists are willing to hurt our people to score cheap points. They and their allies have no intention of helping us solve this problem, and every intention of trying to profit off of it. Which brings me to this. 2026 is an election year. Election years have a way of ramping up the politics at a time when we simply can't afford more of that in Minnesota. In September, I announced that I would seek a historic third term as Minnesota's governor. And I have every confidence that if I gave it my all, we would win the race. But as I reflect on this moment with my family and my team over the holidays, I came to the conclusion that I can't give a political campaign my all. Every minute that I spend defending my own political interest would be a minute I can't spend defending the people of Minnesota against the criminals who prey on our generosity and the cynics who want to prey on our differences.
Whoa, that don't even make sense. I mean, you're at the highest position in your state. If you want to stop the problem, I mean, it would be from there, buddy. You stepping down, I mean, I'll be real with you. One, it kind of makes you look guilty and it makes you look weak. But you trying to say that, oh, I'm doing this to help Minnesotans, what, with no power, with no government power at all whatsoever, when you just had the highest seat in your state? What are you talking about?
So I've decided to step out of this race, and I'll let others worry about the election while I focus on the work that's in front of me for the next year. I'm passing on this race with zero sadness and zero regret. I did not run for this job to have the job. I ran for the job to do the job. Minnesota faces enormous challenges this year, and I refuse to spend a single minute doing anything other than rising to meet this moment. Minnesota has always come first and always will. That's what I believe servant leadership demands of me. As an optimist, I'll hold out some hope that my friends on the other side of the aisle will consider what servant leadership demands of them in the moment. We can work together to combat against the criminals. We can work together to rebuild the public's trust and make our state stronger. But make no mistake about it, if Republicans continue down the path of abusing power, smearing entire communities, and running their own fraudulent game at the expense of Minnesotans, I will fight back with everything that I have. I am absolutely confident a Democratic and a
Like I said, bro, you can't blame this on the people who's just looking for answers when the people where I'm gonna be real with you who need to explain themselves, which is the Somali community in that area. They got to explain themselves. Are you for this or are you against it? Because a lot of them are protecting these daycares, which we know is funneling hundreds of thousands of dollars. So what does that tell you? And there ain't that much Somalians who's coming out going like, oh yeah, this is what they're doing, want. Actually, we trace a lot of these people back and they're living in nice houses with BMWs and Mercedes in the front. I mean, but for some reason you pull up to the daycare that they own and you don't see a kid pull up. Not one. You ask the people around, they said they never seen a kid pull up here. But for some reason, we're racist for calling that out. We're divisive for calling that out. I'm sorry. We're not hearing that. We're not. You're not going to sit there and tell us that we're racist for calling out a community who's obviously have some type of fraud ring going on. And we know that not every Somalian is involved in this. There are some great Somalians, but I'm be honest with you. The fact that this community right here seems to be protecting it is making even the good ones look complicit.
Jeff Eller will hold this seat come November. I'm confident that I'll find ways to contribute to the state that I love long after next January. But there'll be time to worry about all that later. Today, I'm proud of the work we've done to make Minnesota America's best place to live and raise kids. From our new paid leave policy to our child tax credit to our school lunch programs feeding every single child. And I'm doubly proud of the incredible team we put together to make this vision a reality. I want to take a moment to thank every member of my staff, to every single state employee who has been part of this fight. Now more than ever, I need you on the job. I need you to help work together to tackle the important work in front of us. And most of all, I want Minnesotans to know, man, how grateful I am for the opportunity to serve this state, for the privilege that I have been given to serve in this office. I'm on the job. I'm focused on making sure that we stay America's best place to live and raise kids. No one will take that away from us. I'm proud of the way we treat our neighbors. I'm proud of the way that we welcome people to this state. I'm proud of the way that we innovate. And I'm proud of the way that we are optimists for the future. No one's taking this away from us. Not the fraudsters, certainly not this president.
I mean, and shout out to my man Jed. He says, yeah, Melissa Horton's death, her death, and what that dude said makes sense now. I'm telling you, it all makes sense now. Actually, no, it also makes sense why the Dems were so furious when we was cutting Medicaid. Because that was their fraud money. Yes, that was their fraud money that we were cutting out. They knew that, and then they want to frame it as, oh, we're cutting Medicaid for tens of millions of Americans, which is complete bullshit.
Not on my watch. Tomorrow, I'll be back with you. I'll give you an update on America.
I mean, shoot, well, we cut Medicaid back in, let's see here, July, and we still have 70 million people on Medicaid. So where are the tens of millions of people that are supposed to be off? Y'all said about 15 million. I mean, and y'all said that last year. It's a new year, baby, and I ain't seen not 10 million. I ain't even seen 1 million get cut off. So what happened?
Best paid family medical leave program that is now a week into it. And at that time, I'll take all your questions. Thank you all.
Wow. So you're just going to give up and just run off into the wind. Okay. Well, let's go into this little back and forth at the United Nations, because I believe the ambassador for Venezuela and, of course, Mike Walz, which is, I guess, the ambassador for the U.S., the UN ambassador for the U.S., pretty much we're going to hear these guys both out in their arguments. But let's start with our guy in Venezuela first. Let's see what the UN ambassador for Venezuela got to say.
Well, we are just leaving that package because we're going to head to the UN, where Samuel Moncado, permanent representative of Venezuela, is speaking to the United Nations Security Council.
Corporations. This has been the case for years, as well as participation in processes of political destabilization and the promotion of institutional breakdown in her own country. The instrumental...
Oh, and shout out to Adam Rogers. How do I open a daycare in Minnesota? Trust me, bro. Hey, man, look, bro. You just get you a building, claim that you got about 90 kids in there. The government's going to send you about $1 million or $2. You know, you take that money, you live somewhere else, and make sure you're Somalian. Actually, have a Somalian do it for you, because Aaron, if you're too white, I'm sorry, bro, but they're going to catch you. But for some reason, if you're Somalian, they're going to be afraid to be Islamophobic and racist, so they'll let you off. Okay, bro? Actually, you can just run it through a Somali. I'm gonna be real with you, that might be a whole lot safer. I'm gonna be real with you. That's really why they got away with it. Is because they're Somalian and nobody wanted to get called an Islamophobe or racist, and they control a major voting block. That's 80K to 100,000 votes per district, for a district, and for the city of Minneapolis. So for all the districts in Minneapolis and the city alone, they control 80 to 100K votes. I mean, a lot of people are willing to let them get off with anything they want in order to have them vote for them. Now, I'm saying not all the politicians over there are that corrupt, but it seems like the Minneapolis one, yeah, looking like it.
Use of this person to legitimize narratives of confrontation, justify the use of force, or minimize violations of international law does not contribute in any way to the purposes of this council or to the strengthening of multilateralism. On the contrary, it erodes the credibility of the debates and distorts the Security Council's mandate entrusted with the maintenance of international peace and security. Mr. President, on January 3rd, 2026 is a date of profound historical significance, not only for Venezuela, but for the international system as a whole.
And shout out to the Cap Hunter. He says, how much is it for a pardon? Asking for a friend. Well, the pardons don't really have a price. They kind of have like a net worth type of ordeal. Like, because, if that's the case, everybody be getting a pardon if they just know the right rich guy. So in order to, knock off all the brokies, you got to have a certain net worth of at least, I don't know, maybe like 50 million and up, or if your family's worth 50 million. It all depends on who you know and who you are. We all know that. So yeah, if you've got a decent net worth to you, then you're in the realm of being pardoned. Or of course, a decent amount of political influence. That'll also get you a pardon as well. So it's not about price, it's about net worth and influence.
On that day, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela was the target of an illegitimate armed attack lacking any legal justification by the government of the United States of America, which included bombing of our territory, the loss of civilian and military lives, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, essential infrastructure, and the kidnapping of the constitutional president of the Republic, Nicolas Maduro Moras, and the First Lady Celia Flores.
I mean, here's the thing. We call him an illegitimate president, but I mean, shoot, Venezuela, they consider him a legitimate president still, for some reason.
Venezuela comes before this council today with a deep conviction that international peace can only be sustained if international law is respected without exception, without double standards, and without selective interpretations. The events of January 3rd constitute a flagrant violation of the UN Charter perpetrated by the US government in particular.
Oh, and shout out to Jersey Bella for the gift, the New Year's Eve 2026. Appreciate the support for 260 jewels. Appreciate that.
The violation of the principle of sovereign equality of states, of the absolute prohibition of the use or threat of use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state, as enshrined in Article 2, Paragraph 4. And a violation of the duty to settle disputes by peaceful means. Similarly, these acts also seriously violate the Geneva Conventions and its protocols, as indiscriminate attacks were carried out against the civilian population and assets.
I mean, hold on, dog. You better provide a death toll then. All right, what's the death toll of the civilians we killed during that operation? Do you have a number? Because the United States is playing like the only people that were killed that, was outside of Venezuela, that weren't even really supposed to be there, were the 32 Cuban soldiers, or not soldiers, but civilians or bodyguards that were killed during the extraction of Maduro. So all we know is that 32 Cubans died. Please tell us of the citizens of Venezuela that have died during that raid. I would love to know, honestly.
International human rights law has also been violated, particularly the right to life, personal integrity, and security. Of particular seriousness is the kidnapping of the President of the Republic by the government of the United States of America, which constitutes a direct violation of an essential norm of the international legal order, namely the personal immunity of heads of state in office. This immunity is not an individual privilege. It is an institutional guarantee that protects the sovereignty of states and the stability of the international system.
I mean, and shout out Jed. He's like, the UN is welcome to try and enforce what laws they speak. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's a problem. I think Venezuela is, I thought they were a second-tier country who can decide, you know, what world power they want to deal with. But no, they're a third world country. Well, not third world, but a third-tier country. And pretty much where, well, the U.S., which is a superpower, decides, well, what they do, who runs their government, what they do with their resources. I mean, damn near everything. And then probably even rig their elections to put in the guy that we want. I mean, that's the fate of these third-rate countries, or, well, third-tier countries.
Its disregard not only affects Venezuela,
the sad fate,
but also sets an extremely dangerous precedent for all states represented in this chamber, regardless of their size, power, or alliances. Mr. President, General Assembly Resolution 3314 of clearly defines as an act of aggression the bombing of the territory of one state by the armed forces of another state, as well as the invasion or occupation, even without formal annexation. The events we are denouncing here unequivocally fit this definition. In 2004, the International Court of Justice affirmed that occupation exists when a state exercises effective control, even without formal annexation or the continuous presence of troops. Security Council Resolution 242, for its part, emphasizes that the acquisition of territory by force is inadmissible, while General Assembly Resolution 2625 establishes that the territory of a state shall not be subject to military occupation as a result of the use of force in contravention of the UN Charter. Allowing such acts to go without an effective answer would amount to normalizing the replacement of law by might, while eroding the very foundations of the collective security system. Today, it is not only Venezuela's sovereignty that is at stake, the credibility of international law, the authority of this organization, and the validity of the principle that no state can set itself up as a judge, party, and executive.
Here's the thing, though. I mean, who's going to hold us accountable when the UN's forces, well, we're the ones who uphold y'all laws. I mean, there is no law if it's us or Russia or China, apparently. All everybody can do is really talk. I almost wish somebody could hold us accountable, but who's going to hold us accountable? At this point, it's just like, it's like a word salad, or I'm be real with you. It's just sweet words that you want to hear if you don't like the United States. Like, oh, yeah, they're breaking international law. They're going to get in trouble. All right, great. Who's going to enforce it? Who's going to swoop in and invade America to get Donald Trump? Nobody, if they know better. So, like, I'm hearing them out. I'm hearing about all the Geneva Convention. I'm hearing about international law, but who's going to enforce it? Because y'all did the same thing to BB, and y'all found out y'all couldn't enforce that one because of America.
Of the world order are also at stake. Mr. President, we cannot ignore a central element of this U.S. aggression. Venezuela is the victim of these attacks.
Oh, and shout out to my man, Adam Rogers. Appreciate the support, brother. He says, Maduro forgot he wasn't talking to a Democrat. Yeah, he pretty much disrespected Biden and ignored him, and he, got off scot-free. He ignored Trump, and, well, Trump came through and just, like I said, swooped him in the middle of the night, never to be seen again. I'm just playing. I mean, we seen the guy in court. But yeah, apparently he thought he was talking to, well, I don't know. He probably thought he was talking to somebody in the Biden administration. He thought that, well, don't matter who the face is, same rules apply. Like, no, not with Trump. Not with Trump. He definitely changing the rules up a little bit.
Because of its natural risk.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised in the next couple of years if we withdraw out of NATO and the EU. Well, I'm not mad at that, not the EU, but the UN.
Resources. Our country's oil, energy, strategic resources, and geopolitical position have historically been factors of greed and external pressure. When force is used to control resources, impose governments, or redesign states, We are faced with a logic that harks back to the worst practices of colonialism and neocolonialism. Accepting such a logic would mean to open the door to a deeply unstable world in which countries with greater military capacities can decide by force the political and economic destinies of other states. This scenario not only threatens Venezuela, it threatens international peace and security as a whole. If the kidnapping of a head of state, the bombing of a sovereign country, and the open threat of further armed action are tolerated or downplayed, the message sent to the world is a devastating one, namely that the law is optional and that force is the true arbiter of international relations. Venezuela firmly believes in diplomacy, dialogue, and peaceful coexistence among nations. That has always been our historical position, and it remains so today, even in the face of an aggression of this magnitude. It is precisely that commitment to peace, the one that was violated on the 3rd of January. Therefore, Venezuela urges this Security Council to fully assume its responsibility and to act in accordance with the mandate conferred upon it by the Charter of the United Nations. In that regard, we request, A, that the government of the United States of America be demanded to fully respect the immunities of President Nicolas Maduro and First Lady Celia Flores, as well as their immediate release and safe return to Venezuela.
Immunity given to what? Hold on, give it to him by who? Who gave this man immunity from our laws? It can't be y'all. Y'all not strong enough to do so. So I mean, who gave him this immunity? God? Like, please let me know.
2, that the use of force against the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela be clearly and unequivocally condemned. Thirdly, that the principle of non-acquisition of territory or resources by force be reaffirmed. And 4, that measures aimed at de-escalation, the protection of the civilian population, and the restoration of international law be adopted. Mr. President, in spite of the seriousness of the events, Venezuela would like to inform this body and the international community that its institutions are functioning normally, that constitutional order has been preserved, and that the state exercises effective control over all of its territory. In accordance with that,
AKA, they're saying that, bro, we didn't even know why you got involved. You're over here saying that, oh, people are suffering, the whole government's collapsed, but according to the representative, they're saying, bro, none of that's true. You came in here for your own interest, and we're calling you guys out to the UN over it. And I'm all right then.
Our Constitution, Executive Vice President Delcy Rodriguez is being sworn in as acting President of the Republic, thereby guaranteeing institutional continuity, stability, and internal peace. We wish to convey a message of serenity, confidence, and hope to the Venezuelan people. Venezuela is a nation that believes in peace, work, and dignity. Our commitment is to diplomacy and law, and the law is firm and unwavering. We defend our sovereignty without renouncing our values. We bet on dialogue without accepting imposition. We believe in a future of coexistence, development, and mutual respect among nations. We trust that this Security Council will rise to the historic moment facing humanity and choose the path of legality, collective responsibility, and peace. Thank you very much, Mr.
What are y'all gonna do, though? That's what I wonder. It's like, all right, so if we ignore everything you say, because he actually brought up some compelling points, I'll be quite honest, but how will you enforce this? And hold on, what immunity did Maduro have from our laws? I'm a little confused why he even said that. But all right, man, let's get over to our guy. What was it, Mike Wolfowitz? That's his name? No, my bad. Mike Walz. Mike Walz.
President.
Don't miss out.
Whoops. So let's go ahead and get into this guy's argument.
The United States successfully carried out a surgical law enforcement operation facilitated by the UN.
All right, they're running with the law enforcement operation.
military against two indicted fugitives of American justice, narco-terrorist Nicolas Maduro and Celia Flores.
Which is true. Nicolas Maduro has been charged for drug trafficking and all that good stuff since 2020. Now, his wife, I didn't know she was involved in those charges. I didn't even know she was even involved in the case like that. But apparently, she's getting charged for what Maduro's getting charged for, because apparently that was his right-hand woman. Huh? Interesting.
Nicolas Maduro. There is no war against Venezuela or its people. We are not occupying a country. This was a law enforcement operation in furtherance of lawful indictments that have existed for decades. The United States arrested a narco trafficker who is now going to stand trial in the United States in accordance with the rule of law for the crimes he's committed against our people for 15 years. Maduro was a fugitive from justice. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be used as a base of operation for our nation's adversaries and competitors and rivals of the United States. You can't turn Venezuela into the operating hub for Iran, for Hezbollah, for gangs, for Cuban intelligence agents, and other malign actors that control that country. You cannot continue to have the largest energy reserves in the world under the control of adversaries of the United States, under the control of illegitimate leaders, and not benefiting the people of Venezuela, and stolen by a handful.
I mean, hold on now. Okay, so let's be honest. Now, we consider the Ayatollah an illegitimate leader, but I don't think we consider Russia an illegitimate leader. As much as we don't like them, we don't consider Putin an illegitimate leader, but that Venezuela is selling their oil to. Do we consider Xi a legitimate leader? Yeah, we do. So yeah, we can't just say that, oh, they're giving their oil to illegitimate leaders. The only 1 out of 3 we could sit there and say is an illegitimate leader, and that's only Iran and the Ayatollah.
Of our oligarchs inside of Venezuela.
CBS News 24/7 continuing coverage. You know, today's arraignment and not guilty pleas from Nicolas Maduro and his wife Celia Flores come after about 48 hours since U.S. Delta forces captured them in that pre-dawn raid Saturday. Shortly after, Venezuelan Vice President Delcy Rodriguez, you see her right there, sworn in as acting leader. Well, President Trump, for his part, warned the interim president would pay a price if she does not cooperate with the United States. Listen.
We're dealing with the people. We're dealing with the people that just got sworn in. And don't ask me who's in charge, because I'll give you an answer and it'll be very controversial.
What does that mean?
We're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
We're in charge.
Have you spoken with her?
No, I haven't, but other people
Do you want to?
All right, so live at the White House and CBS News senior White House and politics reporter Ed O'Keefe. Ed, the president says we're in charge. Secretary of State Marco Rubio, though, says that the long-term plan wasn't for the U.S. to have any sort of hand in the government there. How do those messages square today?
And adding to that, Reed, a little while ago at the UN in New York, the U.S. ambassador to the United Nations, Mike Walz, told the Security Council in part, quote, "There is no war against Venezuela or its people. We are not occupying a country. This was a law enforcement operation in furtherance of lawful indictments that have existed for decades. The United States arrested a narco trafficker who's now going to stand trial in the United States in accordance with the rule of law for the crimes he's committed against our people for 15 years. So Walz comes out of the Rubio camp, which is this is not a full-blown occupation. We were conducting a limited law enforcement operation, and we'll work with the new Venezuelan leadership to ensure that things go our way. That is different than we're in charge, which is what the president was saying last night on his way back here from Florida. And it's all going to be subject to intense questioning from senior lawmakers when they meet with these senior administration officials, including the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, later today up on Capitol Hill. The leaders of the House and the Senate, the heads of the Intelligence, Armed Services, and Foreign Relations committees in both of those chambers, also set to be part of what's called a classified briefing, but we'll see to what extent we might learn some information shared by Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, the Attorney General Pam Bondi, the CIA Director John Ratcliffe, as we try to get a handle on what exactly is next in terms of U.S. engagement with Venezuela. Obviously, the U.S. publicly is supportive of Elsie Rodriguez, the vice president, who by the Venezuelan government now has been put in charge. But the sort of vague statements on we want control of petroleum, we want to ensure that all these other interests like Hamas or Iran or Russia and China are kicked out of the country. How do you enforce that? How do you oversee that? Who is responsible for that? None of that yet.
I mean, easy. You just take over the government yourself. If you want China's influence or Russia's influence out of there, well, you got to make sure that the U.S. influence is the only thing in Venezuela. And I mean, if that's the only way to ensure that Trump gets what he wants or the Trump administration plan for Venezuela goes off without a hitch, then it seems like they're willing to do so.
Answered by the White House. The president is here working this afternoon. We know he was monitoring the arraignment of Maduro, not necessarily watching coverage because, of course, there was no live coverage of a federal court proceeding, but he is aware of it. He is scheduled to have a meeting in the 3 o'clock Eastern hour with some of his top aides. That is the kind of meeting that could suddenly open up to reporters, so we'll see if that happens. And if it does, of course, we'll bring that to you live and see if he provides any more clarity on what exactly is planned next.
Well, as if Venezuela wasn't lead story enough, or what's going on there in the Big Apple relative to Ms. Maduro in court today, there's also recent statements by the president about other nations since carrying out this operation in Venezuela. Talk through what the president's statements have been relative to other territories.
Well, all in the Western Hemisphere. He's talking now about what he calls the Monroe Doctrine, which is his interpretation of the Monroe Doctrine, which, of course, was used to justify U.S. engagement across the Western Hemisphere for much of the 19th and 20th centuries. In this case, he talked or was asked on his flight home from Florida last night, specifically about engagement in Colombia, Cuba, Iran, Mexico, and Greenland.
Yep.
On Colombia, he says that country, quote, is very sick too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the U.S. The Colombian leader, quote, is not going to be doing it for very long. Important to point out, President Petro is term limited, and there are elections in Colombia later this year, so there could be new leadership anyway at some point, whether or not the U.S. engages forcefully before then. On Cuba, he says it looks like it's, quote, ready to fail, and that Cuban Americans will be very happy about it. Iran, he says he's watching the situation there very close. Remember, there have been some protests in recent
Yeah, there's been protests over the crazy inflation at like 47%. And I mean, even the merchants are shutting down and they're turning against the government. And because of these protests in Iran, for some reason, Trump sees this as a moment to, I guess, strike Iran because of what they're doing to their protesters. I mean, and not what they're doing to American citizens. Not that there's any threat to Americans, but we're wanting to get involved with Iran over what they're doing to their protesters. I mean, I completely disagree that we should have any involvement with Iran if it's just over protest. Like, come on now.
Days and growing intrigue about whether or not this might mean something for the current Iranian regime. The president says that if the Iranians start killing those protesters, they will, quote, be hit very hard by the United States. And when asked about Mexico, if you're concerned about drug trafficking, why not target Mexico? The president said he's repeatedly offered that country's president, Claudia Sheinbaum, to have U.S. troops go in and help deal with cartels, but that she's been unwilling. Quote, Mexico has to get their act together because they're pouring through Mexico and we're going to have to do something. We'd love Mexico to do it. They're capable of doing it. And then he was asked about Greenland. Remember, even before he took office last year, he was talking about the possibility of a U.S. takeover or at least far larger presence inside Greenland, which is controlled by Denmark. He said, yeah, we're going to need to work on that as well. Important to point out, amid the calls the Secretary of State is making today to foreign counterparts was the foreign minister of the Netherlands, not Denmark, but the Netherlands. And that's a critical kind of temperature taking for the Secretary of State, because there's going to be grave concern now that if he starts talking again about some kind of takeover of Greenland, what that could mean for the relationship with Europe and with NATO, because Denmark is also a NATO member. So if you have two NATO countries potentially in conflict here, what would the rest of the alliance do? So we'll wait and see. But again, he's not backing off any of this. And yet he has senior national security foreign affairs officials out there suggesting things different than him. Whether that's part of the strategy to keep these adversaries on their toes as the president says things and then other officials wink, nod, and tell everyone it's going to be different, or whether there is indeed some disconnect, is hard to gauge at this point, as many things can be with this administration, because ultimately it settles with the president, and his statement, of course, supersedes anybody else's.
Yeah, and his statements kind of seems like we have a hit list and we're about to go down it all through the Western Hemisphere, sadly. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into Fetterman stumped by the Dems reaction to Maduro. Actually, hold on. First, let's get into this. Let's do a little market check.
Back to the markets. You're going to like this. Look, the Dow's up 600, Nasdaq's up 200 points. Solid gains. Jason Katz with me this morning. What's the impact of Venezuela on the market long term? Not just today, but longer term.
Well, Stu, it depends on which market we're talking about, right? Oil or equities. With respect to oil, you've said it all morning. They produce 1% of global oil. So that's really more noise. Longer term, yes, that country has massive reserves. So once that's unleashed, it could put oil much lower. As far as equities are concerned, in the short run, incrementally, this is viewed as a net positive. Longer term, it's going to be predicated on what the political transition looks like, how the global power lines up, and whether we have ambitions as the United States in terms of other areas in the region. But here and now, equities are looking this as a safer place to live and incrementally better for business.
Gold and Bitcoin both up a little today. Is that the impact of Venezuela?
Sure. You know, it's interesting. Gold and Bitcoin investors are interpreting the news over the weekend very differently than equity investors. Stocks view it as a stabilizing force, whereas gold and Bitcoin investors construe it as another element of uncertainty entering into the fray. So yes, there is geopolitical uncertainty that coincides with this. And there's the reaching for assets outside the conventional governments and systems. So Venezuela brings instability from their perspective, thus a reason to buy those assets. But again, I think this is a net positive.
Oh, and shout out C-Man for sending a gift for, sending 100 for 2 jewels. And shout out to my man, Adam Rogers. I don't drive, but I do love lower gas prices. I mean, man, don't we all? Because look, just because you don't drive don't mean that it still won't benefit you. Well, and because it will, trust me. It will lower the prices across the board for a lot of products because transportation costs goes into the pricing of most products,
As the world being a safer place, oil prices coming down, and it being
Bitcoin. Yeah, Bitcoin need to recover. I mean, man, it was over 100K, and then it took a dramatic fall.
Effectively like a tax cut to the American consumer.
Can we get another good year for the market as we've had in the past 3 years? That'd be wonderful, wouldn't it?
I'm going to go so far as to say, Stu, that we are lining up for a 4-peat. Not easy to have 3 championships in a row. I think a 4th is in sight. Now, I don't think it'll be high double-digit type of gains in terms of 15, 20%. But between tax cuts with the one big beautiful bill, like Steve Forbes just said, deregulation, the Fed cutting at least 2 times, lower oil prices, earnings likely to go 10% as a result of the AI enablers now actually like implementing AI in their business models. I think it's a really good setup for equities.
Well, what a pleasure it is to talk to you. First thing.
And all right, guys, now that we got our little market check, now that we see that the market is doing well, that's nice. Now let's go to the first post. So it says after Venezuela, then Colombia, then Cuba, then Mexico, and Greenland next. I mean, that does sound like Trump's plan, guys. So let's see what they're saying about it. Oh, and guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people in the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support, guys. And I believe we are about, let's see here. Oh, $55 away from opening up the call-in line and running a conspiracy hour. So appreciate the support, guys.
Now, arresting someone is one thing, but invading a country to do that, that's a whole different legal universe. That's what Trump did with the Venezuelan president, and he may not stop at that. Less than 2 days after abducting Nicolas Maduro, Trump seems to be training his guns on the others. He has a hit list of sorts. Let me pull up a world map to show you. Trump has already got Venezuela. His next target could be Colombia. Colombia is the 4th largest country in South America. It has a population of 52 million. Colombia, too, has substantial oil reserves. It also has silver, gold, and copper deposits and natural resources. Colombia's president is a man called Gustavo.
And like I said, we really need that silver. And if the reason why silver has went up in pricing is, I mean, one, because the falling of certain currencies across the board, and then two, I mean, yeah, we need it for electronics, especially when it comes to, you know, semiconductors or chips and other electronics as well. But yeah, silver is pretty damn vital, and so is gold, because that's also vital for electronics as well.
Petro. He's the country's first left-wing president, and Trump does not like him. He calls Petro a sick man selling cocaine. Listen to this.
Now, we have a very sick neighbor. It's not a neighbor, but it's close to a neighbor, and that's Venezuela. It's very sick. Colombia is very sick, too, run by a sick man who likes making cocaine and selling it to the United States, and he's not going to be doing it very long, let me tell you.
What does that mean? He's not going to be doing it very long.
He's not doing it very long. He has cocaine mills and cocaine factories. He's not going to be doing it very long.
So there will be an operation by the U.S. and
it sounds good to me. Yeah. You know why? Because they kill a lot of people. Yeah.
So Trump has a problem with the Colombian president. He accuses him of running cocaine mills and factories, and he doesn't rule out a U.S. operation in Colombia. How has Colombia reacted to this? With outrage, of course. President Gustavo Petro has asked Donald Trump to stop slandering him. He says he's willing to take up arms if push comes to shove.
Yeah, see, take up arms, my friend. Like I said, Colombia, you can't stop us. That's the problem. I mean, hopefully you guys are better than Venezuela. I mean, hopefully you guys are somewhere near Venezuela's level or above it, because if you're at Venezuela's level, we're going to do you just like them. If you're below it, we're going to do you worse than them. So hopefully your army, your military, Air Force, Navy is way better than Venezuela's, or you guys are cooked, okay? You're cooked. Because, I mean, it sounded like Trump want to go after you, and you saying or threatening to, you know, take arms, I mean, you might just be inviting the U.S. in, and you don't want that. Dude, I don't even want it for you, brother. I don't even want it for you.
The next country on this list is Cuba, the country of Fidel Castro. Cuba has a population of 11 million people. It has survived U.S. sanctions for decades. Their current president is Miguel Diaz-Canel, and he may be on Washington's hit list. Although it wasn't Donald Trump who first mentioned Cuba, it was Marco Rubio, the U.S. Secretary of State. Rubio said Cuba could be in a lot of trouble. And when Trump was asked about it, here's how he responded.
Are you considering U.S. action in Cuba?
We're not going. I think it's just going to fall. I don't think we need any action. It looks like it's going down. It's going down for the count. You ever watch a fight?
No direct invasion threat like Colombia, because Trump thinks that Cuba will fall on its own. You just heard him. Nonetheless, his comments are enough to keep the country on edge. Then we have Mexico.
All ran by cartel, by the way. I mean, Colombia basically ran by the cartel. Cuba ran by the cartel. Mexico heavily ran by the cartel. So I can see why they're scared, because they know they're complicit. But here's the thing, though. You know what? Maybe not Colombia. Who knows? Colombia might be somewhat innocent, you know, just because they have a whole bunch of cocaine fields. That don't mean that, you know, the man's involved. Maybe.
Mexico is America's immediate neighbor. It has a population of 129 million. Their president is Claudia Sheinbaum. Mexico has been in focus ever since Trump imposed steep tariffs on them. He started with 50% tariffs, then reduced it to 30%, and now Trump wants to send troops into Mexico.
And by the way, you have to do something with Mexico. Mexico has to get their act together, because they're pouring through Mexico, and we're going to have to do something. We'd love Mexico to do it. They're capable of doing it. But unfortunately, the cartels are very strong in Mexico.
I remember one time you actually, speaking of Mexico, I asked you about Claudia Sheinbaum, and you told me at one point you had offered to send U.S. troops into Mexico to combat drug trafficking there. Is that something you have spoken to her about?
I think she's a terrific person. I would say every single time I talk to her, I offered to send troops.
And she's just not willing?
She's not willing to, because she's afraid of the cartel, because she bends to the cartel. That's the only reason why Claudia Sheinbaum is even alive, because she bends to the cartel. And that's why they had a huge protest, because even the people of Mexico has finally caught on to this BS.
Concerned. She's a little afraid. The cartels are running Mexico. Whether you like it or not, it's not nice to say, but the cartels are running Mexico.
So Mexico has a drug cartel problem. These drugs are flowing into the US. Trump wants to stop that. And for that, he wants to send troops. Again, there's no direct threat like Colombia, but whatever has been said is enough to keep the Mexicans worried. Now, most of these countries we mentioned on Trump's hit list are in Latin America, basically in Washington's backyard. But there's one that is located some 3,500 kilometers away. I'm talking about Greenland. It's the world's largest island. Greenland is part of Denmark, but it runs as an autonomous territory.
I mean, I'm just be real with you. Like, well, Denmark don't really care about it. I mean, they're not going to defend it. We could take it if we want to, and Trump could sit there like this again.
I stole that shit. Stole that shit. Try doing it, nigga. Fuck, nigga. I stole that shit.
Like I said, the man just going out there I stole that, and it's ours now. USA. And I know a lot of people don't like it, but I'm be real with you. This could have positive reverberations throughout the United States. Sorry to pull a BB Netanyahu on y'all, but it could.
It has oil, gas, and rare earth mineral reserves. It is also a gateway to the Arctic. The US already has a military base there, but Trump wants the entire island. And he's been fixated on it for a while now. He keeps talking about Greenland. Then last year, in 2025, Trump's son visited Greenland. And yesterday, Katie Miller posted this. It's a map of Greenland with the US flag over it. And who is Katie Miller? She is the wife of Stephen Miller, who is a top aide to the US president. So you could say...
Bro, Katie Miller, bro, I ain't gonna lie. This lady crashed out on Piers Morgan. Oh my goodness. It was so freaking fun. They're attacking my kids because we're Jewish. I'm sorry, every time I remember that shit is funny as hell. Like, bro, look, bro, go look at it. Piers Morgan, Katie Miller, bro, had a complete freaking meltdown on Piers Morgan. It was absolutely hilarious.
This is very much the administration's line. And if there was any doubt, Donald Trump himself made it clear. Listen to this.
We'll worry about Greenland in about 2 months. Let's talk about Greenland in 20 days.
On Venezuela, we talk so much about energy.
By the way, I will say this about Greenland. We need Greenland from a national security situation. It's so strategic. Right now, Greenland is covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. We need Greenland from the standpoint of national security. And Denmark is not going to be able to do it, I can tell you. You know what Denmark did recently to boost up security in Greenland? They added one more dog sled. It's true. They thought that was a great move.
So Trump wants Greenland. Yep. Will he send troops to invade the island too? And if he does, how would that play out? Because, like I said, Greenland is part of Denmark, and Denmark is a NATO country. The US, too, is a NATO country. Technically, they're allies. They literally signed a treaty promising to protect each other from attacks. NATO has something called Article 5, which says an attack on one NATO member will be considered an attack on all. So what happens when one NATO nation invades another?
The stronger NATO nation takes power. First off, bro, y'all really going to fight us, NATO? Like, come on now. We are NATO, basically. We provide most of the security force for NATO. So I'm sorry, but you can't threaten us with us.
Trump attacks Denmark. Will other NATO countries fight the United States? It will be a diplomatic disaster at best and the end of the military alliance at worst. And while Trump talks about invading all these other countries, what happens to Venezuela? What does the international law say? As you may know, in 1945, World War II nearly broke the planet. So countries came together and they said no more random invasions, no more forced regime changes, and they signed the United Nations Charter. One of its most important rules is Article 2.4. It tells you when a country is allowed to attack another. 1, when such an attack is supported by the UN, and 2, when national security is under threat. Now, in this case, in Venezuela's case, neither condition was met. So what the US did in Venezuela is a crime of aggression. It's the most serious violation in international law. How will Washington defend this?
By saying that's to say, well, an extraction of a criminal, of a narco-terrorist. So we went in Venezuela. We didn't occupy no parts of Venezuela. We just went in there, took their president, who just happens to be a narco terrorist, and that's the end of the story. And that's how we're justifying it. We went in there and we grabbed one of our enemies. Period, point blank. That's all. I mean, if we did it to Russia, I mean, y'all'd all be shutting the fuck up. But hey, it is what it is.
Thing is, it doesn't have to.
Sadly,
because the UN Security
Russia.
Council is the only global body that can impose sanctions for aggression. And guess who sits on the UN Security Council? The US itself. It has the veto power, meaning if you try to sanction the United States, Washington can and will veto it.
Yep. I mean, yo, that's the whole reason how Bibi Netanyahu got protected. Like when NATO said, yo, we were trying to bring you up on war crimes, or the International Criminal Court says, yo, we're bringing you up on war crimes. It was the United States that protected them. And without the United States protection, Bibi would have been cooked. So, yeah, what makes you think that you can even get the United States or the president if you guys can't even hold Bibi Netanyahu accountable? I'm just saying.
And this sets another dangerous precedent. If one powerful country breaks rules and faces no consequences, others start taking note. What stops China from invading Taiwan? What stops Russia from kidnapping Zelensky? Who makes the rules and who gets to break them?
I mean, if they kidnap Zelensky, it is what it is. Like, if they can kidnap Zelensky, then they truly lost, okay? That it is what it is on that note. They're at war. So Russia somehow kidnaps Zelensky and publicly execute the man for the world to see. Well, that was just the ultimate checkmate then. There ain't nothing we can do about it. We're stopping Russia from kidnapping Zelensky. I'm crying. I mean, don't you think they'd have done that already if they could? I mean, shoot, Russia may be winning the war, but they ain't that dominant to where they could just swoop in and take Zelensky.
So it's not just about which country Trump targets next. It's about what kind of world he's trying to normalize.
All right. I mean, all right there. It's compelling arguments. But all right, now let's go ahead and get over to our guy, Gavin Newsom. Where is he on? Oh, MS Now, hurricane force, bullshit. Newsom goes off on Trump, and let's hear him out. Of course, he's always going off on Trump. Like, come on now.
Governor Newsom, welcome back to MS Now.
Good to be with you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Thanks.
Happy New Year.
Let's start with the news that broke over the holiday about the National Guard. You and I together met with National Guard troops right after you had deployed them to the fires in January a year ago. And then last summer, the president, amidst these ICE raids, federalized the Guard troops. You told me at the time what he was doing was illegal and immoral. And he just finally returned all these Guard troops to your control after the courts continued to rule against him. But even after that, he's now saying, this is a quote, it's only a question of time before he does it again, perhaps in a much different and stronger form.
Yeah, which I assume he's implying the Insurrection Act, which would give him carte blanche to be able to do it. I mean, look, he's just winding up. We got 3 more years of this. He's not going to back down easily. We were a test case. We said that in June when this happened. He nationalized, or rather federalized 4,000 National Guard, sent out 700 active duty Marines. By the way, many of those National Guard men and women that he federalized were the folks that were down there on the fires, the same folks.
Rattlesnake team.
Rattlesnake team, finally coming back home, coming back into their communities. These were doctors and nurses, firefighters, police officers that were taken off the beat for political performance. But it was a test case to test it in the courts to see how far he can string this along. He lost. He was wrong from day one. We said it. The judges consistently made that point, and now he's got to reevaluate.
Do you feel like you can assure Californians that you will prevent him from ever deploying troops to the streets of California again?
No one could do that. Because by definition, he's going to test the boundaries and the limits. And that's why I suggest the next phase of this is the Insurrection Act. It's only then that would give him license. He's got the Supreme Court now that is adjudicated at least partially. You've got lower courts. Justice Breyer here consistently has called this out, and he has no basis. And so on that basis of the past being prologue, there's no question in my mind that he's going to assert some other cockamamie decision. And the fact is, it takes so long. Gives him months and months as the process slowly moves through to test out further series and try to stretch the mind of imagination. And that's what it's always about for Trump. Once the mind is stretched from his perspective, it never goes back to its original form. He's constantly testing the boundaries, and he unquestionably will be doing again, including, Jacob, what he's doing with these quick response teams that he's committed to this month in all 50 states that will give him the ability to move at a moment's notice to every major urban center in America.
Do you believe, we're here because of the 1-year anniversary of the fires, his deployment of the Guard affected in any way your ability to respond for the people of California, the people of Los Angeles in the wake of the fires?
I mean, I don't know about the wake of the fires, but these are our folks that I put down at the border. Going back 6+ years. He pulled folks from our rattlesnake teams that were doing vegetation and forest management, preparing for wildfire season in terms of prevention and mitigation strategies. These are folks we have joint task forces to address the issues of fentanyl and are working regionally with our highway patrol to address the issues of crime and violence. So he impacted all of those public safety efforts for what? For a show. They sat there playing video games in many cases. They were just total boredom, looking for things to do. They were never substantively employed. 2-3 months ago, what were they doing in LA? You didn't see them. They're sitting there in the armory doing nothing, costing you, taxpayers. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, Mr. President. $100+ million wasted because the fraud you perpetuated and the abuse of your authority on the American people. So it's a disgrace, and the courts bear witness to that, and the American people bear witness to that as well.
We're here in this Cal Fire hangar because we're observing the 1-year anniversary of what ultimately became the costliest wildfire event in American history. 2 Los Angeles neighborhoods virtually, entirely wiped off the map. People who read Firestorm are going to know a lot about what you went through personally, the experiences that you had, some of the behind the scenes of what it was like, both on the national political level and with the local leaders. But take me back to that first day, January 7th. What did you see? What did you feel?
Well, put it in context, and you did it in the book in pretty vivid terms. I mean, 40,000 acres were burned. It wasn't just these 2 major fires that get so much attention, appropriately so because of the devastation and the 31 lives that were lost, but 12 fires over the period of.
All right, guys. Oh, no, I'm sorry, but me and Sid was having our little debate back here in the background of, Nick Shirley's, video that exposed the Somalian fraud ring. And, Sid was trying to say, it's been debunked, said, I can't believe you're even talking about this. And sadly, he's talking about the ABC Learning Center. And bro, the videos you sent me, the articles you sent me was just explaining, the back and forth in detail. So there's no disapproval in the video, in the articles. Now the video by what's his name, this Adam kid has been disproved all over X. And why? Because the ABC Learning Center that he used to try to disprove Nick Shirley's Nick Shirley's claims. And I'm gonna be fair and I'm gonna play the video. So guys, we're gonna take a quick detour here. We're gonna get into this whole Somali fraud ring because I do want to be fair to our man Sid and his claim, right? Because he's saying that, look, man, it's not real. He lied. He's a MAGA influencer, an Islamophobe, which he's not an Islamophobe. He just went to Dearborn and talked to both sides, but they called him an Islamophobe for no reason, but it is what it is. But look, I gotta be fair. This is the video that he's talking about that debunks him. Now, the ABC Learning Center, you can look this up in the ABC Learning Center. If you actually watched the video, Sid, which you said you did, you would have realized that the ABC Learning Center was supposed to have at least 40 kids, and they only showed 12 kids. They never showed proof of the other 40 kids that they had whatsoever. CBS did the most laziest form of investigating, went in there, talked to the guy, and just said, hey, so you commit fraud in here? Of course he's going to tell your ass no. And then all of a sudden, all these kids start pulling up to have their kid dropped off here when they're supposed to have 40. Some of these guys marked down for 60, even 90 kids that they cannot account for. So that is what you guys are missing, and that is what the young man failed to address. How many kids they have down and marked down for the city to give them money.
The MAGA narrative just got blown up in one swoop. This entire Minnesota fraud case that MAGA supporters have been chasing for the past week.
Oh, and shout out to my man Adam Rothers. I'd rather have a USA, Western Hemisphere influence than China, Iran, Russia, India, Islam. Simple. I mean, shit, me too. I ain't gonna lie. Shout out. I mean, no, literally, who would you rather have running this hemisphere? The freedom of speech, freedom-loving, liberty-loving USA, or the dictator regimes of the Latin America? I mean, take your pick. Or you want the Islamist regime of what? Iran? Like, come on, guys. But all right.
blew up in their faces. First of all, happy New Year's Eve, everybody. There is nothing I would rather spend my New Year's Eve doing than debunking MAGA lies as they try to tear down what makes America great. There is nothing I would rather spend my next year doing than continuing to fight to take our country back after these types of lies and disinformation campaigns have tricked Americans en masse into thinking that elections are stolen. People are
Sid. The numbers were never verified. The numbers, these guys never verify that they have the number of kids that they have in order to get their government funding. They not verified whatsoever. Like I said, CBS went in there and saw 12 out of the 60 or the 40 to 60 kids they're supposed to have and said, okay, he was lying. Let's go. I mean, if that's not easy to pull off, like, oh yeah, let me call some of my friends, bring your kids in. CBS about to come over. We're about to finesse them. We got 40, but they don't expect us to show 40. So it is what it is. And wait, did they show their attendance record? No, none of them handed over their attendance record or anything to prove that they had those number of kids. I mean, if you could prove that to me, bro, trust me, but neither you or him will do that.
Eating animals, that immigrants are plundering our country when this is incongruent with the reality on the ground. So we have a new report from CBS News Minnesota. A local CBS wing actually went and did real journalism, talked to these daycares, and in fact got security footage of 23-year-old YouTuber Nick Shirley walking up with his crew and his camera in hand. But the interesting thing is, on that same exact day, both before and after, a bunch of kids and families can be seen on the same security camera bringing their children to ABC Learning Center in this case. I'm not doxing it. They talk about it in this news segment that I'm about to play. Just for some broad context, over the past week, this video of a YouTuber named Nick Shirley going daycare center to daycare center, demanding that he sees some sort of kids or some sort of proof of kids. Honestly, the entire strategy is crazy, but Trump supporters have been using this video as some silver bullet, apparently, that there is widespread fraud within the state of Minnesota, mainly concentrated within daycares. And at first, when I saw the video with no context, I was like, this seems a little bit weird. But then I thought about it.
I mean, here's the thing. The only reason you're doubting it is because he's a MAGA influencer. If this was somebody on the left saying this, you probably would attack him still. So actually, I'll give you that one. I'll give him that one. But let's go look at the real video because I don't think this young man watched it. This is the part where they were talking about the ABC Learning Center. Let's go ahead and rewatch this real quick, guys. The ABC Learning Center. And I want you to take a good look right here. Now, do you see are you sure you watched it, my brother? Are you sure? Because ABC Learning Center, licensed for 40 children. Number of children at this facility, 0. But they've received what in 2025, $1 million in 2025, $1 million in 2024, and a bit over 700,000 in 2023. 40 kids. CBS went to the same place and only saw 12, and they didn't say, yo, can we get the rest of your attendance? Because you're supposed to be marked down for 40 and number of kids at the facility, 0. Now, if you want to say, well, S.E.T, there were 12, so that's not true, then I'll give you that. But what the fuck are they receiving $1 million for 12 kids at a daycare for? Like, come on now. Because they're marked down for 40. But all right, let's go ahead and watch it in full context.
59 in fiscal year 2025, $1,042,059. In fiscal year 2024, $1,059,078. And in fiscal year 2023, $727,336.
This next one is literally one block away, and this one's also generated nearly $3 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any of the buildings are open. Here we go. All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center.
Damn it, Sid, man. I hate when you put your money behind it because, I mean, I know you're serious. Now I know you're like, well, you usually are always serious. But now I know you're really serious. When Sid puts his money behind it, that means my man is like, bro, I said, I don't know what to tell you, dog. I'm like 99%, 95% sure. I'm like, all right, bro. Just because you're saying that, I got you. And shout out to my man. Let's see here. Hey, shout out to my man Adam. He says, let me go and pull that one up real quick. I have a daycare in Minnesota now. Thank you, taxpayers, for making me rich. Thank you for contributing to my mega house and lifestyle in cars. God bless the taxpayers of Minnesota. I mean, hey, man, if you got it off, God bless. And he means Leering Center. The Leering Center, those were the guys that was pulling in big bucks. I think that was the guys that was like 60 or 90 kids they had to be accounted for. But like I said, nobody proved it whatsoever. And like I said, maybe I missed something in the Snopes and NPR. And I'm looking at it, dog. I'm looking at them. I seen the Snopes and the NPR. I believe the link to the Star Tribunal. I mean, you need a subscription for that one. But I did look at Snopes and NPR, and they was just outlining, you know, the allegations and all that. They didn't really like prove Nick Shirley wrong. But I'll keep going.
All the windows are blacked out. Let's see if anybody is here. This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about this is that last daycare center is that green building right there. And the other daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars. I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door. Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager? Where can I get paperwork to file for my son? I wanted to put my son Joey in daycare. And after a few questions, the lady went silent. Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here. And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Child Care.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which says it's licensed for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. And there are no kids, and all the facilities are the same way, all of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once again, I try to find a spot for my son Joey, and they would not open the door. I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cuz I need a spot to put my son Joey.
Yes.
Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers seem to be closed. No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Now, bro, check this out. Also, I mean, when you kind of look at it up front, it's like, dog, you got 40 kids, 40 children, but look at this.
Is this daycare committing fraud?
No, we're not committing fraud.
Hassan showed us security footage from the same day Shirley was here. According to the timestamps in the
Hassan,
videos, this woman
name.
takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m. that day, about 3 hours before Shirley arrives at the door closer to the street. Within the hour after Shirley leaves, a woman arrives at the other door with a stroller. A larger family heads inside a few hours later. Is this daycare committing fraud?
No, we're not committing fraud.
I mean, and that's it, bro. CBS. Really? That's all you got to ask? Like, hey, yeah, bro, you know you got like marked down for 40 kids and you're receiving like $1 million basically a year for this. Can you prove to us that you have these 40 kids? Like that we're not just giving you these child grants for child care for no effing reason? Can you prove it? They didn't even act for that. Think about it. If they'd have got that attendance sheet and they just showed them, be like, yeah, they're right here, Nick Shirley. All 40 kids, you were wrong. I'll accept that. That's how, all right, then I'm like, all right, yeah, Nick Shirley, you called it too early. They were just being secretive with their information. And I can get that. But they didn't prove anything, Sid. They didn't prove that, oh, yeah, we got 40 kids. I would be cool if they even had 35 kids and they were just 5 kids off. I'll be okay with that. But you pull up with only 12 kids and then what? Oh, you guys committing fraud? That's it. That's all the investigation you did? Okay, bro. Okay. Now, you don't even want to ask for the attendance sheet? Like, bro, can you at least prove that you have 40 kids? And if you can't give us the attendance sheet, is there any way you can prove that you have 40 kids? Do you have an effing field trip picture? I don't know, like a staff picture, like what schools take. When you take your school picture and your whole class show up. Do you have that at least? No? Then what the fuck?
Is this daycare committing fraud?
No, we're not committing fraud.
Hassan showed us security footage from the same day Shirley was here. According to the timestamps in the videos, this woman takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m. that day, about 3 hours before Shirley arrives at the door closer to the street. Within the hour after Shirley leaves.
Oh, no. Okay, Sid. Then you misunderstood the information. License for 40 children, but it wasn't Shirley who said that. It was the old man who was with Shirley who had the city papers, pretty much saying they're licensed for 40 children, but he said he's seen none at this location. So the license is what the city is supposed to have them down for, but he says he's seen none while writing that down. So it wasn't Nick Shirley who said there were no kids here. It was the paperwork that they had that were saying there are no kids here, but they're marked down for 40 and they're receiving government funding because of it. That's the claim.
Leaves, a woman arrives at the other door with a stroller. A larger family heads inside a few hours later.
Is this daycare committing fraud?
No, we're not committing fraud.
Hassan showed us security footage from the same day Shirley was here. According to the timestamps in the videos, this woman takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m.
But remember my man Yumi Hassan, right? So this kid, Yumi Hassan, I mean, shout out to this lady, comes from the DHS state, Minnesota, US. I mean, boy, this man, Yumi Hassan, has had a lot of violations. I mean, a lot of them. So, yeah, the Department of Human Services, DHS, is ordering you to pay a fine of $200 for 1 out of the 2 background study violations. I mean, background study violations. He also got other violations down here as well. I won't read this entire page, but yeah, let's be real. Some of these guys who got caught up, even CBS admitted that they don't even have their licenses. Most of them do, like Sid said, but a decent amount of them don't. Yeah, ABC Learning Center inspection found 28 violations since 2022. So yeah, I'm not sure why you're running protection for our fellow Somali scammers, but it is what it is. All right, I'm just playing. You're not running protection. Maybe you just didn't know, you didn't read the information accurately, or you still hold your same opinion, which, like I said, now I'm gonna have to look into 10 times harder since you're standing 10 toes down. But all right, though, let's get back to our favorite political scammer, Gavin Newsom.
January 7th, January 22nd. We were dealing with unprecedented conditions. Remember, in the middle of winter a year ago, and yes, we have winters in California. In Southern California, it bone dry for 8+ months. Middle of January, we're dealing with an unprecedented scale of these storms. 16,000 people were deployed, 2,000 pieces of equipment were deployed, 29 agencies, the most robust response to wildfires in world history, the largest concentration of resources.
Sid, did I hear you, bro? Then your wife would have to report that, right? If she's receiving money, remember, this is preschool. I think that is basically daycare. So, like, bro, then she would have to report that, or the business owner where she works would have to report how much kids she got in that class if you guys are receiving government funding. If these parents are paying out of pocket, receiving no government funding, then you're good. But these guys are receiving government funding for these kids that are not there. There's a difference.
In LA County, the most populous county in America, deployed to address these unprecedented conditions. So I just want to shape a consciousness for folks to understand. It wasn't just the Palisade fire, it wasn't just the Eaton fire in Altadena that were devastating. It was fires throughout the region that challenged and stretched.
You've seen a lot of fires. When you were governor-elect, you went to your first fire. I think it was one of the first times you were on location with President Trump.
Yeah.
What did it feel like this time? Was it different?
No. So what was back to your question, it was apocalyptic. I think, as you described.
Shout out to Cap Hunter. It's like, no, Cap Hunter. The crime is, if you're saying you have 60 kids, you take out to the government and they're giving you a certain amount of money because you claim you have 60 kids, that's fraud. If your facility can hold up to 60 kids and you only have 25, and that's what you said to the government to get funding, then you're good. The problem is they're claiming they have this much kids to receive government grants and government funding for childcare. Like, that's the problem.
It was like a bomb going off. No other way to describe it. And I was there just a few hours after the fire, and was there physically in the midst of the firefighting as I went up into the foothills and experienced firsthand what our first responders were dealing with, only to see the aircraft doing fire suppression, only to be taken down hours later because the hurricane forced winds, 80, 90, up to 100 miles per hour. The heroism of those first responders going in, not fighting fires in the traditional sense by hooking up lines to fire hydrants, but truly converting in real time to a life-saving mission by getting people out of their homes, watching these embers turn into spot fires. You describe it beautifully in your book, seeing these palm trees, that's a visible, the indelibility of those palm trees, just raining fire.
They look like matchsticks to me.
They literally are matchsticks. We were sitting there. You can watch a home. It's completely fine. And 2 minutes later, you turn around and an ember hits its spot fire and the thing's immediately up. So up in flames. And so the devastation at scale in real time happening concurrently in multiple parts.
But all right. Well, I ain't really paying too much to this. So let's go over to the next video here. About to do nice little 3D military replica of what went down what went down in Venezuela. So shout out to these guys at AI Telly. Let's go ahead and get right into it, guys. About to break down the extraction. And shout out to I'm saying there wasn't okay. I mean, no, you're right. Because I remember during the election, Tim Walz was getting brought up for what? The Feed the Kids scam, where like $250 million was defrauded from that. And yeah, no, I know what you're talking about. And now all of a sudden it's blowing up and now it's being used to paint Somalis as these evil people. I agree with you on that. I don't agree with that. I don't like how people are trying to use this situation to make it seem like all Somalis are bad people, like all of their businesses are fraudulent. I don't like it as much as you do, dog. Trust me. I hate it too. But we gotta sit there and call it what it is. And these guys are hurting their own community by not being real with us. And I'm talking about the ABC Learning guy, the Leering Center guy. All these guys either need to come out with the proof or just admit they're doing fraud. Or some of the Somalis need to do their own investigative research, look into their own people. And if they don't find nothing, show us the proof. And if they do find something, at least they're showing us that, yo, we're just not here trying to scam all of you, not all of us. But right now, and I'm sorry, but this is the way, and you shouldn't listen to what these idiot Somalian people want to sit there and brag about it in your face have to say. That's not what all Somalian people think. But when people see stuff like that, it radicalizes them. Well, to hate Somalis and to want them all gone. But let's go ahead and get into it.
How do you capture a high-value target when the whole world is watching? You create a masterclass in deception. The CIA set the stage with a single building as bait and filled the sky with 150 aircraft to create a deafening sonic shield for the helicopters to drop Delta forces. F-35s lit up the perimeter, turning night into day. By the time the dust settled, the helicopters had already touched down and Maduro was gone.
Damn.
We'll also look at how the U.S. uses the F-35 jets and its Navy to launch a large-scale attack, all in the video ahead. In the dead of night that is 2 in the morning, the lights went out in Caracas.
Lights went out in Caracas. Damn, would they shut the power off? But shout out to my man Adam Rogers. Appreciate the support, my brother. He says, my daycare is in the millions. Can I LLC my socks in Minnesota? I mean, stocks or socks. Either way, man, he making that money. Like I said, bro, just make sure you play Somalian, bro. Make sure you get your wife out there with a nice little hijab and you'll be perfectly good. Well, actually, full-blown burqa. Full-blown burqa. Just go ahead and do it.
By 5 a.m., the president of Venezuela was gone. But how U.S. played in deception games. While the whole world were focused on the aircraft carriers in the Caribbean, a shadow war was being fought on the ground. This wasn't an invasion. It was a surgical extraction. We finally have the declassified timeline of how U.S. forces breached the heart of Caracas and extracted Nicolás Maduro. Let's start with step 1. The setup. This didn't happen overnight. For months, the U.S. had been tightening a naval quarantine around Venezuela. The U.S. Gerald R. Ford Carrier Strike Group and the U.S. Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group were parked off the coast. The pretext was clear. The U.S. designated the Venezuelan government a narco-terrorist state, specifically targeting the drugs lords. But while the Navy squeezed the coast, intelligence assets were tracking one man. They waited for a specific window, a moment where Maduro was stationary and vulnerable. Step 2, the strike. It began at exactly 2 in the morning Venezuelan Standard Time. High above, several F-35 stealth fighters punch a hole through the enemy lines, destabilizing their anti-air defenses. Like these Russian S-300 missiles located all over the strategic high-value target. With the skies cleared, the path opens for Delta Force helicopters to fly straight towards the mission. Here comes the deception as the helicopters flew. The jets started firing with more strikes as it hit Fort Tuna, the main military base and command center, and La Carlota Air Base. destabilizing Venezuelan air support. Reports from the ground described widespread explosions and a sudden communications blackout. The chaos wasn't the goal, it was the cover. But how did the raid happen? We have to look at step 3. Under the cover of darkness and chaos, the Tier 1 operators went to work. But what is the exact unit tasked with the mission? It is the Delta Force, one of the most elite secretive special forces units in the US military. Witnesses in Caracas reported low-flying aircraft skimming the rooftops, flying well below radar coverage. The team breached a secure compound believed to be a safe house within the massive Fort Tuna complex. Resistance from the Venezuelan Presidential Guard was swift but ultimately futile, as the helicopters lay cover fire. The operators moved with surgical speed, landing on multiple points. But how exactly the capture and extraction happened? For this, let's look at step 4. Specialized helicopters hovered over the objective to insert the assault team. While dozens of attack helicopters laid down suppression fire, the Delta Special Forces descended and started the search for the high-value targets. How did they find him? Simple. The CIA had planted spy inside Nicolas Maduro's close circle. While back in the US, Delta Force built an exact replica of his safe house, rehearsing the raid until they could do it blindfolded. While operators breached the room so fast, his security could not even react to the situation as the sound of flash grenades disoriented the security guard. Using blowtorch, they caught him before he could even lock all the doors. Maduro's shock and awe froze him as Delta Force reached the compound. Nicolas Maduro and his wife, Celia Flores, were physically secured. This wasn't a negotiation. They were detained and immediately moved to the extraction point. These aircraft are capable of performing urban extractions from buildings and refueling in midair. Within minutes, they were airborne, leaving Venezuelan airspace and heading to a secure floating staging base in the Caribbean. This Operation Southern Spear has changed the geopolitical map of South America overnight. But wait, before after the extractions, there were reports of F-35 jets also leading the tip of the spear for the attack. We'll look how the United States used F-35 jets instead of F-16s for operations in Venezuela, because this is a well-organized and militarized Venezuela has positioned advanced Russian S-300 missile systems, Chinese radar networks, integrated Russian air defenses, and—
I'm crying. Oh, well, I mean, that explains a lot. I mean, using Chinese technology. And here's the thing. I mean, look, this whole little raid on Venezuela, it made China and Russia look terrible. I mean, first off, Chinese radars. We beat the Chinese radars. Okay, guys, we made China look like fools and the radars look like a piece of crap. And then, of course, the air defense of Russia, I mean, well, decimated. Huh. I mean, you shouldn't have bought from China.
Shahed drones along its borders.
I mean, he will give you a nice, cool phone, Maduro, but he will not give you good weaponry or good radars either.
This creates a highly lethal and challenging environment that older S-16s would struggle to survive. As stated, around 150 aircrafts and a massive 8 U.S. destroyers were stationed there. It also has 3 amphibious aircraft carrier and survey.
My bad, game, and I just realized that was you. But he said, I told you the U.S. would exactly do this, and I'll give you my shout out. Yeah, guys, make sure to go fight out with my guy at Backyard Gaming or the original Backyard Gamer. You know, military guy, ex-Navy, so you can get a lot of insight about these military operations from him.
Surveillance plane to turn it into a massive command and control juggernaut capable of overcoming a modern military's air defenses, signals a readiness to counter Venezuela's entire air defense network if necessary. But why Venezuela Air Force failed to intercept? As of 2025, Venezuela's fighter jet fleet consists mainly of approximately 21 Sukhoi Su-30 multi-role fighters delivered by Russia between 2006 and 2008, which now form the backbone of their combat air power. Additionally, they maintain about 5 operational F-16 Fighting Falcons from an older batch, including 3 single-seat S-16As and 2 two-seat S-16Vs. These S-16s are aging and suffer from limited maintenance and part support due to U.S. sanctions, although they have been supplemented with Israeli upgrades. Venezuela acquired its F-16 jets from the United States through a foreign military sales agreement called Peace Delta in May 1982, during a period of good diplomatic and military relations. They were the first Latin American country to receive the S-16, with deliveries occurring between 1983 and 1985. The reason the US does not use F-16s in current operations is because these jets lack the stealth capabilities necessary to evade the S-300 and other integrated defenses. The advanced S-300V or anti-2500 systems, supported by dense Chinese and Russian radar, can easily detect and target older aircraft at long ranges. Sending F-16s into such an environment would result in high attrition risks as they are vulnerable to radar detection and missile engagement. Not to forget the Russian Buk air defense system that can take out an F-16 with ease. These are cheap R-15 or 24 Buk systems are already active and mobile all over the country. Additionally, F-16s are less effective in contested airspace saturated with drones, especially the Iranian Shahed drones used by Venezuela for reconnaissance and kamikaze strikes. The F-35, however, offers crucial advantages. Its stealth design enables it to fly undetected or with much lower risk, making it effective against advanced surface-to-air missiles and networked radar systems. Its sensor fusion, electronic warfare, and data link capabilities allow it to simultaneously suppress and target mobile and fixed air defense positions, adapting rapidly to counter Russian and Chinese radar configurations. While the aircrafts took out the anti-air defenses Venezuelan military as a whole, this allowed the CIA and special forces to advance towards its target. The overwhelming presence of advanced Russian, Chinese, Iranian, and indigenous air defense and drone systems on the Venezuelan border means that the stealth fighter jets, or the first wave of attack, provide both the survivability and strike capability required for such operations. But how do they rotate clockwise? Well, the distance from Puerto Rico to Venezuela is about 1,300 kilometers. This is roughly 810 miles, which translates to around 1.5 hours of flight time for an F-35 flying at high subsonic speeds. These jets rotated clockwise as its combat radius is approximately 770 miles. Meaning it can reach most of Venezuela from Puerto Rico with careful fuel management and limited loitering. To extend mission time and reach deeper inland, air-to-air refueling tankers deployed strategically in the Caribbean region support these operations. In situations requiring strikes within minutes, U.S. amphibious assault ships equipped with F-35Bs can launch jets rapidly. From such ships positioned in the Caribbean, F-35Bs can reach Venezuelan targets within roughly 15 to 10 minutes, depending on speed and route. Targets typically include narco-traffickers' networks, air defense installations, command centers, and drone facilities, enabling flexible sea-based strike options against both Venezuelan military and criminal infrastructure. In essence, the F-35 deployment by the U.S. near Venezuela redefines military capabilities in the region. It combines stealth, advanced sensors, electronic warfare, and networked operations to overcome sophisticated air defenses and maintain persistent air superiority and rapid strikeability against a broad spectrum of targets in Venezuela. This reflects a strategy that goes beyond counter-narcotics to deter and, if necessary, decisively counter the Venezuelan military threat. We also made a deep dive into the sea, air, and land components of the nuclear triad, so subscribe for more videos to not miss a beat.
All right. All right, now let's get over here to first post. Let me see something about Chinese weapons. All right. Did Venezuela's Chinese weapons fail against the U.S.? Man, it is looking like it. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it real quick. And Sid, I got you. Hold on here.
You may or may not like what Donald Trump did, but you can't deny one thing. The military operation was an undeniable success. They disabled Venezuela's defenses. They swooped in, they captured Maduro and his wife, and they left without a fuss. No casualties, no losses for the US. It tells you how good the US military was. But what about the other side? What weapons did the Venezuelans use, and why did they fail? Well, drum roll, some of them were Chinese. And our story actually begins in the year 2006. That's when the US imposed an arms embargo on Venezuela. The country was cut off from Western weapons. So who did they turn to? The Russians and the Chinese. From 2010 to 2020, Russia made up around 60% of Venezuela's arms imports, and China made up around 16.4%. Beijing was the second biggest supplier of weapons to Caracas, and Caracas was Beijing's biggest customer in Latin America. And what sort of weapons did they sell? Well, three systems stand out. First is the JY-27A radar. These are long-range surveillance radars. China,
as we just seen in the video, that pretty much, I mean, we just completely evaded, snuck right under, and took out all their air defense system. I mean, damn. You know what? I'm feeling pretty happy that we've upgraded to them F-47s. Man, I wonder what cool perks those come with. I mean, look what the F-35s are doing out here. Be honest, I'm impressed. And a shout out, Jet, he said this shit all over Iran, China, and Russia's tech. Yeah, I mean, hey, bro, they proved it. I mean, they got Iranian drones in the air. They got a Russian military. They got Russian missile defense system, and then they got China. I think they got Chinese radars. Yeah, Chinese radars, and I believe they also got Russian jets as well. So Russian missile defense system and jets. Sorry, just marking it down for my notes.
says they can even detect U.S. stealth jets. Venezuela installed 7 of these radars in September 2025. Their defense minister was all praise. He said the Chinese radars had successfully locked F-35 jets. Remember, these are the most advanced planes on the planet, the F-35s, supposedly the most advanced. And Venezuela said the Chinese...
soon to be the F-47. So, yeah, I mean, them F-35s pretty much drove up under the Chinese radar. I mean, we took out the missile defense system of Russia, and we got around those pesky Iranian drones. And Iran is really good at making drones and missiles all of a sudden. Huh. I swear to God, bro, they're like the Germans of the Middle East when it comes to their ingenuity.
Radars had spotted them. Then what happened on Saturday? Experts believe the F-35 managed to suppress the Chinese radars. Basically, the planes jammed the system. So that's one weapon down. Another system that Venezuela likely deployed was the JYL-1. Again, it's a Chinese radar. This one is also meant to track stealth jets. But this too seems to have failed on Saturday. And finally, you have Chinese surface-to-air missiles. Venezuela had the HQ-9 and the HQ-12 missiles. These are supposed to destroy enemy projectiles and jets. But on Saturday, they too appear to have failed. And frankly, it's not surprising. Pakistan deployed these same systems against India, yet Indian BrahMos missiles were hitting Pakistan at will. Now, just to be clear, we do not have conclusive evidence of what happened in Venezuela. Did their systems fail? Were they jammed? Were the operators inefficient? The fact is, we don't know. But here's what we can.
I mean, what we do know is that, bro, anybody who buys Chinese weaponry or Chinese systems, they always fail. They always fail every freaking time. Like, even the jets they sold to the African countries start breaking apart midair. I'm not sure what it is about the Chinese, but they just seem to water down everything they buy. Like, they'll copy us, but not exactly. They'll just make it cheaper and make it more vulnerable to malfunctions and attacks.
And say for sure, nearly 150 U.S. aircraft targeted Venezuela, and some of them flew extremely close to the ground. Take a look.
Oh, that's what it was? It was their missile defense system failing? All right, that makes sense, because I was wondering, I'm like, whoa, how are they shooting up and coming down back on them? I'm like, what was that? Yeah, that was their missile defense system literally biting them in the ass, just like it did Pakistan.
Extremely close to the ground. Take a look.
Hey man, don't go cheap.
Hmm. 150 American aircraft, some flying close to the ground, and yet no resistance from Venezuela. The United States had complete air control. Clearly, the Chinese weapons did not help. Maybe that's why the Chinese state media is so silent about this. But honestly, this goes beyond weapons. It's political.
Yeah, that's why they were very upset. And, you're breaking international law. Yeah, and we expose your BS weaponry. We expose your BS jets. We expose your BS weapon defense system or missile defense system. And we expose your BS radars. I'm sorry, but all your technology is crap. And I'm be real with you. It's like, if this is what y'all bringing to the table, I mean, y'all might want to pipe down. If we're able to do you guys like this, I barely consider you guys a military power at this point. Financial for sure, but not a military one, it's looking like.
and financial. China has cultivated Venezuela as a crucial ally, a useful partner close to America. This relationship.
I'm weekend. Shout out to Jed. He said China is the Justin Hammer of the real world. Shout out, Jed.
Relationship flourished after the year 2000. Since then, Chinese companies have invested $4.8 billion in Venezuela. They also had an oil for loan agreement. Basically, China lends massive amounts of money and Venezuela pays the interest by selling its oil to China. This was the arrangement. Until now, China.
I mean, that's how the Maduro regime stayed rich, and that's why they wanted to start buying their oil in Chinese yuan. And to be honest with you, if we kept the status quo going, I could see them damn near turning into a Chinese vassal state. Have been a Chinese colony, and to be quite honest with you, and China would have had all types of influence towards it because they're the one funding the regime. And you think the people seen any part of that Chinese money? No, Maduro and his homies stuffed it in the pockets and walked off.
China has lent around $100 billion to them. And initially, it worked for both sides. Venezuela found a buyer for its sanctioned oil, and China found a new source away from West Asia. It was a win-win. But in recent years, that began to change. In 2024, Venezuela made up just 2% of China's oil imports. Plus, their investments were not paying off. As Venezuela's economy collapsed, so did China's bets. Nonetheless, Beijing did not abandon the partnership. Like I said, Venezuela was a useful ally to have. In fact, President Xi Jinping's special envoy was visiting Caracas on Friday. He had met Maduro just hours before his capture. And even now, China is defending him. They're asking the U.S. to release Nicolas Maduro.
China expresses grave concern over the U.S. forcibly seizing Maduro and his wife and taking them out of the country. The U.S. move is in clear violation of
I know, because Maduro pretty much worked for you guys, and we're taking out one of your people in our country. I mean, like I said, Maduro is what we thought. We thought Venezuela was a second tier country where they can choose the superpower they work with. They chose China. They chose Iran, and they chose China and Russia to work with. They chose those superpowers. The 2 out of the 3, they chose them. All right. We couldn't have that on our side of the hemisphere. So we're pretty much removing Chinese influence out of Venezuela, as well as pretty much trying to take over their resources and control their government. Like I said, you can disagree, but this is the plan.
National law, the basic norms governing international relations, and the purposes and principles of the United Nations Charter. China urges the United States to ensure the personal safety of Maduro and his wife, release them immediately.
China will be watching the new regime closely. Will they preserve the close ties with Beijing, or will they surrender to U.S. pressure? At the same time, China will also sense an opportunity here. First, to rally the global south. Virtually all developing and underdeveloped countries have condemned the U.S. Rest assured, China.
Yeah, because it kind of scares everybody. We're kind of letting the world know what it is. Like I said, there's only 3 superpowers in the world. There's Russia, U.S., Russia, and China. I'm always going to put us first. And then there's your second tier guys that get to choose what superpower they work with. Saudi choose to work with the U.S. Most European countries choose to work with the U.S. There's some countries out there in the Middle East that work with Russia and China. Everybody gets to choose the devil they want to work with. And there are the third tier countries that don't really get to decide anything for themselves. We decide their leaders. We decide what they get to do with their resources. We decide how their economies run. We decide if they're in a civil war next year or not. We decide everything about that country. And I'm pretty sure you can name already a lot of third tier countries off the rip now that I'm explaining it to you.
Will capitalize on this. And secondly, they will learn lessons for Taiwan. How the U.S. peddled their fake drug trafficking claims, how they began with isolated boat strikes, and how they swiftly decapitated the Venezuelan regime. I'm sure China's military will study all of this closely. Of course, none of that will help if your weapons don't work.
The world doesn't fit in box.
I like how she ended that. I'm pretty sure all that don't matter, China. All that studying of us don't matter if those weapons are insufficient and they malfunction all the damn time. I mean, y'all gonna cook yourselves. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into this little video real quick. Not all of it, but at least some of it.
The Taliban came to power. The Taliban came to power. While Trump's record of attacks is stark, it's also in line with American history. After all, this is what US presidents do: regime change. They've been in this business for a long, long time. Ask Iran. They got a taste of it way back in 1953. Their prime minister was Mohammad Mossadegh. He was a democratically elected leader, but the Americans got rid of him. Do you know why? Because he wanted Iran to benefit from its oil wealth. You see, until the 1950s, the West controlled Iran's oil, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. It was a British firm, and they got a bulk of the oil money. Tehran only got a limited share. Mossadegh wanted to change that. He had the support of the parliament and the people. He tried to nationalize Iran's oil fields. Britain, of course, did not like it, so they appealed to the Americans for help. And guess what the US did? They launched what was called Operation Ajax. The CIA laid the groundwork for a coup. The first attempt failed, but in 1953, the second attempt succeeded. Mossadegh was removed. The US installed a pro-Western monarchy. It was under Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. Then in 1954, they turned to Guatemala. Their president was Jacobo Arbenz. He introduced land reforms in the country. And these reforms hurt an American company called United Fruit. This company owned a lot of land in Guatemala. So the CIA came to their help. They launched Operation PB Success. They trained 480 rebels. They launched a fear campaign and dropped leaflets from the sky. The Guatemalan army gave up without a fight. President Arbenz was removed. A military officer supported by the US took power in his place. With these two successful attempts, Washington got bolder. Their next target was Cuba. They wanted to replace Fidel Castro. They orchestrated an invasion by CIA-trained Cuban exiles. It failed.
Every single time. And I mean, look, now, and I hope while watching this, you're kind of seeing why, you know, guys like me, Sid, and a lot of Democrats, you guys know I'm MAGA, but why guys like me are kind of weary of what's going on here. And I know a lot of you guys are quick to celebrate, and that's great. Now I love it for you. I don't want to be the party pooper, but let's not pretend like we have a history of success when it comes to regime change. And I mean, you never know. We could always do it right under Trump, but I mean, 9 times out of 10 is probably going to turn sour, probably within a month or so. God forbid, though. God forbid.
Came back stronger.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet. He says, U.S. snatching dictators, China sinking their own ships. I'm like, yeah, like I said, man, we're going across the world, taking world leaders like this.
Yeah, stole that shit. Stole that shit. That's what I'm doing, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit.
And then, you know, any country who's upset about it apparently is gonna
see. As you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
But we'll see what happens next.
This failed coup led to the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. Then in 1963, the US turned to South Vietnam. They wanted to counter communism in the country. The then president, Ngo Dinh Diem, was not helping. So America decided to remove him, and they did it in 1963, but the coup created a political vacuum. It destabilized South Vietnam. That same year, the US also targeted Iraq. They supported a coup against then Prime Minister Abdul Karim Qasim. He was killed. The Ba'ath Party took power. Ironically, it's the same Ba'ath Party that led to the rise of Saddam Hussein, a leader that America would dethrone decades later.
That's what...
That led to the rise of Saddam.
Man, bro. Do look like Maduro. Maduro looks a little bit more, I guess, like, you know, bigger because he's like 6'3", but like this guy, they do look the same. Crazy.
Hussein, a leader that America would dethrone decades later. In the 1970s, the focus was back on Latin America. The US had its eyes on Salvador Allende. He was the president of Chile. Richard Nixon was the US president then. Accounts suggest that he ordered the CIA to make the Chilean economy scream. In 1973, a coup ousted Allende. It led to the dictatorship of Augusto Pinochet. The next decade was about Afghanistan. The Soviets had installed a government there, so the US armed the Afghan Mujahideen. They sent them aid and weapons to counter the Soviets. In 1989, the Soviets withdrew, but Afghanistan did not stabilize. It plunged into a civil war. The Taliban came to power, And you know what grew out of the Afghan Mujahideen? The Al-Qaeda.
Yep.
Led by Osama bin Laden, the same man who carried out the worst terror attack on American soil.
I know, it's like we take out terrorists, we create more terrorists, we take out a dictator, then we give him an even worse dictator. It's just like, come on now, guys. I mean, bro, because like this, can you imagine if we just like, can you imagine if this was the future? Like we took out Maduro, but now we got this lady here, DIC Rodriguez out here holding what? Publicized, televised execution of everybody who was anti-Maduro, and that would be on us. Like, you imagine if that was a reality. Now we got somebody 10 times more violent and worse. I mean, that's usually what happens with these regime changes. But I mean, like I said, though, you never know, man. Things could turn out differently. You never know. I shout out my man Atlas for sending 100 for 2 jewels. Appreciate the support.
But the US clearly did not learn its lesson, because in 2003, they went back to West Asia. This time, the target was Iraq. It was called the War on Terror. The Americans went after Iraq's President Saddam Hussein. They accused him of having weapons of mass destruction. None were found eventually, but the regime was toppled. And the invasion destroyed the country and the region. There was a huge power vacuum that led to the rise of terror groups like ISIS. By some estimates, the United States attempted regime change 70 times during the Cold War. 70 times. So what does all of this show you?
We suck at regime
that Washington
change?
has not learned its lesson. They may have mastered regime change, but the part that comes after, they're really bad at that.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, we get it off. We'll remove that leader. We'll kill him. We'll imprison him. We'll switch him out for another. But what happens after that always is a disaster, always creates more terrorists, creates more dictators. And then our ass got to go in there again. Or we just keep our hands off it and just let them remain the fucked country. And then we want to call them a shithole country for the bullshit that we did in their country. And then here it is. I'll be real with you. I don't like when my side always sit there and say, oh, you're just going to blame colonialism for your shithole country. Well, I'm sorry, but they got a really good argument. It's a really good argument. And I think we need to address it so we can avoid it in the future.
Will this time be different?
Steven Crowder.
I guess we'll have to wait and watch.
Because I like the guy.
While Trump's record of attacks is stark, it's also in line with American history. After all, this is what US presidents do. Regime change. They've been in this business for a long, long time. Ask Iran. They got a taste of it way back in 1953. Their prime minister was Mohammad Mossadegh. He was a democratically elected leader, but the Americans got rid of him. Do you know why? Because he wanted Iran to benefit from its oil wealth.
Hold on, I think it's restored.
You see, until the 1950s, the West controlled Iran's oil, the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company. It was a British firm, and they got a bulk of the oil money. Tehran only got a limited share. Mossadegh wanted to change that. He had the support of the parliament and the people. He tried to nationalize Iran's oil fields. Britain, of course, did not like it, so they appealed to the Americans for help. And guess what the US did? They launched what was called Operation Ajax. The CIA laid the groundwork for a coup. The first attempt failed, but in 1953, the second attempt succeeded. Mossadegh was removed.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to the next video. As you see, our terrible history of regime changes. And guys, do you not see the pattern that I'm talking about? The beginning, it's great. It's lovely every fucking time. It just looks like the best thing ever. And then what? A year or two down there, it turns out it was the worst thing we ever did. Like the road to hell was paved with good intentions. And we had all the good intentions in the world. Okay, never mind, take that back. We had our self-interest, which I guess we can replace with good intentions. We had our self-interest involved every single time. And it turns out against us every single time.
The US installed a pro-Western monarchy. It was under Shah Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. Then in 1954, they turned to Guatemala. Their president was Jacobo Arbenz.
Find this video.
He introduced...
All right, now let's go ahead and get into our guys that redacted. The China's new buzzword, MAGA isolationists. Man, bro, that's what about to call him my black ass. I could see it already.
Well, in the wake of Trump's bombing of Venezuela, a new phrase has emerged from the CIA-loving influencer class. You know, all the same guys that got those binders, the Epstein binders, you know, that's the same group. And that phrase is now MAGA isolationists. Here's the headline: heightens alarm what Trump's Venezuela attack means for Iran and MAGA isolationists. Okay. You're a MAGA isolationist if you believe in George Washington's ethos that America should not entangle itself in the affairs of other countries. It's almost like these CIA-loving influencers.
I mean, bro, it's kind of crazy how, the first president of the United States literally told us, yo, let's never get involved in foreign affairs. We shouldn't get involved in other countries' foreign affairs because we'll always get dragged into conflict that we don't need to be in. I mean, shoot. And then we had another warning from the guy. Well, what was it? Was it Eisenhower? I believe it was Eisenhower. Which president warned us about the war industrial complex? Yeah, that guy. Then we had another president who warned us about that, and we still did it. We still effing did it, even from the wisdom of our forefathers. Well, one forefather and an old president.
They're talking points from one place. Watch.
I've seen that there are a lot of people who are very, very upset on the so-called isolationist right. People who have in the past, for example, suggested that the only people who would be against Nicolas Maduro's continued regime are globo homo. For example, something Tucker Carlson said. Only globo homo would want Maduro ousted because he's supposedly a social conservative, which is not actually true. Well, I suppose the administration may have to explain to people like Tucker Carlson that, in fact, it was not globo homo that ousted Nicolas Maduro. It was a conservative Republican president, a gutsy president who makes the calls to preserve America's national security and her foreign interests, her interests in the Western Hemisphere, and her interests internationally, undercutting enemies of the United States, ranging from Russia to China to Iran to Cuba.
Yeah, okay. I love how he loves to mansplain everything to us. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for educating all of us about why we need to just depose foreign leaders. Okay. Notice how he just dropped Cuba in there as well. Just slip that in there. Because that those are the talking points right now, because I guess that's next. The CIA's fantasy is coming true. So the talking points are being sent out amongst this class right now, the MAGA influencers. Even warmonger Lindsey Graham, Senator Lindsey Graham, I shouldn't even dignify him with that title, on board Air Force One, because I guess he's Trump's foreign policy advisor now. He says Cuba should be next. Watch.
Could have done it. And as to this commander-in-chief, he did something people talked about doing. You just wait for Cuba. Cuba is a communist dictatorship that's killed priests and nuns. They've preyed on their own people. Their days are numbered.
Okay.
We're going to wake up one day.
So I love how you're now, priests and nuns, but when Ukraine does it, we give them money. See how all this works? Really makes a lot of sense to us, right? And here, by the way, and Iran is next too. They had to pose with this photo. Here's the Make Iran Great Again hat. This is not AI. Donald Trump signed that hat. So Iran, Cuba, Greenland, Colombia. What's next? Let's say
I'm gonna be so real with you. I'm gonna be extremely disappointed in Trump if he literally bombs Iran over what? Them handling their own protest that has no effect to us whatsoever. Just us wanting Iran to be overthrown or to destabilize Iran for some reason, which isn't gonna cause positive reverberations throughout the Middle East. It's not. I don't care what Netanyahu says, it won't. But I'm gonna be real with you. The only reason why people want to get involved with Iran is because Israel wants to get involved with Iran, because that's the only people stopping them from completely taking over the Middle East like they want to. So let's see how this works out, because I'm sorry, but if we get into it with Iran over these guys protesting in the street, I mean, that'd be the stupidest reason for regime change.
Ask Congressman Thomas Massey, who's been hard at work trying to stop the regime change operations. Congressman, great to see you. Happy New Year.
Good to see you, both of you. Yeah, I thought that was AI too, or photoshopped that hat. Make Iran great again. Give me a break.
It's unbelievable. So if we're being honest, I mean,
let's be real. You'll probably see PBD wearing that soon.
MAGA was never isolationist, right? The MAGA movement had been quietly co-opted from the beginning by neocons, deep state actors the entire time. So this idea of MAGA isolationists, that you're somehow America first and you don't want us being entangled in foreign wars, that's a problem. You're just like the liberal left. How do you feel about that new term that's being floated around the past 24 hours?
Yeah, I'm used to that pejorative. If you're a non-interventionist, they jump right to isolationist. And by the way, I'm for free trade. I'm not an isolationist. And I just think it's crazy. And there's a few things.
One thing I disagree with Thomas Massey on is the whole free trade thing. I'm like, bro, don't you kind of see how that kind of decimates our middle class? The whole free trade agenda. Like, come on now. Even I disagreed with what was his name? My bad, Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan was a free trade guy as well, as he watched our middle class get decimated in the steel industry, pretty much, well, lose jobs because of free trade, guys. Just want to let y'all know, like, free trade is a lot of reasons why our middle class pretty much got gutted. So, yeah, we're always going to disagree with that whole free trade. We should protect our industries just like these other countries protect theirs.
I got to get off my chest that I haven't tweeted about. Probably I've stayed out of trouble. But one of these things I want to talk to you about is they say that the narco terrorism is funded by the oil. Remember, this was all started out about the drugs, right?
Right.
And then they're trying to attach it to the oil. And so they say, oh, the narco terrorism is funded by the oil. If there's one industry that probably doesn't need subsidies, I think it's the drug trade, right? Like they're acting like it would otherwise not be profitable to sell cocaine unless you subsidized it with oil profits. And so we got to go after the oil too.
Right. It's like the ethanol lobby. Right. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
That's something. Yes, exactly. That I see. They keep slipping that in there, but once they do it 2 or 3 times.
Now that is kind of funny. It's like, all right, first about the drugs. Well, you got to understand, for them to import those drugs, they need oil, guys. You feel me? And there are enemies that are buying oil, and the oil is helping these guys run their drug operation. So we got to take the oil as well. We just can't take drugs only. The oil got to go too. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I see it now. They got around to that. Okay.
We just accept it and we don't go back. I want to plant a flag here and say, look, the oil is not subsidizing the drug trade. The drug trade, I think, is going to do just fine on its own with or without oil. It doesn't go up or down with the price of gasoline.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm in disbelief, really, that we went, you were saying, what do we call it? Is it a kidnapping? We just snatched a president and his wife. And I wonder what that conversation went like,
No, some people call him a president. Some people call him a dictator. These days, I mean, I'm be honest with you. Shoot, according to who you ask, we capture a president or we capture a dictator. If you ask MAGA, a dictator. Anybody outside of MAGA, I mean, he was just a president, guys. An elected president who didn't steal his election, or I mean, he might have stolen his election. Who knows? We don't got no proof. All we know is that we ran an election. We told him to run an election that, well, we knew who we wanted to win, and it wasn't Maduro. So I'm gonna be honest with you. Maybe Maduro ignored those election results, maybe because he suspected that we were tampering with it, and he known that we didn't want him to win. I mean, that's just me throwing out my wild speculation.
Honey, do you want to go on this trip with me, or would you rather stay at home?
Right.
This is crazy. And the other thing is they try to characterize it as a law enforcement activity. And that's why they try to say, well, we didn't need an act of Congress because this is law enforcement activity. And the military was just there to support the law enforcement. But now they're pretending that our laws,
his Nike tech was fresh. I can't lie to you.
Have jurisdiction in other countries. One of the 4 counts against Maduro.
No. Massey, you fucking up now, man.
Firearms Act of the United States. Like, this is crazy.
Yeah.
Obviously, our laws don't have jurisdiction there.
Right. And so, I look at this and I think there should be consequences for this. It would affect all of us because we are supporting it with our tax dollars. But there is no authority. There's no one above the United States. The international court we're not a part of.
Yep.
Who can stop us? Isn't that something that keeps you up at night? It's been.
Yeah, I said the same thing. I was like, I'm being real with you, but who's going to stop us? Who's going to hold us accountable? Because I don't see anybody doing it, to be quite honest with you. I mean, like, what, Venezuela? You gonna hold us accountable? I mean, you guys are buying weapons that can't even fend us off. I mean, bro, who's gonna stop us? Please let me know. Because I mean, even Thomas Massey's admitting that, yeah, it is a bit scary. And yes, it is kind of scary because I mean, if we can just go unopposed like this and carry out our will throughout the Western Hemisphere unopposed, I mean, I don't know, guys. How's that gonna make us look like an imperialist nation? And could this benefit us? Of course it can, but it is gonna leave a bad taste in everybody's mouth around the world. But like I said, who's gonna stop us? I mean, what, ourselves? I mean, it would have to take the American people to stop the American imperialist project that Trump is trying to carry out. It have to be us. If not, then hey, no country can stop us. But not even the superpowers can stop us. So, to be honest with you, we're kind of running unopposed.
Keeping me up at night. There's no consequences.
If a president has the power to snatch another president from his country, he's got the power to snatch any member of Congress. Like this also concerns me as well. You know, you've got my colleagues cheerleading the president on this, but he is way off base constitutionally right now. All the legal norms are out the window. They're claiming these legal things that even a 3-year-old knows wouldn't work, like that you can't have laws in other countries that, you know, affect your jurisdiction ends at your borders. We know this. I joked with one of the gun groups. I said, if Maduro had just paid the $200 tax stamp and got fingerprinted and sign off from local law enforcement, he could have possessed those machine guns and been in compliance with the 1934 NFA.
Right. You know, what's interesting too is that Trump was the exact opposite on this position, whether it was Libya, whether it was going in and snatching Gaddafi and sodomizing him with swords, whether it was toppling Saddam Hussein.
I mean, that's one of the main reasons why, Iran will never give up their weapon defense system, or any Middle Eastern country will ever give up their weapons, especially Hezbollah. They won't disarm because of what happened to Gaddafi. Because when Gaddafi trusted them to disarm, what happened? I'll tell you, he got sodomized with a knife on camera. And they sent it to Putin, and Putin seen it. And trust me, a lot of people seen that video. And they said, okay, so you don't trust the USA when they tell you to disarm, or this could happen to you. I mean, like I said, guys, when we do things like these, it never has a happy ending. But it does have a happy beginning, I'll tell you that.
In which, regardless of how you felt about Saddam Hussein, it was none of our business, but was really keeping all of these sort of disparate bands together in Iraq and not causing the destabilization. In fact, he was asked about this, and he was pretty emphatic that it cost us trillions of dollars and untold lives. Watch.
The world would be better off with Saddam Hussein
100%.
and Gaddafi in power.
100%. Now, as far as Assad is concerned,
what about the human rights abuses?
Well, you don't think they're happening now? They're worse now than they ever were. People are getting their heads chopped off. They're being drowned. Right now, they're far worse than they were ever under Saddam Hussein or Gaddafi. And it all blew up around Hillary Clinton and around Barack Obama. It all blew up. Now, one thing about Assad, not a good guy. I understand that. We have to rebuild our country. Our country's falling to pieces. We have 19 trillion in debt. We have infrastructure that's a disaster. Our roadways, our airports, our schools, everything.
So what's really now? Except it's 38.
Who the hell is that?
Yeah, who is that guy?
I want him back. That's the one. That's the version I want. That's the version I voted for. That's the version I thought we were getting. And you know, some people are saying, "Oh, this is America first because this means we're going to have cheaper gasoline." Well, it is true that we're in Venezuela because of the oil, but here's the thing, folks. They're calling it American oil. It's Venezuelan oil. And what happened is 20 years ago, there were U.S. companies, big oil.
No, it's Americans' oil, man. Look, bro, Trump, bro, come on. It's our oil now.
Yeah, stole that shit. Stole that shit. That's what I'm doing, nigga. Fuck, nigga, I stole that shit.
Bro, it's Big Trump now, man. He just took that. It ain't Venezuela's no more, bro. Sure, I'm not even sure if Venezuela's even Venezuela's anymore, bro. I'm thinking that's us now. At this point, I'm not even sure if Latin American countries even exist. At this point, it's all looking like America to me, the way we can just run unopposed throughout the fucking Western Hemisphere. I mean, this could be a good or a bad thing, guys. Okay, so like I said, we'll see. But as history has shown, this usually starts out good, but then ends pretty bad and blows up in our face. But hey, man, toast to a better ending.
Conglomerates that had contracts to develop that oil, and their contracts got canceled by a government that was two governments before Maduro. And so when they say we're going to get America's oil back, no, what they're trying to do is they're trying to get the oil for Exxon and Citgo and these other big companies. This is not going to be for Americans. They're going back to they're putting our soldiers' lives at risk. They're turning a country upside down in order to make these oil companies more profitable. I've thought this is another thing about MAGA. What I signed up for was we're putting Americans first, not American corporations first. But right now, these are basically, our military's acting as mercenaries. And the vice president is admitting as such, and so is the president. They're basically mercenaries to go in and steal this oil for the United States to get it back or to make these contracts whole after 20 years. And here's the thing. I'll probably get in trouble for saying this too, but in Kentucky, if somebody were to squat on my farm and they could get away with it for 7 years, and they keep adverse and notorious possession of my property, the state of Kentucky says after 7 years, that's their property now because you went too long without getting it back. There is a statute of limitations on these things. You can't say, oh, we didn't like the way you ended our contract 20 years ago, and so we're going to send our military in and take your oil from you. Doesn't work that way.
There's two books that I think are...
Yeah, but I'm going to be real with you. Trump's not really worried about how things work right now. He's worried about American interests and what benefits America. And, well, it be our industries, it be our economy, it be the agenda that he's pushing towards with AI and electronics. Yeah, anything that gets in the way of that can get pushed over. And that's what Trump is showing us. Or that's what he showed us with Venezuela, at least. And we'll see if he'll do the same to Cuba, Colombia, Mexico, Greenland. Let's see.
Are really worth reading if you want to understand how we get those contracts. The first is called The Hidden Hand of American Hegemony, and the second is Confessions of an Economic Hitman. So those are not contracts that were ever on the up and up. If you look at the history of how we secure the petrodollar, how we came about that, we cheated. We promised other countries we wouldn't do that, and we did that. And now we're pretending that we were always had a right to it. Now, you mentioned the vice president, so I'd like to put his tweet up. It seems to me that he is tweeting from despair because he knows that this will cost him politically. I thought that he would know better, that the country that sanctioned Venezuela's economy into poverty and flooded their region with CIA-run drug routes would not be their savior. That seems pretty obvious to me.
Yeah, this is why I always just say that the Venezuelan people do not like the fact that America is getting involved in this. And they don't blame, a lot of people in Venezuela don't blame Maduro for their economic woes. They blame the U.S. for, our involvement, sanctions, and all that good stuff. So, and this is what, be honest with you, this is how the government stays in power. This is how they were staying in power and maintaining favor, through just blaming the U.S. for their economic woes. Iran does the same thing. When these people complain about inflation, they're going I'm sorry, but due to the U.S. sanctions, you guys got rapid inflation. And hey, that excuse ain't working no more in Iran, but apparently the excuse is still working in Venezuela.
I thought he would know better. What do you read into the way he's excusing this?
I want the other version of J.D. Vance, who was America first and would not have been for regime change. J.D. Vance was a non-interventionist as a senator. He and I worked together on issues dealing with Ukraine when, the government was going to seize Russian assets, like the United States was going to seize Russian assets and then use that to subsidize Ukraine. J.D. Vance and I came to the same conclusion. We said, no, actually, what you're doing, the only Russian assets there are in the United States are treasury bonds. What you're saying is you're going to default on the debt to Russia, And what's that going to say to the other countries around the world? It's going to drive up interest rates, the price at which we borrow debt if we default to Russia on the debt that they own of ours. In any case, that was one of those things that J.D. Vance and I worked on together. He was not for pouring more money into Ukraine, and he was not for cheating other countries, regardless of how bad they might be, out of things that we legally were contracted to give them. So I am definitely disappointed in his attack on this. He's made, and again, on the drug issue, they're trying to conflate fentanyl with cocaine, and he's sort of been in that lane too of doing that. There are no charges of fentanyl against Maduro. It's all cocaine. I'm not saying one's better than the other, but fentanyl is the scourge that's killing our children right now. And it's,
I'm done. So they're not even charging this man for fentanyl transportation. They're charging him for cocaine transportation, which is still a problem. But let's be real, though. Y'all started off on the premise of, oh, he's transporting fentanyl. When then we found out that, well, it's mostly Mexico that does that, and they barely do it. Now, of course, they moved the goalpost to, well, guys, it's cocaine, heroin, and human smuggling, which the cartel does do out of Venezuela. So, I mean, it's a valid answer. I mean, it's a valid, reason, but you could have just told us that up front. Nobody would have had no objections to that.
Cocaine is a problem, too, but I know a few MAGA people that use cocaine. I'm not one of them, but it's not fentanyl.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And if we're looking squarely at China for fentanyl problems, of course, but we won't admit that. We'll blame it all on Venezuela, of course.
That cocaine. That is hilarious. I know a couple MAGA guys, still all doing the cocaine, so they'd be pretty hurt if we cut off all shipments of cocaine. I mean, that is actually funny to hear. But all right, guys. Let's see here. I think I'm probably about to close off for the night. I mean, shoot, if you want me to keep going, you guys can send in. I'll do video reactions for $5 for the last couple of hours. If not, let's react to some of the bookmarks here that I got placed up. Shout out to this guy.
I was up all night thinking about this. How is it possible for liberals still to be furious with Trump's performance? We have a president, regardless of being Republican or Democrat, been keeping every promise that he's given us. And more importantly, he's been keeping people accountable. And I know that's where the real problems come from. They fear the accountability. Why would they be upset that we pick up Maduro? Why would they be upset if Tim Walz resigning over fraud from taxpayer dollars? Why are they upset with Trump reducing the vaccine recommendation for children down to 11 from 72? How could you be mad about these issues? You know what all three of these issues have in common? There are problems that liberals couldn't fix, that Trump found a solution, and it tells them one thing. It shows a trend that accountability is coming. It's coming to big pharma. It's coming to people that are pushing drugs in our nation. It's coming to people that's stealing our elections. It's coming to people that's stealing our money with the fraud that Nick Shirley exposed. It's coming. And the liberals at the very top, they know that. So they're trying to rally everyone up that's underneath them, under their pyramid, and to somehow creating a defense for them for when Trump comes to them. You got to understand, President Trump has always been a president of accountability, but this is undoubtedly his last term. And every president is more radical in their last term. You got to remember, Obama made the entire nation gay. Fuck that. He made the entire world gay as hell when he was in his last term.
Oh, guys, let's not forget.
Guys,
let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, guys. Go ahead and hit that icon up there, my little cartoon icon, and go ahead and subscribe to the channel, guys. Appreciate the support. But no, he has a good point though. In their last term, they do seem to get a bit war crazy, just guns blazing on the way out.
Or crazy in his last term. It goes on and on. What do you think Donald J. Trump, the president with the most balls, is going to do in his last term? I expect to see more accountability, and they know it's coming, so they're afraid. Ignore the peril propaganda. Know that we're winning. This is the end game now.
All right. Let's go into the next video I got bookmarked. Let's see here. Whole breakdown of America's attack on Venezuela by famous. I don't know who the heck you are, but Somebody sent this to me.
All right, everyone, keep up with me. I'm about to break down everything you need to know about what the U.S. is doing to Venezuela and the whole world at large. The real reason the U.S. is invading Venezuela goes back to a deal Henry Kissinger made with Saudi Arabia in 1974. And I'm going to explain why this is actually about the survival of the U.S. dollar itself. Not drugs, not terrorism, not democracy. This is about the petrodollar system that has kept America the dominant economic power for over 50 years. And Venezuela just threatened to end it. Here's what really happened. Venezuela has 303 billion barrels of proven oil reserves, the largest on earth, more than Saudi Arabia, 20% of the entire world's oil. But here's the part that matters. Venezuela was actively selling that oil in Chinese yuan, not dollars. In 2018, Venezuela announced it would free itself from the dollar. They started accepting yuan, euros, rubles, anything but dollars for oil. They were also petitioning to join.
And that is a huge no-no to America. Yeah, I mean, let's be real. A lot of regime changes we did because people were trying to go outside of American interests that would do something that would hurt us. Like when Gaddafi was trying to go to gold back, we didn't want that. I mean, even when Iran was trying to mess around with their currency, we didn't want that. The only guys we actually let get away with using without using the U.S. dollar to buy oil is, well, China and Russia. I mean, I think there are other countries as well, but those are the main two that we don't really get involved with because they're using a different currency to buy their oil. I mean, Russia's already using Chinese yuan. Venezuela was trying to get to that, and we stopped it.
BRICS. They were building direct payment channels with China that bypassed SWIFT entirely. SWIFT being the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication that ensures the whole world is reliant on the U.S. dollar and banking system. And Venezuela was sitting on enough oil to fund de-dollarization for decades. Why does this matter? Because the entire American financial system is built on one thing, the petrodollar, which is U.S. dollars earned by oil exporting countries from selling oil, creating a system where oil is priced and traded globally in U.S. dollars. In 1974, Henry Kissinger made a deal with Saudi Arabia. All oil sold globally must be priced in U.S. dollars. In exchange, America provides military protection. This single agreement created artificial demand for dollars worldwide. Every country on earth needs dollars to buy oil. This lets America print unlimited money while other countries have to work for it. It funds the military, the welfare state, the deficit spending. The petrodollar is more important to U.S. hegemony than aircraft carriers. And there's a pattern of what happens to leaders who challenge it. In 2000, Saddam Hussein announces Iraq will sell oil in euros instead of dollars.
What happened to that boy?
In 2003, Iraq was invaded. Regime was changed. Iraq's oil immediately switched back to dollars, and Saddam was lynched. The WMDs were never found because they never existed. Thus, the U.S. killing over 1 million Iraqis just for shits and giggles. In 2009, Gaddafi proposes a gold-backed African currency called the gold dinar for oil trade. Hillary Clinton.
I mean, what happened to Gaddafi? Exactly.
His own leaked emails confirmed this was the primary reason for intervention. The email quote said, "This gold was intended to establish a pan-African currency based on the Libyan golden dinar." In 2011, NATO bombs Libya. Gaddafi was sodomized and murdered, and Libya now has open slave markets.
Yeah, I mean, this was what I literally said. Like, you know, they kind of bombed them back into slavery. We kind of bombed these people back into slavery to keep our gas price and to keep dominance over the dollar. So, yeah.
He died. Hillary Clinton laughed on camera. The gold dinar died with him. And now Maduro, with 5 times more oil than Saddam and Gaddafi combined, actively selling in the...
Hey, and shout out Steph. It's not 5, but I got a song for you. Well, if it's you, Steph, of course. I got you, Steph.
Chinese currency, yuan, building payment systems outside dollar control, petitioning to join BRICS, partnered with China, Russia, and Iran, the 3 countries leading.
Oh, and congratulations, Steph, on the 1,100 followers on TikTok, guys. So, hey, yo, if you want to go ahead and tag your TikTok in the chat, go ahead, man. Shout out, Steph. Man, you hit 1,000 before me. Well, yeah, you hit 1,000 before me. I'll tell you that right now. Shout out.
Global de-dollarization. This isn't coincidence. The U.S. rule of thumb, challenge the petrodollar, get your regime changed. Every single time. Stephen Miller, U.S. Homeland Security Advisor, literally said it out loud 2 weeks ago. American sweat, ingenuity, and toil created the oil industry in Venezuela. Its tyrannical expropriation was the largest recorded theft of American wealth and property. He's not even hiding it. And Trump's address was a clear admission to it. They're claiming Venezuelan oil belongs to America because U.S. companies developed it 100 years ago. By this logic, every nationalized resource in history was theft. But here's the deeper problem. The petrodollar is already dying. Russia sells oil in rubles and yuan since Ukraine. Saudi Arabia is openly discussing yuan settlements. Iran has been trading in non-dollar currencies for years. China built CIPS, the cross-border interbank payment system, their own alternative to SWIFT, with 4,800 banks in 185 countries. BRICS is actively building payment systems that bypass the dollar entirely. The BRICS.
Yep, and every time these guys try to go ahead and go outside the dollar, well, what happens? Well, we get them up out of there. I mean, we either, steal them off into the night and they life, or just cause a straight up regime change. It is what it is.
Bridge project, M-Bridge, let central banks settle trades instantly in local currencies. Venezuela joining BRICS with 303 billion barrels of oil would accelerate this exponentially. That's what this invasion is really about. This isn't about stopping drugs. Venezuela accounts for less than 1% of U.S. cocaine, and Trump just pardoned the president of Honduras, a man responsible for trafficking 400 tons of cocaine into America. This isn't about terrorism. There's literally zero evidence Maduro runs a terror organization. And we all know how the biggest terrorists of our planet, Benjamin Netanyahu and the terrorist ethno-state of Israel, have been pushing for this attack on Venezuela because the ethno-state of Israel would not exist without U.S.'s powerful money, aka the power of their petrodollar. This is not about democracy. The U.S. supports Saudi Arabia, which has zero elections. This is about maintaining a 50-year-old agreement that lets America print money while the world works for it. And the consequences are terrifying. Russia, China, and Iran are already denouncing this as armed aggression. China is Venezuela's biggest oil customer. They're losing billions. BRICS nations are watching a country get invaded for trading outside the dollar. Every nation considering de-dollarization just got the message. Challenge the dollar and we will bomb you. But here's the problem. That message might accelerate de-dollarization, but it will not stop it. Because now every country in the global south knows what happens if you threaten dollar hegemony. And then,
I mean, yeah, but bro, you kind of see the part where none of them can stop us from overtaking them. And at this point, I see where Trump is just like, bro, I get it. I now see what Trump means by, no, we're going to run it. Because he gets it. All right, you're right. Every time we let the government, we let the new guy take over, bad things happen. So how about this? We just take it over. We govern it. It's now the USA, and we ain't got to worry about all those regime change problems. Because now the president of the United States run those countries. I see where he's going with this now, because he's trying to take that element out of the regime change that usually ends out bad for us. And this is why he says we're running it. We're running it, because usually when we take the guy out and we whisk the guy away we don't want, yeah, the guy who comes in is a lot worse and end up turning against us in the end, because we never really put no constraints on that person. Now we're looking to do so. Or, like I say, just make them another state of the United States. They go from country to state in a second.
they're realizing the only protection is to move faster. And the timing is insane. January 3rd, 2026, Venezuela invaded. Maduro captured. January 3rd, 1990, Panama invaded. Noriega captured. 36 years apart, almost to the day. Same playbook, same drug trafficking excuse. Same real reason, control of strategic resources and trade routes. History doesn't repeat, but it rhymes. What happens next? Trump's press conference at Mar-a-Lago set the narrative. U.S. oil companies are already lined up. Politico reported. They've been approached about returning to Venezuela. The opposition will be installed. Oil will flow in dollars again.
I mean, we're not even sure about Maria Cacciello girl. We're not even sure about Maria. Like, the people, Trump is saying that, no, we're not even going to bring her in. Actually, he says, no, we're going to run it. And I mean, we're seeing what DIC is doing, in DIC Rodriguez, which is the interim president of Venezuela, and it's looking like she's about to return to Maduro's old ways. I mean, looking like they're threatening to fight us if we try her and try to take her. And let's be real, we already told her, look, we're not going to kidnap you like Maduro. We're just going to end your life. So let's see how that works out. I mean, Colombia, they're already saying that they're prepared to fight with us. But I mean, like, Colombia, if you ain't coming better than Venezuela with that military tech, then you'll be done just the same, if not worse.
Venezuela becomes another Iraq, another Libya. And all you Venezuelans celebrating, specifically those of you living in your privilege of the Western world, are all cowards that have no idea what the fuck you're celebrating. Because you might as well be celebrating on your hands and knees, bowing to our pedophile in chief, that is still actively deporting your people to a place that is about to go into all-out war with a puppet government installed that is a slave to Israel and the U.S. But here's what nobody's asking. What happens when you can no longer bomb your way to dollar dominance? When China has enough economic leverage and weaponry to retaliate? When BRICS...
Do they, bro? I mean, they had Chinese radar, Chinese jets, Russian missile defense systems and jets. I mean, oh, my bad. They also had Chinese missiles as well, and none of that helped them, bro. And I mean, if they're rocking with the same type of military tech and weaponry that, you know, China got, and China did sell that to them, then China's screwed, and they're not going to do anything to us. Actually, that's the problem with being a first-tier nation, which are only 3 of them. When you're the U.S., China, and Russia, I mean, you kind of stay out of each other's way, and we kind of mess with each other like second party, aka proxy.
Controls 40% of global GDP and says no more dollars. When the world realizes the petrodollar is maintained by violence, America just showed its hand. The question is whether...
I'm trying not to, Sid. You got to understand, though. Like, I'm not gloating. I'm just telling you what it is. Like, if anything, I'm trying to channel the aura of Trump right now, the imperialism that he's channeling, and it's seeming that he's just saying, "All right, I get it. You're right. When regime change them, it don't work when a new person come in. So how about we just run it? You know, Sid, as you said, yeah, just tell them that's their estate. That'll work." And you know what? I mean, maybe, may fucking be. You never know, Sid. I mean, have some faith, even though it rarely works out. But it might just work out if we're the ones who's running it. Do I believe that this is a good idea? Of course not. But I mean, we're trying something different, and this is looking like the different.
The rest of the world folds or calls their bluff, because this invasion is an admission that the dollar can no longer compete on its own merits. When you have to bomb countries to keep them using your currency is already dying. Venezuela isn't the beginning. It's the desperate end to the U.S. empire. Have a good day.
All right. Now, I could say, look, he gave some facts in there, not going to lie. But there was also some things he was wrong about. Like I said, we can't be too afraid of, I mean, you know, Venezuela and these other Latin countries. I mean, if we're just flying in, having our way with them. Now, like I said, a lot of people are upset about this, and it makes sense. It makes sense. It does. But I mean, what are they going to do about it? Like I said, I mean, can Venezuela stop us? No. I mean, can any country in the EU or in NATO outside of us stop us? Of course not. I mean, who's gonna bring Trump to trial? Nobody. I mean, only we can do that in the United States. So, like, outside of that, the man's untouchable.
Well, thank you for having me on, and everyone, all my followers. If you're not already following Jake, you should, and you know, check out the new YouTube show and everything. But
whoops. So, all right, hold on now. All right, let's get into a musical interlude. Shout out to Steph. She sent this in. May not be my cup of tea. Well, I did used to listen to Nicki Minaj back in the day. I'm not going to lie. I can't lie to myself. I was listening to Nicki Minaj back in the day. So, time to bring it back to the old days.
This is a certified hood glasses. This is a certified hood classic.
Okay. Well,
This is a certified hood classic.
all right, man. I know. I bet you didn't think I had that one. It takes you back, don't it? Like, come on now. Don't just take you back.
This is a certified hood classic.
Man. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right back to it. Hey, shout out Steph. Appreciate that one. Who knew? Who'd have knew she'd have been doing that?
Jake, you should, and check out the new YouTube show and everything. But it's
Listen, all right. This guy is Jackson Hinkle. I mean, he's a communist, socialist, Maduro lover. To be quite honest, hey, I have to listen to both sides here.
Venezuela is crazy. I mean, Venezuela is a small country geographically, but it has the most oil out of any country in the world.
Ah, bingo.
more oil than Saudi Arabia.
Wow.
And the most gas on the entire continent of South America, the most gold on the entire continent, and like all the minerals that Elon Musk needs for his company, right? And people forget that, like, Elon Musk is kind of viewed as this cultural dissident, right, when it comes to the woke issues. But like, anyone can do that. I don't give people any applause for saying
Shapiro
like,
does that.
Yeah. It's like, oh, you think transgenderism for 7-year-olds is bad? You want a medal? Like, what's so incredible about saying that? Nothing.
Yeah.
You know?
Any sane person thinks that.
Yeah.
I did meet someone yesterday that was disagreeing with me, but those people are very rare.
Yeah. Any normal person would agree with that statement, but like,
no, literally. I mean, I probably only had one person ever come up here and literally say, oh, we should be able to trans our children because, oh, well, if we don't, they'll commit suicide. I mean, this was literally his argument. Smoothly. Smoothly, man. I like that Jewish guy. He was a cool Jew. But my guy Smoothly, he was out here giving the argument, going like, yeah, we should be able to trans them. Set, you don't understand. They'll commit suicide if they don't. I'm like, bro, that's the same lie they fed Elon Musk. That's how they got him to accept the transing of his kid. That's what they do. They scare you by saying that your child will commit suicide. Then they get you to trans your kid because they said, oh, well, who commits suicide if you don't? And they won't. They won't. That's just a lie.
Elon, he gave the Starlink systems through the Pentagon to Ukraine. So all the Russian and Ukrainian blood, I mean, that's on his hands too. Even though he acts like this dissident, he's fully with the establishment there. And when it comes to Venezuela, I mean, he kind of lost his mind over the last week. I don't know what was going on with that, but he was posting crazy.
I saw his
stuff.
tweets, which I thought was a little crazy.
He was posting stuff saying like the communists are stealing ballot boxes in Venezuela. And
like,
and shout out Jet. He says MAGA collecting dictators and apparently, well, wet ass P now too. I mean, apparently, man, we getting all the female rappers out here, and I mean, all we just need to really turn to, I would say, to actually influence the younger generation, you gotta take on, what was your name? Sexy Red, Cardi B, and actually, I don't know that much female rappers. What's another good female rapper? I would have to ask my sister. She knows. Of course she knows. But all right, now let's get into this young lady over here.
Y'all, Trump did not start a war. He enforced the war. This man dropped bombs at 2 a.m. He captured the president and his wife at 3 a.m. He had a press conference at Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. and he was running Venezuela by 12 p.m.
Now, I agree with you. That boy Jackson Hinkle is wild. I'll tell you that right now. So I feel you on that, Sid. Trust me. I agree with you.
Yeah. That's what you call a boss, baby. Y'all can say what y'all captured the president and his wife at 3 a.m. He had a press conference at Mar-a-Lago at 11 a.m. and he was running Venezuela by 12 p.m. That's what you call a boss, baby. Y'all can say what y'all want, but Donald Trump is really him. If that man do not go down as the greatest president of all times, then something is fucking wrong. That man has officially been in office this month a year, and what he has done in the last year is way more than all of the fucking presidents have done all together. Do you hear me? That man has been standing on business, and he is putting America in a position where we is getting our fucking respect back, and nobody is going to play with us. Now, let me just say this. When I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I am going to admit it. A lot of stuff that Donald Trump do initially, I do not agree with it. Okay, his decisions make me nervous as hell. But once I sit back, take a deep breath, and I trust the process, and I trust my president like I should, I promise y'all, everything always turns out for the best. Venezuela is happy. American is happy. Some people feel like it's for the oil, but as long as the people is happy and the people are good, a win is a win, y'all. That man got so many W's under his belt right now, under this one presidency. He him.
I mean, yeah, he got a decent amount of W's. Of course, I may disagree with his foreign policy, but I mean, with this Venezuela strike, like I said, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Now let's get more extreme views, like my guy Stu Peters. I mean, that man Stu, man, I like him. I like him. He goes there. He goes there.
I don't know if you've seen this or not, and it may not be any of my business, but this regime change operation led by Zion Donnie Trumpenstein, in which the United States military just went into that sovereign nation in the Western Hemisphere and kidnapped its president, it might not be what the media is telling you that it is. And Alex Jones publishing propaganda videos talking about millions of Venezuelans in the streets celebrating. Turns out, whoops,
Like
that
Sid,
was fake. It was from 18 months.
I ain't gonna lie, though, that was funny as hell. No, that's actually funny. I ain't gonna lie though. I thought liberals love black women. I'm black, so I mean I gotta love black women. I'm just attracted to them. It is what it is, even if they are annoying. But I mean, I thought liberals, I thought y'all automatically had to like black women. Y'all was just bound to by, I don't know, morality or ethic or whatever you guys say to love every ethnicity in the world.
Months ago. And now we're hearing from inside of Venezuela, where that country's vice president is saying that what the world just witnessed was a Zionist-led coup, but it's probably none of my business. I don't know if you've seen this or not, and it may not be any of my business, but this regime change operation led by Zion Donnie Trumpenstein, in which the United States military just went into that sovereign nation in the Western Hemisphere and kidnapped its president, it might not be what the media is telling you that it is. And
I mean, president, dictator, like I said, man, only time will tell, because like MAGA, we're calling the guy dictator. Shoot, actually, hold the F up. Biden was calling this man a dictator. Now all of a sudden, I ain't gonna lie. This is gonna kind of piss me off a little bit, because it's just like, hold on. Remember when Biden was calling this man a dictator? I mean, everybody on the left was saying, yo, we need to get this guy up out of here. Then Trump was getting criticized for leaving Maduro in power. Well, I mean, until now. And then he was getting criticized, going like, oh, Trump must be in love with dictators since he's leaving Maduro in power. And it's just like, bro, now this man takes out a dictator. Now you want to call him a president. Why? Because Donald Trump kidnapped him? I'm sorry, but extracted him for his charges, his felonies. Like, come on, guys. And of course, innocent until proven guilty, but we'll see, guys. We'll see.
Alex Jones publishing propaganda.
I'm weak. But I know, Sid, I know. And it's not because she was black. You can tell she's unemployed. That's all. Oh, come on. Because she's in the robe. Great. Now I'm about to go wear a robe now. And you about to tell me I'm unemployed. That's not fair. Just because you're in the robe, which is very comfortable, don't mean you're unemployed. I'm crying, though. Oh man, Sid, you're funnier than you know. Shout out to Asher Rose. Don't know if you watched the Biden. What was it? Oh, the video about Jamie Reed, the clinical psychologist doctor that is a whistleblower. Psychologist. No, I have not. Let's see, what's the name? Jamie Reed. Oh, the video. Sorry, don't know if you watched the video about Jamie Reed, the clinical psychologist doctor that is a whistleblower. I have not actually. Should mark it down now.
videos talking about millions of Venezuelans in the streets celebrating. Turns out, whoops, that was fake. It was from 18 months ago. And now we're hearing from inside of Venezuela, where that country's vice president is saying that what the world just witnessed was a Zionist-led coup, but it's probably none of my business. I don't know if you've seen this or not.
I mean, shoot, as an American, it's all of our business. It's all of our business. And I mean, F it. What was it? This lady right here that was pretty much saying that, you know, Venezuela's. Oh, yeah, and this is the lady that's pretty much running Venezuela.
Que tiene sin duda alguna tinte
She was pretty much watching this the first time.
Es realmente vergonzoso.
But, all right.
Lo dijo nuestro padre libertador en la Carta de Jamaica. El velo se ha rasgado. Ya hemos visto la luz y se nos quiere volver a las tinieblas. Se han roto las cadenas. Ya hemos sido libres y nuestros enemigos pretenden de nuevo esclavizarnos. Si hay algo que el pueblo venezolano y que este...
Oh, okay, yeah, I see him on Dr. Phil exposing what? The trans... What was it here? I see what you're talking about, Asher. Yeah, Dr. Phil, the truth behind transgender clinics, exposed. And all right, this is where this guy, Jamie Reed, comes in. I'm curious. Man, F it. No, nah, I can't.
Secretly performing these procedures on children as young as 11.
Quote unquote, this gender affirming care could be investigated as child abuse.
The most important hormonal process in the development of children into adults is stopped.
Doctors are acting like they're God. We were lying to parents.
For transgender kids.
Did they stop?
They did not. They were implanting these drug delivery devices in children as young as 11, 12, 13 years old.
All right, guys. I do got to go to bed, though. The boys still got the day job. You got to remember that. But, hey, though, so I'll see if I can go a little bit longer tomorrow. In the meantime, though, man, I mean, I guess I can make this little joke on the way out. But, shoot, I'm telling you, man, Maduro about to be in there like the Boondocks. It's about to be a crazy scene, man. Like, look, this is how it's going to be with Maduro in probably about, I don't know. Well, honestly, this is about to be Diddy probably in a couple years, to be honest with you guys. Like, this see this as Diddy. F it. Let's change this from Maduro to Diddy. This is going to be Diddy in the next, I don't know, 4 to 5 years. And if you know this clip, then, hey, man, enjoy. In the meantime, I'm about to head out and close out on this funny-ass clip. I appreciate the support, guys. S.E.T with S.E.T Media. All right, guys. Peace.
I know some of y'all here today because y'all think jail is cool. But see, y'all wouldn't know nothing about that shit. Ain't shit cool about jail, nigga. Ain't nothing cool. I've been here 10 years, and I ain't never getting out. Never. I ain't do much, just kill somebody. It ain't like the nigga ain't have it coming. He sure did. See, y'all think it's just about us in here, but this is about an oppressive, fucked up system designed to keep niggas down and shit. Y'all wouldn't know nothing about that. What about you, little nigga? You know about that?
Yes.
Oh, you know about that? Tell me what you know about that. Tell me what you think about that.
The prison industrial complex is a system situated at the intersection of government and private interests. It uses prisons as a solution to social, political, and economic problems. It includes human rights violations, the death penalty, slave labor, policing, courts, the media, political prisoners, and the elimination of dissent.
Nigga, did you just say what I was trying to say, but smarter? I like this little nigga, but you left one thing out, little nigga. Show of hands, how many people ever raped a man?
Pause.
How many people ever been raped by a man?
Pause again.
All of them, 100%. You can't get no higher than that, nigga. You step in here, you get raped. Right up the motherfucking brown eyes, baby. I raped a few niggas myself. I ain't really enjoy it. Not that much. Shit felt good to the motherfucker, though. I ain't let that nigga kiss me or nothing, but I did tear that motherfucking ass up, nigga. I ain't gonna lie about it. But that's what the man's oppressive system did to me.
Now, me, I'm more of a romantic type. I'll still rape you, but I'll definitely stroke your head lovingly while I do it. See, because I want you to like it. Now, you don't have to like it, but I'll... Sorry, I was distracted by that fine motherfucker right there. What's your name, fine motherfucker? What's your name?
Don't think that's,
Tom.
Okay, now let's talk about Tom. Tom is the type of nigga that gives us wet dreams up in here.
Makes my
medium
balls
brown, soft features, tall and in shape, but still soft and squishy.
Now, I like to put the jelly inside my ass. Then put some of this peanut butter on top of it. I call it a peanut butter jelly and asshole sandwich. But Tom here will be calling it lunch. Yeah, nigga. You know what the system does when you come to prison? They strip you. They strip you mentally, emotionally, and they strip you naked, butt-ass naked. The fuck is you looking at, nigga? Punch you right in your motherfucking temple, nigga. Give me your motherfucking clothes. You're supposed to be scared of the kids. I said, give me your motherfucking clothes. Start with your shoes, nigga. Hurry up. You need some help?
I got it. Now you see this, kids? You really don't want this to happen to you, okay?
And your shirt too, nigga. Hurry up. Take it off. Okay, kids, y'all motherfuckers looking, huh? Tom just got his motherfucking manhood test, and he failed. He should have knocked my motherfucking head off. And you know what that means, don't you? Tom, you get raped.
When you go to prison, the most important thing in your life is going to be booty.
Y'all better listen to him.
A man's butt. Booty, getting some booty is more important than eating food. It's more important than drinking water. If I see a man I like, I tell him like this here. I like you, and I want you.
And he wants you.
Now, we can do this the easy way, or we can do it the hard way. The choice is yours.
What you want, Tom?
What's it gonna be? I asked you a question, Tom.
I can't hear you, Tom.
I don't want to answer.
Excuse me, I didn't hear you, Tom.
I said I don't want to answer. I don't want to do this anymore.
Sound like to me you wanted the hard way.
Give it to him.
Calm down. Now we taking over the prison, so back up.